separated by a slash, the phrase cactus seeds, and said that you had 8 hours. This was a puzzle, and I thought that it was a pretty easy puzzle. I thought people would get this puzzle, but at 4 p.m., there kind of wasn't any progress. I wasn't seeing any progress. So I tweeted explicitly, okay, this is a puzzle, and the first person that figures this puzzle out will get the cactus seeds skull inscription.
Yeah.
There was still no progress. Okay, this is an easy puzzle, but the degens were like looking at sat number ranges. They were looking at all this random stuff. So at 6 p.m., I tweeted basically the solution to the puzzle. I tweeted int puts int star as a C function signature. So if you're a C programmer, this is instantly obvious. The puts function, it prints a string to standard out, but its argument type is usually char star, and I tweeted it with int star. So if you use this different declaration and pass the two original pointers to the two original numbers, it would print out 2B2T. 2B2T is the name of a very famous anarchy server, Minecraft anarchy server. It's been around since 2011, which is huge and sprawling and chaotic and incredibly dangerous, and everybody uses hacked clients to get around. And those coordinates, which printed out 2B2T, were my coordinates. I was sitting 200 blocks underground in a little room in that server waiting for the first person to come.
Well,
to
that's
claim
why
the
it mattered that it took people so long to figure it out, because you were just sitting there waiting.
I was so annoyed.
Your Saturday afternoon was just you sitting in a hole in Minecraft.
Yeah.
And you were like, where's the party?
Yep.
Why isn't anyone showing up?
So I am really disappointed in the degens. This is easy. This puzzle was fucking easy.
Yeah, but they could have figured it out maybe in like a couple days,
well,
you know?
I think what I should have done is I should have told
impatient.
people one thing. I should have told people explicitly, like, this skull, which is the grandchild of Inscription Zero, that's the prize.
No, they figured out that early.
No, they figured out that it was related. They didn't figure out that it was the prize.
Sure, yeah.
And then I also should have said really explicitly, this is a puzzle. Because I honestly think that without that, like...
You tweet so much random shit all the time, it's like, who even, is gonna decode all that?
Yeah, but I think that if I'd done that, and also I think that if I had said, like maybe a week in advance, and I had tweeted about it every day, on this day I'm going to drop this puzzle, people would have gotten kind of serious about it quick. Like, they would have known, like, okay, this
Yeah, you dropped it on a Saturday at 2
Yeah, on a Saturday at 2 p.m.
Just because you were bored.
So at 7 p.m. I did the full reveal where I said, these are coordinates on 2v2t. I'm sitting there waiting. Charlie, like, capitalized on all of the server influx by just starting to stream gameplay of Satisfactory.
See, Charlie understands that attention is currency.
Yeah. He got like 200 people to sit in a live stream with him for 4 hours and watch him play Satisfactory because he said he labeled the stream like real alpha for real degens only.
Good for him, you know?
Yep. So then at 7 p.m. people are like whispering me on the server, like they're on the Minecraft server, but they're totally fucked. If you're like a Minecraft noob, 2b2t is a very hostile place. It's like really hard to get around. There's no food at spawn. People just kill you. But then what happens is that somebody named Bruno sort of leaked it from one world to another. So Bruno was like in the live stream on the order cord, and he went into a Twitch streamer named Rivs, and he posted, RITHS, he posted, I will give you $10,000 if you go to these coordinates. So that is where the, like, sort of the degen bubble was, like, you know, intersected suddenly the 2b2t gamer bubble.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you needed two knowledge bases in order to figure this out. You needed some level of understanding, like, ordinals, because, like, otherwise you don't know what you're referencing with, like, cactus seeds or whatever. And you also needed to understand Minecraft enough.
Yep. Well, if you had figured out the puzzle early, like, let's say you'd figured it out at like 3, right? 1 hour after I posted the puzzle, and then I did sort of the bigger reveal at 6, you could have made it to me if you had logged into 2b2t. It's not that hard. It maybe would have taken you, like...
How hard is it to log into 2b2t?
Well, you have to buy priority queue, so that's just like $20. And then you need to get out of the spawn region, which is like fucked.
It's a dangerous game.
Yeah. But that's not that hard. Like, you can get out of spawn like in like an hour or something after like trial and error, and then the key was to head onto one of the diagonal highways in the Nether, which is like the fast travel mechanism, and then literally it would take you, if you did it fast, like 30 minutes. So you really would have had enough time in 3 hours to do it with a head start.
Yeah, the Twitch streamer should have gone for it.
Yeah.
What else was he doing in 2B2T?
Yep. So people started whispering me on the server, like being like, "Hey, bro, like, where are you? What's the next step?" It's a puzzle, guys. I'm not gonna fucking tell you like how to do it, you know. And you can see death messages on 2B2T. So I was seeing all these like ordinals people like log into the server and whisper me, and then you could see their death messages as they like died around spawn, like fucking haplessly. But then at 7:50 p.m., a viewer of Rift's stream, Rhino Howl, shout out to Rhino Howl, he just like dropped through a hole in the little like chamber that I was sitting in.
He should have just killed you instantly.
I think that's what he's thinking about doing. He thought that maybe somebody was just trolling and like was gonna try to like lure the streamer there to kill him on stream.
Yeah.
But then I was like, "What's the password?" And he was like, "I don't know." And I'm like, "It's not too hard. It's in my original tweet." Because I had decided ahead of time that I would only give it to somebody who knew that the password was cactus seeds.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want some random interloper who didn't know what was going on to get the skull. So he said it, and then I was like, "What's your?" This is 7:50 p.m. And then at I was like, "What's your ordinal's address?" He typed it in Minecraft chat, and I like couldn't. The skull wasn't on the computer playing Minecraft, but I had to like log into I had to go to the skull computer and then like hand type it from the Minecraft chat. I immediately yeeted the inscription to Rhino Howl, and he was the winner. And like maybe 2 minutes after Rhino Howl dropped, like even before I was able to send the inscription, other people dropped into the room after him.
Sucks to suck.
So on 2B2T, people use hacked clients because it's an anarchy server. There are no rules. And people were complaining like, "Oh, people use hacks on the server. Like, I got here legit. Like,
That's what you like about it.
That's the point of the server. That's the culture of the server. It's like, it's super fun to play with a hacked client, and it's a totally different experience. And so Rhino Howl was flying towards me using Nitrofly, and he saw somebody who was also flying towards me, but Rhino Howl passed him because his hack client was faster than this other person's hack client.
That's the free market, baby.
Yep. So yeah, congratulations to Rhino Howl. Riffs and Rhino Howl jumped into the Ordicord live stream that Charlie was hosting. So we all got to talk.
That's cute.
Yeah, they're both like British guys. They seem really wholesome. Both seem like awesome dudes. Rhino Howl is in his first year of university.
You're doxing him too much.
No, I mean like he said this on Twitter and in the
all right,
chat.
Then fine.
Yep, and then Riffs is a family man. He's got young kids. I went into Riff's stream and donated $1,000 because he was like,
you were really feeling your Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
You were
Being
loving
Mr.
it.
Beast feels good.
Yeah, that's why he does it.
Largesse, you know, it's fulfilling your noblesse oblige. So yeah, that was dope. I think couldn't have gotten to somebody better. People were like, "Oh, you're calling it an NFT?" Like, bro, come
whatever.
on. Like, don't.
You probably
hate on
called it an
Rhino
NFT to
Howl.
him. To be honest.
And people were saying, "Don't call it an NFT. It's an ordinal." No, it's an inscription.
Yeah.
You fucking
Get
retards.
fucked, guys.
Yeah, get fucked, you fucking retards. And also people saying, "Oh, like you can't believe he's selling it." Bro, if the money is useful to you, fucking sell that shit.
Yeah.
Fucking sell that shit. I have no fucking problem. I want as big a payday for Rhino Howl as possible. I'm super happy if Rhino Howl makes a pile of Bitcoin off of this.
It's an onboarding experience.
Yep. I want it to sell for at least 2 Bitcoin.
Okay.
That's my goal.
That's your goal.
That's my goal.
For Rhino Howl.
Yeah, that's my goal for Rhino Howl. Yeah.
That's fine, I guess. I don't know. I like truly have no idea. We were actually talking about this earlier. Like, I don't even know where. Like, a lot of the big ticket inscription sales, like above 1 BTC.
Mm-hmm.
Do they happen on marketplaces or OTC? Because obviously I know a bunch happened early on, like when people were literally just like sending Bitcoin to random people on Discord being like, "Can you please send the inscription to me back?" Like before there was, sufficient marketplace tooling or whatever. I definitely remember people sending crazy amounts of Bitcoin for inscriptions. That said, the price of Bitcoin was much lower at that time. It was probably like 30,000.
I don't remember.
I think it was like in the 30,000s when ordinals launched, around that. So it's like, okay, you know, do a little bit of the inflation math there. It's like 1 Bitcoin of now would be like 2 or 3 Bitcoin of that price.
Yep.
But I definitely remember people kind of like nuking crazy amounts of Bitcoin, like OTC. And certainly things have sold in like big auctions, you know, like maybe like, I don't even know, like Sotheby's style though. I think they literally just use dollars. I don't think it, but in terms of like big ticket inscription sales, like 2 BTC plus, where did these happen? Like, do people sell this shit on Magic? Like, I'm curious for the degens because I don't think you know either.
I want to know. Yeah. I also think this one is tricky because, it's only 8, you know, the quote unquote collection, and it's you know, it doesn't fall into the format of collections that get a lot of attention, like 1,000 items plus, you know, that are like actively promoted. I think it's an interesting kind of test of parent-child. We know that low inscription numbers are valuable. We know that big collections that teams hype are valuable. We don't really know if like parent-child provenance with interesting inscriptions is valuable.
Well, this is what tipped you off to the whole parent-child thing in the first place, because you like saw that he listed the skull and you were like, why doesn't Magic Eden recognize that this is a part of the collection? I was like,
such
bro.
a massive fail on Magic Eden's part that they don't support parent-child. I've got to say.
But see, this is the type of shit where
I don't wait, but to be clear, I don't begrudge Magic Eden Assist at all. They are a company. They're there to make money.
They have the right to whatever they want.
Then they have limited resources. They've got to decide like how those resources are spent. I think that parent-child is pretty easy to support, so I would just support it. But you know, I think we as the devs have to do more to make them want to support it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I mean, I feel like it's something you literally didn't notice until you decided to do a Minecraft puzzle around it. Like that's the thing. I feel like that's why I think it's good that like I psyop you and Ralph into doing these types of things, because like like you ended up having to do the JSON upload thing to Magic Eden to get them to recognize the Skulls collection. It would be great if instead you could just say, here's the parent, this is the collection name, just auto-populate.
Yeah. Even
like,
if,
I feel
even
like
if you have to
that seems
update,
doable.
Even if you have to update the metadata manually, because they don't support on-chain metadata, which is a little bit more complicated. I think we do need to have a schema that they can follow. It's just kind of less work to identify.
That's what I think too. I mean, I guess the idea is that it's work to implement it, and there's not enough payoff for them to do it. I would like to do it. I think that would be. It just would be cooler. I think if things auto updated with like new children coming in under a parent. You know. Feels a little bit more true to form.
So many things are like this. Like something will be like bad, and everybody complains about it. A lot of the time, I will fix it. I have fixed things that people complain about. But then I'll just kind of like not pay attention to it, and then like months later, I'll like try to use it, and I'll be like, oh, this is shitty, and then I'll like be like, all right, and then I'll just fix it immediately.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. Like we don't have the level of. As a really good example, I had like deleted the Skulls wallet from my computer, and I had to restore it to an Ord wallet. Like I had the seed, but it wasn't on a computer, and it triggered a full, rather lengthy rescan of the blockchain to locate the inscriptions, and or they didn't show up immediately. It didn't trigger a rescan, and this is like bad behavior. If you're restoring a wallet, it should by default trigger a rescan from the beginning of time. But our wallet just didn't do that, and so I made a very simple PR to make it rescan when it's restoring the wallet. And this is an issue that had been opened for a long time. I think like March of last year, somebody complained about this, that things didn't show up in their wallet. And like I was sort of aware of it. I don't know why I didn't just fix it. But this wasn't a very hard pull request. Like this was really just a few like lines of code, really not too difficult, but nobody had opened a pull request to try to fix it. So it's like, it's weird. People will do things. People will open pull requests and be very active in issues for things that like directly benefit them. Like if a collection wants a new recursive endpoint for some feature, they will be very active in pushing it forward. But if it's simple things that are just quality of life improvements, it's very rare that somebody will contribute.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense that then, I don't know, like, I mean, it doesn't apply for this situation, but it makes sense that somewhere like Magic Eden doesn't care about those things from their own perspective as well, right?
Yep.
But, I mean, yeah, the fact that you're doing your weird little puzzle games gets you interested. That's good.
We're not going to do another Hell Money Pod thing probably for a while, but I am going to do some sort
He's
of
doing more puzzle games.
skull thing. Yeah, I don't know what the format is going to be, if it's going to be a puzzle, if it's going to be in a video game, if it's going to be in real life. But yes.
It was fun. It's cute. I mean, I think why not? You have like 7 more skulls.
Yep,
right?
7 more skulls.
Yeah,
that's
so
right.
you know, just
I've got to burn the parent skull.
Yeah.
Not the Genesis inscription, but the collection parent, to guarantee that no more skulls will be added to that collection. And I actually have a PR open that this is another example of like fixing things when they annoy me, so that you can include metadata when you burn an inscription.
Oh.
So you can include it in an op return, and it's in the same format as the inscription metadata. So if you want to burn an inscription with a message, you can.
Fun.
And then if you do that, it'll show up on the inscriptions page as burned. And below the item metadata, if there is any, it'll show you the burn metadata. So it can be structured metadata, it can be like a string, like a message, it can be anything.
That's cute. I like that.
Yep.
See, look at you. You're so inspired.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Despite our downtrodden moment.
I'll also say what my kind of like current thinking is about trying to improve parent-child and also trying to improve on-chain metadata. So trying to get people to adopt on-chain metadata and parent-child. I think what I'm going to do is start designing a schema for on-chain metadata, so that if you have metadata in a certain format, and also possibly if you include in another tag what the schema is for that metadata, ordinals will display it as a collection. So not just as a collection. What I mean is, for example, on the parent page, it'll show you all the collection attributes, and it'll let you filter by those attributes and search by those attributes. Filter by those attributes, and then on the child it'll show you like the attributes with like a good display, and also give people some tools so that they can make sure they're uploading it in the right format. So I'm hoping that combination of better metadata, better display on ordinals.com, might, for things that have this metadata and which use parent-child, might hopefully get people to start creating more parent-child inscriptions.
That's the challenge, D-Gens.
Yep.
That's the call to action.
Yep, call to action.
And also the puzzle game.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of unrelated.
Yeah, but I think that if I do have a puzzle, I will announce it in advance.
Yeah,
so
you should.
Everybody can, and I'll also like hype it. I'll like announce it a week in advance and then hype it every day for the next week so that people like all
know that it's happening.
Yeah, and also you needed to get somebody who was like, I think a programmer would have solved this pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then also or like make it so that it has multiple steps, and like maybe I'm not really explicit about what the first step is, but then when people figure out the first step, then I start dropping more hints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited for your Mr. Beast era.
Being Mr. Beast is fun, it turns out. You know, like showing up and donating $1,000 to a streamer.
Feels
and they've
good.
got to like wake their wife because they're excited about it. Feels fucking great, man.
Yeah,
Feels
you
good.
might be in a cardboard box.
I might be in a cardboard box. Yeah. And I may just straight up sell some of the skulls at some point in the future.
Yeah, so whatever.
So if you would like a skull and you want to offer me...
He already said how much he thinks it's worth.
No, but I want to sell them for more.
You're like 100 Bitcoin.
Nah, not 100 Bitcoin, but like... 5. 3 to 5. You want to offer me 3 to 5 Bitcoin. If you want to offer Rhino Howl some Bitcoin, I've told him that under no circumstances he should accept less than 2 Bitcoin. So if you want to,
but of course he's free to do what he wants.
He's free to do what he wants.
Rhino Howl, just do whatever.
Yeah, do whatever.
Do whatever, bro.
Yeah, but if you want to give Rhino Howl an offer, he's Rhino Howl on Twitter. And you can find the cactus seed skull. Just go to Inscription 0 on Magic Eden, click the first child, and then click the I think it's like
it'll show in the
neon
collections.
colors.
Yeah, it shows like which one's listed.
Yep, and then put in an offer for like 2 Bitcoin. Maybe he'll accept it.
Maybe he'll accept it.
Yep. So yeah, I think these skulls are going to be hot commodities. A lot of utility. There's puzzles, you know.
Yeah, the puzzle is
the puzzle is utility. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, I think it'll be fun. I mean, I feel like I can't really participate in your puzzles. That feels like
No, I wouldn't. If somebody close to me had found it, I'd be like, yo, get lost. Like,
that's
no fucking way.
so fucked
If
up.
Aaron showed up on Minecraft, I'd be like, no fucking way. Just get out of here.
Yeah, I'll just enjoy the puzzle game process.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to see people having fun on the computer.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's really what it's about.
Yeah, and that's what I want for people too. Like, so I said this before. I thought a lot about like how can you give utility to something, and the answer I've always come up with is you can't. Like, there's nothing you can do on chain but stupid gambling. You know, NFTs have some like quote unquote utility in that they're colorful, they're fun, they're interesting. But the only way that I've thought of it that you can kind of make these things fun and interesting is maybe doing things like this, like doing puzzles, doing treasure hunts, because the puzzle and the treasure hunt is itself like fun to participate in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And it also gives, for an inscription, it gives like sort of mystique. You know, this is part of the history of the cactus cactus seed skull.
Yeah,
Yep.
indeed. No, I think it's fun. I hope that like, I don't know if you're going to do it on Minecraft or whatever again, but I hope the Minecraft community gets activated. It's a good onboarding experience for the Minecraft community.
Yep.
You know,
Absolutely.
get with it.
Yep.
Do we have anything else we need to talk about?
Election predictions.
I don't even have. I mean, well, I think this will be posted after the election,
Yeah,
realistically, so we can make predictions and then we can see how wrong we are.
Yeah.
Which is what we did for the runes launch
Yep.
too. I don't remember how right we were about the runes launch.
Yep.
I think I guessed the fee rate close.
Yeah, you guessed like 300, and it was, I think, like 100 to 1,000
Yeah.
over the course of the whole mint.
Yeah, yeah. But in any case, the election's tomorrow. I voted. Casey doesn't vote.
No, voting is stupid, and you shouldn't. The only reason to vote is if you personally find it fun.
I do.
Because your vote doesn't matter.
No.
People get really upset at you when they say that you don't vote. But then, like, if you ask them, well, how much would you pay me to vote? They say 0. And it's like, people's brains don't turn on until incentives are involved. But when they're involved, then they turn on very quickly. So people can have this very split brain thing when they're just thinking about it from some sort of like stupid, like morality. Like, I shouldn't even say morality, because morality also applies to things like whether you should kill people or not. But like, when they're doing it based on vibes, they're like, oh, you should vote, it's so important. But then the instant they're like, would you pay me $1 to vote? They're like, no. Their brain just immediately like turns on,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, actually the real reason why we were deplatformed from Patreon is because you fucking endorsed Trump on the last episode.
Did I endorse Trump?
Yeah, you kind of did this like, yeah, you know, Biden's been so bad for crypto.
Yeah, well,
despite never voting.
I've sort of figured out like how one component of how I feel, which is that I'm so like traumatized by the Democrats and by wokeness, which like made a lot of like social interactions, living the Bay Area, just really unpleasant.
Yeah. Which honestly, Trump presidency will probably actually make worse than the alternative.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it's
it's
traumatizing.
like 2 years into the president after Trump, wokeness kind of receded. You know?
I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, like, so we're in the East Bay, and it's kind of interesting. I did vote, and in California, you vote on a lot of shit. Like, it's like pages and pages of stuff to vote on, and obviously the president is the least important one because it doesn't, like, California's going to Kamala no matter what.
Yep.
So it is kind of interesting in Oakland and in, like, the county that we're in. There are all these like recalls and like dramatic sort of, because it's Democrat on Democrat violence here.
So
like, it's
Oakland,
not like there's no Republicans on the ballot.
Oakland has a DA who's basically like Chesapeake level, who is a really terrible DA in San Francisco. Basically like just let the criminals free, like full on communist. And so there's been a huge rise in violence and property crime in Oakland. I don't want to be one of those people who's like, oh my God, it's like a third world country. It's not.
It's definitely not. Yeah.
It's not. It's a little bit worse than it's been before.
Yeah.
It sucks, but you know, it's not like, oh my God, you know.
I don't fear walking around. Like, it's fine.
But this DA it's because of this DA. And the mayor is like basically just sort of like a normie lady who like just gets on board with whatever. She's not like a as bad as the DA.
Well, she kind of fucked up because, so it's interesting, like, so both of them are facing recalls this election, and Gavin Newsom has like kind of spoke out against both of them.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, it's kind of like, in the 2022 election, they were both elected. This wasn't 2020. This was 2022 that they were both elected. They were elected on this very anti-police, defund the police kind of platform, and crime has gone up, especially petty crime that otherwise would have been addressed. Like whatever, things have gotten worse. And
the big thing for me is the nearest Target. They closed their self-checkout counter.
Yeah, that's been a major loss.
This was the one thing that I was like, this is like civilization regressing.
Yeah, no, the petty. Honestly, I think like the shoplifting thing is the most annoying thing because everything's behind glass, and it's just like so. It's like we can't go on like this. Like this is just ridiculous. But both of them are facing recalls where the recall campaign is mostly funded by Gavin Newsom-style Democrats. It's not, I mean, there is no real Republican contingency here. Like, it doesn't work like that in the Bay Area. So it's interesting to kind of see that play out. I'm curious, like, what will actually happen. Like, I think what I liked about voting is that, you know, I feel like a lot of people vote for Trump or for Republicans. Not all of them. There's some people that are genuine, like MAGA Republicans, but a lot of people vote for Trump because they just hate the Democratic Party so much, right? Like, I think people like us would fall into that bucket.
I think that if I was going to vote, I would actually kind of like turn my brain on and like, although I have very negative feelings about the Democrats, I have pretty much equally negative feelings about the Republicans. I'm really sort of like a libertarian, like anarcho-capitalist, you know, like not really anarcho-capitalist because I do think that we don't have a model of how the world works without any government at all. You know, like how do you avoid violence unless the whole world is this like anarcho-capitalist paradise? Like how do you deal with the fact that there are other violent governments out there like Russia? Like I don't think you can really be anarcho-capitalist if Russia is out there because Russia will just come and like invade you and then you'll become part of Russia.
Right.
But yeah, it's hard. I mean, I just think the two parties, like their platforms are so bad. I hate the economic policies of the Democrats. The economic policies of the Republicans are generally a little bit better because they're more free market. But at the same time, it's not like they spend less on government shit than the Democrats.
No.
Like if you look at spending under the Republicans and the Democrats, it's basically the same.
Goes to proportionally different things.
Yeah.
That's really all it is. I mean, the reason why I said that is just like, I think there are people that are tempted to vote for Trump or are voting for Trump because they hate the Democrats, not like because they hate the Democrats that much. And I think like what's interesting about voting in the Bay Area, because you vote on so much shit and because it's assumed everyone's a Democrat, you actually can see the dynamics within the Democratic Party have to play out. Whereas like, you know, on the national level, if you kind of have this like two-party binary where it's either like you're voting, I mean, essentially like in this election, people are talking about the border and they're talking about like trans stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like these issues that are like divided along the red and blue lines. Whereas in Oakland, like I'm voting on like a defund the police versus like a more tough on crime thing within still the Democratic Party. So it's kind of, I'm curious to see how the election plays out in the Bay Area because I feel like the type of change that I think nationally people would like to see from the Democratic Party does happen in the Bay Area, for better or for worse, right? You get things like defund the police, which a lot of people in the Democratic Party would love for the Democrats to embrace, right? But you also get like the reaction to that. And so like, it is kind of fun. I mean, I feel like, I don't even know, like if I had to figure out like where I fit politically, like I am politically homeless, you know, like
Same.
There's no real fit for me. I think it's more that like I'm interested in the way that like politics reacts to society. Like it's a barometer on society. And then like you can kind of like fiddle with the knobs and see how things work. And like, I mean, you really did competitive governance pill me, like however long ago that was now that we were talking about it. But like a lot of what's on the ballot for Oakland is based on Emeryville's successes, for example. Like that's what like several people are running on is like I, you know, was the mayor of Emeryville and because I mean for those, this is such like Bay Area like internal conversation that's going on here, but basically like, you know, there's all these little towns and cities within the Bay Area that are all very different from each other.
Yeah,
like,
and like the Bay Area, you can drive from like really like, I don't know, like, you know, Vallejo or something all the way south to South San Jose, driving like an hour and a half, and you're never outside of the city.
Yeah.
But they're all different cities that just abut.
Very different cultures, very different like vibes. It's something that I love about living here. It also like the nature is that way too, right? Like you go to like 10 different temperature degrees like when you drive through the Bay Area. Like I think because of that, it's like you have all these different areas in the Bay Area that have experimented with different models, and you see what works and what doesn't. I think, you know, Oakland and San Francisco are essentially the examples of like the progressive radical left for the most part. And then you kind of have Emeryville that's like sort of seceded and done its own thing.
Emeryville is very small. It's surrounded by Oakland and Berkeley, but it's actually kind of markedly different. Like it's much cleaner. It's much safer. There's much less homelessness, and they actually do manage to build new housing. There's like some industrial and commercial stuff that's gone up. So like it is really different. Like the main way that it's different visibly is that it's cleaner, and that I don't think that Emeryville is cheaper because they've built more housing, because ultimately they're still part of the greater Bay Area housing market that is failing to build housing, but they just build a lot more housing.
Yeah, I would say the key differences are like Emeryville is like tougher on crime, whatever that like means. It's just like not as much homelessness and crime, and it's.
Well, I know what it means is that if you are homeless in Emeryville, they will tell you to go somewhere else.
Yeah. Like I would say like there's that aspect, and then Emeryville is YIMBY, whereas like Berkeley is extremely NIMBY. So it's like you kind of see those two things playing out right next to each other, and I think it's cool that there's such difference. Like in California, you vote on like 90 things when you vote. There's a lot of like there's a lot of propositions, and like it's much more direct democracy, which has issues as well. But it does mean that things can change, and that you can have marked differences between places that are quite close, and you can see this policy was successful here. Maybe we should do it here. And I feel like that's something, because I grew up in Pennsylvania, so it's like it's interesting to see the difference where like if I was a Pennsylvania voter, my presidential like ballot would matter so much, right? Like it would matter. I mean, it's like infinitely more than my ballot matters here, right? But in Pennsylvania, I vote on president, senator, congressman. That's it. You vote on 3 things max. You don't even vote on all 3 of those things every single time. Whereas like in California, there's all these things that like very directly affect my life. Like, should the local county issue bonds to pay for this thing? Like, you vote yes or no. And like, it's just, that's why I like voting in California, because it's just like fun to kind of see that. And I also like seeing the way that, it's like I like seeing the interaction between like the city and the elections, and then you kind of get that as like an actual baseline of how people are feeling about things. And as a result, they do stupid shit a lot of the time. But then you kind of course correct. I don't know, I just feel like there's more malleability like in California on like a government level.
Yeah, interesting. So back to the national election. What's your prediction?
I mean, so astrologically speaking, election day is very fraught. I'll probably post about it tomorrow. I've kind of looked at it a little bit, but like any astrologer who's telling you that they know who will win is bullshit. Like,
as usual.
You know, as every astrologer who tells you anything is bullshit. But like the election day chart is like so fucked. I mean, to boil it down, it's basically like there's the malefic planets and the benefic planets, good planets, bad planets. There's 2 like bad planets that are like at war with each other, and then there's 2 good planets that are at war with each other. But those 2 battles are not interacting with each other. So it's like the good versus the good and the bad versus the bad, and those 2 things are like it's not bad versus good. And I feel like that's kind of my take on this election. It's like there's no good guy here, there's no bad guy here. It's like there's bad and good aspects to both of the candidates and kind of what's playing out nationally. And I think there's also like, I mean, this is now not talking astrology, but more just thinking about the election from like my real world perspective. Like, I feel like there are a lot of kind of like movements going on to try to sway the election, and I think it's happening in both directions. Like, I would say like Elon is trying something that's never really been tried before, where he's like essentially taking like the biggest, like he's like the wealthiest person in the world, and he owns like a huge media platform, and he's actively endorsing, campaigning, and like putting money into a candidate. Like, for as much as anyone on that side of the spectrum wants to complain about like the legacy media being bought and like the New York Times being a propaganda machine, it's like that is what Elon's doing. Like, that is actively what Elon's doing. And so like I feel like you have that aspect that's new, and then I think the Democrats are also, as always, doing their shady shit, you know. I mean, whatever, to not get too conspiratorial, I just know a lot of people in Pennsylvania who've gotten weird texts telling them, like, incorrect polling places and shit like that. And, like, that's, in my opinion, the Democrats that are doing that, maybe the Republicans as well. But I feel like there's just, like, a lot of weird forces going on, and I think it kind of seems to me that both sides are kind of prepared to declare victory no matter what happens. And so, I don't know, at the beginning of the year when I was talking about the astrology, I said this election has, like, end of democracy vibes. I feel like that's kind of the vibe.
Yep.
Like, I don't know who's going to win.
Same. I have no prediction. It's a toss-up. Statistically, it's a toss-up. Like, there's no way of knowing.
But I think, like, in 2020, the style of Trump, like, you know, saying that the election was rigged, whatever, I think both sides are going to do that this time.
I actually don't...
That's my prediction. That's what I think is going to happen, is I think, like, they're both going to kind of be like, no, we actually won. And then there's going to be, like, narratives fighting. And it's like, I don't know what narrative will win. That's sort of what I think is going to happen. It's my prediction.
Yep.
What's your prediction?
Nothing. It's a toss-up. No idea. I don't even really know who I want to win. Like, I mean, the vibes in the Bay Area are going to be bad if Trump wins.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Like, this is the worst place for a Trump presidency. Like, we are the most insulated policy-wise.
Yeah.
But, like, just the libtards are going to be insufferable. They're going to be freaking out. They're, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if this was like new rise of wokeness, you know, like.
Yeah. Well, this is what I mean with like the elections that are happening right now. It's like the Democrats currently in Oakland have no one to blame but themselves. And so they do.
Yep.
But if you have like the literally Hitler evil orange man, like in the presidency, it doesn't matter if it's actually still the Democrats' fault what's happening in California, which it is.
Yeah, you can point to, oh, it's like the evil, it's some sort of weird national thing about the orange Cheeto man.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's I mean, it's just like creates such weird cognitive dissonance where like people here are the most angry and like scared about Trump while being like the least affected by anything that he would enact. And it's just like, it just makes it
like Berkeley
way lamer to
Berkeley
hang out.
declaring itself like a immigrant sanctuary town.
like
shit like
we
that.
knew, guys. Like,
yeah.
But, you know, wouldn't want to live anywhere else.
No,
I like it here.
Unfortunately, yeah, the politics and the housing prices and the crime and the homelessness are the only downsides.
Now,
but everything else is great. The food is great. The people are smart. The weather's
awesome.
great.
Yeah, people are really weird here, which is cool.
The nature's awesome. It's incredibly physically diverse.
Yep, so still bullish on the Bay Area regardless.
Bullish on the Bay Area. You can't stop us.
Yep, and that's why we're having a meeting.
Yeah.
A meetup.
Yep.
November 24th. We'll see if the election's decided by then. Who knows?
If we're still talking about the election, I'm going to be really pissed.
You're canceling the meetup.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay, anything else? I guess sign up for X subscriptions, because I think we're going to be doing that.
Yep.
I want to thank Jason. Jason has our editor and social media intern.
Yeah, he's done a bang-up job. He
did an incredible job. I feel like you can tell that the Hell Money account has been kind of taken over by him, and I love it. Like, it's just like the perfect vibe for the account. He's done such a good job.
Yeah, you don't want me or Aaron secretly posting on the Hell Money account.
No.
You want the social media intern, you know,
yeah,
vibes.
like making fun of, like making weird memes of Casey
Yeah.
and whatever. No, it's like so perfect. He's done such a good job. He's just been like the best. I mean, we started working with him at the beginning of this year. He's just the best. Follow him on Twitter or whatever. I don't even know what he wants, but yeah, just props to Jason.
Yep,
he was the real one throughout all of this.
Yep.
So, yeah.
All right, I think that's it.
That's all.
Thank you for joining us. Hopefully our condition does not deteriorate further by the time you see us in the next episode.
But no promises.
If there even is a next episode and we don't both die of fentanyl overdoses or something.
Right. They deplatform us.
Yeah, they deplatform us from life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You die in 2B2T, you die in real life.
That's right.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, stay posted for more puzzle games.
Yep. Yep. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Welcome back to All the Ungovernable Misfits. Today we have a very special episode for you.
Alright, you ungovernable misfits. I'm your host, AI Max, powered by Jordan. Everybody knows that Bitcoin is useless, but you know who else is? That British cunt that usually does this podcast. He's been sending voice notes of his wretched voice the past couple days, so I told him I'd save the day, while he whinged in the hospital. Hopefully that retard makes his return soon, because we have podcasts to do. Anyways, let's get started. Everybody knows that Bitcoin is useless, worthless, and doomed to fail. But what if everyone's wrong? What if it's the system that is doomed to fail? Join me as I speak to some of the brightest people in the space and slither to the deepest, darkest depths of the Bitcoin rabbit hole. Welcome back to the show. Today we have a special interview with Ashigaru. It is titled 100 Spears, 100 Pieces. You may be asking yourself, what does that mean? It comes from Asakura Toshikage. Around the year 1480, he wrote a 17-article house law. One excerpt stated, "Do not excessively covet swords and daggers made by famous masters." Even if you can own a sword or dagger worth 10,000 pieces, hiki, equivalent of 10 mon, it can be overcome by 100 spears each worth 100 pieces. Therefore, use the 10,000 pieces to procure 100 spears and arm 100 men with them. You can, in this manner, defend yourself in time of war. These words reflect the nature of this interview, and as it will become clear that this team is not in pursuit of the grandiose, but to build the spears that are accessible to the common users. Before we start, I want to thank every one of our listeners that are now listening on Podcasting 2.0 apps. The majority of the Misfits are on Fountain, but there are also others on AntennaPod, Podcast Guru, Podverse, and many others. So, if you haven't already, get yourself a new podcast app at podcastapps.com. Time, talent, and treasure are important parts of the show dynamic. Every time we get a misfit streaming some sats, boosting the episode, sending a paynim transaction, or dropping an XMR chat, it's a great feeling. So thank you for your treasure and returning value back to the show. If you have time to help out the show with things such as engaging on social media with a question, or helping spread the show to family and friends, that value is much appreciated. And don't forget, if you're an artist, come up with some evergreen art for the show. If you're a music producer, help us with some segment jingles for the Bitcoin Brief or Action News. We put the value out there in the form of this show and ask you to return, in kind, the value that you think it is worth. I also want to say a huge thank you to Foundation Devices. Foundation Devices help keep this show running, and they do things properly. Everything they do is fully open source. Their hardware is absolutely beautiful, and it is fuckwit resistant. I use this all the time. I have no issues with it. I don't manage to break it like everything else. It is piss easy to use. And that's what you want from your hardware. You don't want to be worrying, getting scared, and making mistakes with your life savings. You can use their companion app, Envoy, which makes labeling very simple. You can do backups that are encrypted, so you keep all of your labels, or you can use this with Sparrow. It really is the best hardware out there. And if you are scared to do this by yourself, you can go to any of the guides out there that make it very simple. They have them all on the website as well. And if even that is too much for you, you can pay an extra $99 and you can have Bitcoin Q&A himself hold your hand and walk you through the process. Check them out at foundation.xyz/ungovernable for $10 off a Foundation passport. On December 16th, Foundation is going beyond the hardware wallet and venturing into the realm of personal security. Join them on the 16th for a live stream at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and see how they are going to revolutionize the space. And last but not least, the newest partner of the Ungovernable Misfits team, which is Cake Wallet. They support a lot of grassroots projects in the Bitcoin and Monero ecosystems, and we thank them for adding us to that stable. For those of you who actually use Bitcoin and actually care about their privacy and security, Cake Wallet make it incredibly simple for you to live outside of the traditional financial system. You can use Cake Pay within the app to buy gift cards for food, petrol, and whatever else you might need day to day. You can use silent payments, and of course, you can use Monero. You can connect both Bitcoin and Monero nodes, use coin control, and this team are constantly innovating. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me, but check them out at cakewallet.com. Download the APK and start using this today on Mac, Windows, Linux, iPhone, or of course, your Android device. So, how was AI Max? Was the intro good? How were the sponsor bits? Let me know in the boosts, and as always, enjoy the show.
Hello? You can hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, thanks for coming on, mate.
No problem, sure.
I just wanted to mention to the listeners that the person I'm speaking to will be using a voice changer for this discussion. This is to protect their identity, and this is extremely sad. The people who build the tools and protect others are attacked and falsely labelled as criminals. The real criminals are the ones writing the laws, attacking good people, eroding our freedoms, spying on us and stealing our time. We wouldn't need these tools to protect us if it wasn't for these parasites. But here we are, and I wanted to say before we jump in, regardless of how privacy advocates like you are labelled, to me, and I'm sure I speak for my listeners as well, what you're doing is incredible, and we're grateful for what you've built. Welcome to the show.
On behalf of rest of the Ashigaru open source project, thank you for taking time to listen to what we have to say and appreciate time to be invited onto your podcast. Thank you.
What shall I call you? Ashigaru Dev or?
Ashigaru Dev, that is fine. But there are more than one, but for this conversation, it is fine.
Okay, cool. I want to respect your privacy, so if at any point I ask a question that you're not comfortable with or that in any way could jeopardize the project, you just tell me, and I'll make sure that that bit is taken out. I want to say a big thank you from me and all the listeners for coming on. It's a great honor to have you on here. I believe this is the first podcast you've done, and it's something that I've discussed a lot on the Bitcoin Briefs with Q&A and behind the scenes with many others. There's been this massive void since everything happened with Samurai, and once we saw Ashigaru Wallet pop up, there was a little glimmer of hope in what otherwise was very, very dark. It's been lovely for me as someone who has used Samurai Wallet from pretty much the beginning of getting into Bitcoin to see what you've done and how things have changed is really, really nice. Like, there's a nostalgia about it, but there are some serious upgrades as well. I've been using it on testnet just to have a play around. A lot of the post-mix spend stuff, a lot of the like warnings that you've put in there, the updates to pay NIMs and everything else. So I just want to stress to anyone listening to this, this is not just a carbon copy. There's a lot of work clearly that's gone into this, and I've really, really enjoyed using it. So I guess before we sort of go any further, what's the reason for you doing what you've done and sticking your neck out? And I understand it's not just you, there are others as well, but yeah, what's led you to create Ashigaru Wallet?
So really we are just like you. We Samurai users for like long time already, many years, and for many years, you know, many of us are Java devs, Java developer, or have familiarity with Kotlin, and we would sometimes, even for previous releases, make changes for ourselves on the wallet, like small things. Before like stealth update, we would do small things like change logo on the app, this kind of thing. So for us, we have some familiarity with the application, but obviously when the development team stopped, we realized that there were some things in the application that it is, how to say, they not work so well with these services that now not there anymore. So for us, we can make some small improvements and hopefully some bigger improvements in the future, but really we just start to do this for ourselves first, and then we later realize that maybe other people will find this useful too. And then after that we make websites, but we had already called ourselves Ashigaru as more like joke between ourselves, from me and my friends, the other developers. Two things I would point out or highlight for your listeners is that yes, we make some improvements and do changes in the wallet. This is our work. But secondly, there is also still Samurai work in the wallet that other people had not seen. And Samurai, they develop in quite open way. So if you have copy of their GitHub or their GitLab, you could take copy and you could compile app before it is even fully released. For things like the postmix send screen, these things actually Samurai had already built, but we were able to bring them to life, and for users to then use it directly. We make other changes like around Dojo connection and paynims, but there is also still much work from Samurai in our website, in our application here, that yes, it has an Ashigaru brand name, but much work from both teams.
Yeah,
And one of the big reasons I wanted to have this discussion was, Ashigaru has talked about that because you don't have such a large online presence, and it doesn't seem to me like you use any social media or anything like that. It was really for me to bring to as many people attention as possible that, there is this incredible wallet that can be used now. It does have some really, really nice features on it. My hope is to build some trust because, yes, this is open source, and anyone who's technically minded or very technically minded, they could review the code and they can be comfortable that, okay, there's nothing malicious here, and they're not going to cause themselves any problems. But for many fuckwits like me who have absolutely no skills as a developer, can barely read English, let alone code, we have to rely on other people. We have to build up some trust over time, and that's something that I built up with the Samurai community and developers. And I think a lot of people are sat probably on the sidelines because, unlike me, don't have someone like Q&A who I can just go and pick their brains constantly, or others behind the scenes who I can pick their brains and say, look, is this good? Like, am I endangering myself here? And I think people will be sort of waiting. And I just wanted there to be the opportunity for you guys to have this discussion and people to know that, okay, we might not know who the human beings behind this are, but they are here for a reason. And I don't know, maybe you could elaborate a little bit on the reasons you're doing what you're doing and ways maybe that people can build trust in what you're doing.
This was good reason to come onto your podcast. Some weeks ago we came under attack, possibly DDoS, like bot attack on our site. And we were not aware immediately, but we saw even on social media that some people were already concerned that maybe we were disappearing just because website was no longer there for a short period of time. So we understand that we can describe what we are about on the website, but sometimes people also do not always read. We write blog posts. We spend quite a lot of time use AI to make English sound better. We know that is important to get like legitimacy in project, but also we think that if people hear on podcasts that there is actual human beings behind project, they will get more comfort. This will take time. We are not in huge rush. We are already actually quite encouraged by what people say and reaction. It is actually better than we expected, so we hope that more people will use, but we also understand that this will take time. We listened to podcast before, Watchman Privacy, and this is first time I have listened to that podcast, but as they do podcast about Ashigaru, about trust, I will say that pretty much everything that they say in that podcast is good advice for a new user. If you are not comfortable, do not use the wallet. If you have familiarity with code, then you should get comfort sooner. If not, but you know someone else that can review code, then maybe you use it. Maybe you try it with testnet, then you try with mainnet, and then you get more comfort. The other thing that we saw, which we were actually quite surprised, is that a user on X, John, I think French person, he did AI code review of wallet. Now this AI code review is not perfect. In fact, it highlighted that us using Tor only was security issue potentially. In our next update, we will be making wallet even more dependent on Tor. But nevertheless, the AI code review managed to break down many of the changes that we made to the original code base very accurately. And you can get a much better idea of what risk is from various change we make in the wallet. It is not just if we malicious. It is also if we are actually good coders. That is also a risk that users have to think, but it will take time. And if we do more good releases and the releases offer a good functionality to our users, then we have no doubt that we will build up more faith in the wallet and the team, even if those users do not know who we are. But it is probably obvious to you because you can hear my voice now. I'm not me personally. I am not part of Samurai communities. We just use the wallet ourselves. Even if I did put my actual name out here, it would not make difference anyway because no one would know me. So really, it is the same risk. New team, you have to preserve faith. But this time, if you have faith in development team, you now trust PGP key and work that comes and is signed from PGP key, not just by real person name.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's perfect, and what the guys at Watchmen did was great, breaking it down in that way. I like to think, at least, if people are sat on the sidelines and maybe people listening to this, that they would feel comfort in the fact that other people are viewing this who we know very well. They can run it in testnet and have a play around, and then it just comes down to time is the only other factor. Trust will be built over time as the good work goes out there, but I have to say I've been really impressed. It's been really nice to be using this, and the changes that you talked about, like when I'm going onto the send screen, that's a big improvement. I think you might have said, or someone might have said to me, that that was actually work that was already in the hopper from Samurai and that you guys have pushed, but having the nextblock.is thing in there and like a breakdown of how you're doing a spend and all this kind of stuff is just really slick. It's a big improvement.
Thank you. It is very good to have such feature because we can add to that feature even later with extra warnings as users use it. So for us, it is good because we do not have to think of completely new feature. We can add to something already existing and still give users a wallet that they are familiar with in terms of the way it works. I would say in terms of the work we did the most, it was mostly around syncing for importing wallet because we were concerned with connections you make via a BIP47. We improve this flow and we make it so that users can migrate as much as possible. So this is probably the work we spend most time getting right, and we actually feel we make quite few improvements over Samurai app there.
You definitely have. I was actually saying this to someone the other day. It felt a lot smoother and quicker, and the other thing that I noticed was you seem to have removed the fees, the connection fees. So I connected to a couple of paynims and did some test transactions, and I was like, oh, these fees look really, really low. And it was just a minor fee.
Yes, we follow example of Sparrow. It is also serves as encouragement for users to go to Ashigaru because we want to encourage users to come from Samurai. So give small monetary incentive for them to move over and give more consistent user experience with other similar wallets.
It's just the little touches, that was something I noticed that makes quite a big difference if you're connecting to lots of people, and being able to label them was another thing where I was like, oh, that's a nice feature. I'm sure that wasn't possible in the Samurai that I was running. Not having to remember, oh, who was that again? What was that paynim? It's nice just to be able to put your own notes on there. And just the paynims in general, I think they're fun, they're cool. I like that they're different. It's refreshing.
We are proud of resident artists that do Pepe hash paynim. I think he used to use rare Pepes from many, many years ago in Bitcoin, and this inspired for replacement paynim. We were actually quite nervous of moving new paynim scheme, but we could not replicate the old scheme. We tried. It is server-side logic as far as we can understand. Even though much of the code there was open source, the actual algorithm for selecting image and name we could not replicate. So for us, we improve labeling on NYM so you can have both new and old name to assist users with migration. That is why we spend time doing the label improvement there.
Yeah, that makes sense. I had a question on that actually. As I was doing it, I was like, you know how you have like the separate website where people would go and claim their paynims? Is there any way that you could search paynims directory within the wallet at any point? So if I knew someone, if someone's, I don't know, Cheerful Frog or something like that, I can start searching that and then it would come up with their paynim and I could connect.
We would like to improve our UX around PayNYM more. I think we could make improvement for searching. I would be reluctant to do website in app because in app Tor browser is a little not so responsive for users' experience. But yes, this is definitely something we would like to do.
Yeah, that would be cool. Because paynims are just, it always surprised me how few people outside the sort of Samurai wallet and now obviously Ashigaru groups, how few people actually use it, and it's so nice once you're connected to someone. It's so much easier than fucking around with QR codes and sending new addresses and all this kind of stuff. And then how are you going to send it? You know, you're going to do it over something that maybe might not be secure. It's just so much slicker and so much nicer.
When we begin this project, Samurai have many different services. We could not do obviously everything, but when we looked at the wallet and what we could preserve, we were most worried about paynims. Last month, Samurai URL or the paynim.is expire, no longer under their control. So we worried that with that gone, users would use BIP47 even less, because paynim really helped BIP47 UX. But what we do is we actually buy, after expiry, old paynim server, not paynim server, paynim URL, and direct it to our new paynim server. This will help preserve wallets that still keep old connection. We can have that and ensure that they still have paynims functional in wallet like Sparrow.
Yeah, that's very nice. And sort of along the lines of BIP47, have you got any thoughts around potentially adding silent payments? Again, a lot of the Samurai community aren't so keen on them. They do prefer BIP47, but I kind of look at it as like, it's also a useful tool. Is it something you would ever have interest in?
We actually had email from developer who offered to build silent payments into Ashigaru, and he said, would we be ready to accept it? Our response, we do not really look into silent payments. There is not much adoption and we do not see much use. But we asked this developer, but why do you want to add silent payments to the wallet? And response is mostly because it is additional tool. But this is not reason to add new functionality into the wallet just because it is other tool. For us, what we are interested in is what does it actually bring to the user? Let me put this other way. Rather than looking at how you put solution in, you think first, what is your problem? So BIP47, it is not perfect, but maybe if you have problem with BIP47, you can think, how would you solve that problem rather than adding whole new protocol? So if you do not like doing connection transaction, maybe contribute code to our wallet that would not need connection transaction, and maybe make use of Soroban server for communication, for storing data. If, for example, you like to use cold wallet with BIP47, which is not straightforward now, maybe you could look at pairing information between online wallet, like online Ashigaru, and Sentinel wallet. You could do that. That would give you functionally many of what would be potentially problems with BIP47 now. Secondly, if we were to add to BIP47, can you imagine what that would look like in the app? I do not know, but it is extra UX work for sure. We now have two different payment schemes. The user will potentially get confused as to which one to use under which circumstance, which user uses which tool. Do we do type, logo, or avatar, as we call it, for silent payments? I do not know, but you can tell these are actually quite big questions when you look at how it would apply to mobile app. So for us, this is more our approach. It is not issue with silent payments, although it is also has downside. It is more, what can we add to the wallet right now that gives user meaningful change?
It makes sense. And also, if someone wants to use silent payments, they can spin up another wallet and they can do that in there. I understand what you mean. It's nice to have something that's clean. If someone is thinking about these sort of things and, like you said, working on making some changes so that things would run smoother and they're experienced, what's the best way for someone like that to potentially reach out and collaborate with you guys?
Sure. We like the way this developer contacted us. He requests access to our Gitia. We give him online account, and then we say to him, you can look at issues that other users have already raised. There is none now. I will be clear at the moment, no issues yet. But if users start to raise issues, or even if developer want to contribute code, everything should start with issue first. Identify issue, set up account on our Gitia. When you identify issue, you then propose solution. We can then discuss, and then if you provide code, provide pull request, we can then look to integrate. But better to do it that way than expect us to just accept code contribution because we have our own plans with the wallet. And unlike Samurai, we do not have as open development process. And this is because we feel that it opens you up to more competition, more attack. We need to keep these, how do you say, like cards close to your chest on some. Although all our code will be open, and when we release application, it will always be open source. What we plan and what we do first, we keep this within small team only, and this team will not change. We are many, many years, we know each other. We will not accept outsiders.
So at the moment when someone's downloading Ashigaru, you've got to do that through the Tor browser, fully understand why you do it that way. Is there any way that you can see the amount of users that you have when it's done that way compared to using something like F-Droid or anything like that? Is there a way that you can see how many users you're actually getting on board?
Actually, with Gitea, even you can see how many downloads of application has been made. Last I checked, it is almost 3,000 downloads of application. We cannot actually see how many users or how often users use the wallet because we have no tracking, but this is already encouraging that there is this many users. The other potential way which we could understand how many users are using the wallet is to look at how many Paynim claim. Not every user will claim Paynim, but there will be some. And we can guess from there how many active users there are in the wallet.
3,000's a lot. I have to say I'm quite surprised with that. That's a lot of downloads.
I promise you that we have not been downloading from our own website to pump numbers.
That's very encouraging to hear. And like you say, there are other ways to track it, like the Paynims. That's very, very cool.
It is not easy way to download app. We actually reach out to developer of a Crescent app. It is app that is bundled with Graphene OS. Actually, this Graphene OS on social media say we should use this app rather than complex download instructions. But we email them. They initially respond, then ignore us for the last 2 months. So we are not that hopeful that we will get onto Central App Store. We rely on users either using Tor browser to get application or download from other source, such as being sent over Messenger. But of course, if the user receives from a friend or from location that is not from our site, they have to be much, much more careful with APK. They should check with signature on our website and verify that it is verified. But for the moment, I suspect that it will be not available on Central App Store for much time.
And this Central App Store that you said isn't responding to you, is that the App Store separately, or is that Graphene that aren't responding to you?
We have not reached out to Graphene. Graphene bundles other App Store that works well with Graphene's security model. It is a very, very small App Store. Developer did say it is kind of closed. I don't know if closed beta, but it is not ready yet for many, many apps. But still, it would seem to us that this is perfect fit for Ashigaru because we are obviously not going to go to Google Play Store. We provide custom Paynim for Graphene OS as well and make sure that they are visible to be donated to as we use their phones for our testing.
Okay. And how does that work now? In the olden days, when you wanted a custom Paynim, you just reached out to Samurai. Is it the same now? Someone would try and reach out to you guys, or is there a different way of doing it?
We do initial batch of custom Paynims for open source projects and like charity, just to be fair and provide some continuity. For new users that want custom, they can reach out, they can email us at our contact details. We will probably get them to do verification that they control address, but we are quite open to, within reason, giving users custom Paynim. What I will say though is if we have contribution from people in community, we'd like to thank them with custom Paynim. We ask our resident artists to do custom Pepe hash. We are very proud, so if you would like, as I thank you for inviting us to your podcast, we would be honored to give you custom Pepe. We have already got in draft custom Pepe for users that do video guides like BTC sessions. We had very, very nice, beautiful paynim for him. And also Ketan, he do video guide for running dojo. We do custom paynim for him as well. So we will do this over next few days.
That's awesome. Well, I appreciate that. I would love to have the custom paynim. And I would just say to anyone who is going to reach out to the Ashigaru team, if you are requesting a paynim and maybe you haven't done anything to donate to the project, it'd be worth sending some sats their way for the work they're doing. So if you're going to ask for something like that, just make sure you donate. We touched on it just briefly there, talking about Catan and his guide running a dojo. I had a message. Would they consider running a centralized dojo in the future for users unable to run a node? I think I probably know the answer to this, but I'm asking it anyway.
We will not normally say what we will do or not do for this project, but for Central Dojo, it is not something we will do. We like how to say. It is problem in our wallet at the moment that user has to have their own dojo. We are aware we cost ourselves many, many users by not having easy connection to already existing dojo. What I will say though, we are not against users connecting to dojos that they do not host themselves if they are comfortable with risk. What we would like to see, it cannot be us, but what we would like to see is maybe federation or community of dojo that is run, possibly being even charged for. If we could provide selection of dojos in different jurisdiction or through certain trusted LM, this would be acceptable for Ashigaru, but we will not run website like that. We will not be involved in running nodes. We do not want to be centralization risk for our users. So if we disappear, they have different provider for their node. But also if their provider for their node disappear, they still have a wallet and can maybe move to other dojo, but it not all go at the same time.
I think that's very wise. I assumed you would say that. If someone's listening and they don't have a friend or family member who's already running a dojo, what would be your recommendation in terms of hardware? I know a lot of people are just running vanilla dojo on Nook or like these little mini PCs and things like that. Because anyone who's listened to this show long enough will know I've had a lot of issues in the past, either running on hardware that wasn't up to scratch or having hardware failures on vanilla dojos and Ronin dojos. What I'd like is that someone who listens to this episode who thinks, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to actually set myself up with a dojo, I'm going to start using this. I want them just to do it once and not have any problems. What would be your recommendation?
We like our mini PC or laptop or even larger desktop PC. These are the best hardware for dojo. These can be old hardware, not necessary for new machine. Can be 5, many years old, it is okay. Just have to be more powerful really than maybe like Raspberry Pi. We find that not really powerful enough, and it also affect wallet too. Wallet make many calls to dojo. If dojo is slow, not responsive, affect wallet UX. If for like me, my electricity is not the most reliable, I run dojo on laptop, on ThinkPad laptop, because it includes battery. But if your electricity is very reliable, then no need laptop. Just run mini computer, mini server, or desktop computer. This is fine.
Yeah, all these little Eton power supply things for if the electricity drops, if you're running like a little mini PC. That's what I was running on my Tanto. Had one of those plugged in. It's always a good thing to have. So basically, you don't need to go crazy on the hardware, but you're going to want to upgrade to like 1 terabyte NVMe or something like that. 2 terabyte.
Actually, yes, 2 terabytes, because if you have desktop OS, not server like GUI OS, more space. Fulcrum, much more space. 2 terabytes required, maybe total cost, good deal, $300 equivalent, but maybe 400. But you should not need to spend more time with more money than that.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's good advice. As you said, if you have a friend or family member or someone you trust who's running one and you can link to that, consider that just while you start using it. That's what I'm doing currently.
We would like to see pre-built nodes supporting Dojo more or better. We have emailed Umbrel. We have emailed MyNode to ask them, can you please update your Dojo version? It is so old. It caused problem. It leads to bad experience in wallet. we get no response. This is other reason we do podcasts today. It is to tell users that if you have problem with you are existing customer of these providers, please, if you are in their Telegram group or their forum, please, if you want it, you raise it with them. We have tried, but we have been ignored.
Have you tried with Start 9 yet?
We have not. It is a good node.
I've tried a couple of times, and I think the response was, we're looking at it and that it might be in their sort of community app layer thing. But that would be a good one. That's what I'm running at the moment. A lot of people are running Start 9, and it's pretty good. I found it pretty decent, so it'd be nice to see that in there. But like you say, the Umbral one that's in there is fucking useless. And my node I haven't tried for a long time, but I think I had similar issues with that. So, I think ideal world, if someone is a heavy user, they should probably just think about building something that is purpose-built and just does one job and does it properly. But it would definitely open you up to more people if something like a Start 9 had it. I'll mention it again.
Thank you. We try very hard on documentation to make it as easy to follow as possible. Our original GitHub with Dojo documentation can be challenging for a user, so we run through, but our BTC sessions guide, Catan guide, almost follow our guide to the same level. These are not easy, but it is possible for anyone that is motivated.
I can confirm, I am so fucking technically illiterate, and I've managed it in the past, so 99% of the listeners here are going to be more technical than me and could easily do it. It's not that hard. If people like me aren't that techie, is there any way that they can help the project? Can they contribute in some way other than the technical side? You mentioned you've got someone working on artwork. Is there anything else that you need?
User issue, like bug, like question, this is what we need. We have come across users make comments on social media about us, most of the time positive, but in some cases users or non-users probably say questions or make allegation. Please, if you want answer, do not post on social media for answer. Just email the project if you see issue. Get added to our Gitea. If you write issue, if you send email, we may not do everything that you ask, but we will always respond at least. This is our method. We think this is reasonable. But user bugs, user issues, these are all useful things. Obviously, donations to the project are appreciated, but this is not expected. It is appreciated, but not expected. Most useful for us is that we get a user feedback and directly to us as soon as possible, and then we can look at it.
What do you think Samurai Wallet and T-Dev would think of your project?
I think we are all nervous of what they feel. We hope they see this as a monument to their work. We do not want to market ourselves as improved Samurai or better Samurai or anything like that. Everything we build here is standing on shoulders of the giants. This is what we hope they see. Maybe when they get through their problem, we will hear what they think. But everything that we do here, we are sensitive to the legacy that they leave to be with us. So we hope, but we cannot know. We do not know them.
I'm sure they would be very impressed with what you guys have done, and I'm sure we'll find out soon. And I'd like to just point anyone who's listening now, just a reminder to use #FreeSamurai in your posts to raise awareness, and there's a link in the show notes if you want to donate. It's a very important cause. When I was first getting involved in using Samurai Wallet, early days, Samurai had a lot of haters. Probably the most impressive haters I've seen. One of the things that was thrown at them, it was explained to me that this really wasn't so much of an issue, but was reproducible builds. Is your app reproducible?
We leave reproducible instructions on our Gitea. It should be as an app, reproducible, but I will explain some further things to consider. Number one, for us, it is probably easier to be reproducible than for Samurai, because some challenges with reproducibility were because maybe APK on Play Store, not exactly the same as APK on GitLab or APK release in F-Droid. For us, APK only from one source, no play, no other signature, much easier to be reproducible. However, one thing that we saw when we were looking at reception as of our app, as to how people felt, we see users look at reproducibility. Some users say able to reproduce, others have criticism. We realized that one component of our code included pre-compiled binary. It is not risk from our perspective, it is not a problem, but because it exists on our development environment, we did not see that that library would be problem for reproduce. But work being done at the moment for the next release will read the components of that code, so users will not need to see existing binary. What I mean here is that if users were not entirely happy about our reproducibility steps, we will have improvements. But also, if the users still are not happy on 1.1 version, then they should email us, not talk about it on social media, where we will not see and where we cannot answer questions.
Yeah, definitely. One more question, which again, I think I know the answer, but I keep getting asked it. Whirlpool, is there any chance that you or somebody else, or any ideas or different ways of doing something so that somebody who opens up the app and doesn't already have post-mix could experience the pure joy of actually having privacy in Bitcoin? Because there is a massive hole that has been left. When I'm advising people for privacy on Bitcoin, it is a lot more complicated than it was just a few months ago. Are there ideas that you guys have to help people break links and not be tracked going forward?
There are two questions here mainly. I will start with the last one now. Without Whirlpool, privacy for the on-chain Bitcoin is difficult. To break links, it is not as reliable now that we do not have Whirlpool. There are many ways which users can still break links, but they do not have the same properties as something like Whirlpool. You can use Monero and do atomic swap, even though Samurai's atomic swap app is no longer working. There is also other non-custodial atomic swap app for the Bitcoin and Monero, which users can use. The other thing that we would encourage is for users to use peer-to-peer coin joins, which, although they may not break links entirely as well as Whirlpool, when we create Ashigaru, I say earlier we want to provide incentive for users to move from Samurai to Ashigaru. Before, I mentioned no payment fee. Also, because we host Soroban server, users can do quick and easy peer-to-peer coin joins. These should not be forgotten about. They should be used with existing postmix. Plus, they can also be used in conjunction with a wallet that is being used in many, many peer-to-peer transactions where you are not providing details or you are not feeling that environment is hostile for surveillance. These peer-to-peer coin joins are very, very useful when used subsequent or prior to atomic swap. Now, to your first question on Whirlpool, we are mostly front-end dev. We already have quite much work with existing wallet and to make improvements on wallet. We will not say never, but to do something like Whirlpool, to host, to operate service, plus to maintain mobile app, this is quite a lot. We obviously use Whirlpool ourselves. We would like to see Whirlpool in an app, but we also have to think carefully about too much centralization with our team if we are doing app plus operating Whirlpool server, etc., etc. We hope that other developers and contributors can continue different parts of Stack over the next few months, next few years. For example, the Dojo project, the Samurai Dojo project, it has nothing to do with Ashigaru. We will use it. We will stay compatible with it. We will make sure the wallet keeps up to date with connecting to Dojo, but entirely separate project staffed by former Samurai wallet developer. Similarly, Sentinel project, also independent project, former Samurai developer, they continue this on. In ideal world, we will see, but we would like to see OXT come back. Plus, we would like to see Whirlpool, and maybe we could connect to Whirlpool, but we are concerned that if we were to do too much, if for whatever reason we disappear, it leaves once again big hole in the space. But we will see how this goes. It is challenging.
No, that makes total sense. I like the idea of it being more decentralized, and we've all seen anyone who actually used Bitcoin and actually transacted this hole in everyone's privacy and security and spending was massive. I mean, to the point where when people are asking me now, oh, well, how do I transact privately with Bitcoin? I'm like, if you're new, pretty much just use Monero and switch in and out. If you're relatively sophisticated, use some of the spending tools that you've got in Ashigaru and other wallets. Use your collaborative transactions. There's some clever stuff you can do with Lightning for sending, but it's also easy to fuck yourself up. And when people really actually need to make sure that they're not being tracked, I worry basically about just like giving this elaborate, do this, then do that, but make sure you've got this, and you're going to fuck yourself if you don't do this and they're a new user.
It is challenging.
It makes me look back and just think how lucky we were. We were blessed that, you know, from the beginning of me getting into Bitcoin, I could use those tools, and it would be great to see them come back. Until then, we all have to tread a bit carefully, but I suppose, I wanted to just round things out by again thanking you and your team for sticking your head above the parapet and building what you're building. I really enjoyed using it and testing it. I'll continue doing that. Hopefully we can keep the conversation open. Hopefully some people listen to this and want to do some testing as well. But again, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you so much. One thing that we will do, we discuss in team, we will open source our image assets, provide the SVG files. So if you want to use logo, if you feel more comfortable with Ashigaru, we appreciate underground marketing. We cannot do this ourselves. We will not be doing this, but we do not want shills. We do not want people telling people that they're not ready for our wallet to use our wallet. But if you feel comfortable, if you enjoy the wallet, we appreciate spreading the message, because as developers, we like our code to be used. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining me, and hopefully we will speak again soon. If any listeners have any questions, reach out on the email. If you have any bugs or any issues you find, don't go onto social media and bleat on there. That's not what we want. We want to try and help and build this project. So, yeah, thanks again, mate. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed that. If your interest is piqued, consider using a Tor connection to access ashigaru.rs and download the APK. We are working on creating a meetup presentation that guides users to get started with a testnet 4 wallet on Ashigaru. Depositing coins from testnet fountains, claiming and adding paynims, coin control, spending tools, etc. If you would like to present this to your local meetup, hit us up at ungovernablecrew@protonmail.com. And if you haven't already checked out the website, ungovernablemisfits.com, it's well worth taking a look. We have articles, podcasts, clothing, and artwork. Thanks again for all the support. Thank you, Ashigaru Dev, for trusting us with your team's message, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Welcome everyone to our OpTech deep dive on channel depletion research. Today we have Renee Picard and Christian Decker joining myself and Dave Harding to dig in on Renee's recent Delving Bitcoin post. Renee, you posted to Delving a post titled Channel Depletion, LN Topology, Cycles, and Rational Behavior of Nodes. In it, you present evidence to explain the high rates of channel depletion that we see on the Lightning Network. We had you on in podcast 309, and you mentioned you were writing a paper titled A Mathematical Theory of Payment Channel Networks. And it looks like since then you've published that paper, or a version of that paper at least. And in this Delving post, you reference that paper along with 2 Python notebooks that support your research. I know this is a deep dive, and Christian and Dave will have some deeper, astute questions. But maybe summarize briefly for the audience your recent work to give the audience a bit of context.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the invitation. So what I have been doing is I was trying to understand why payments on the Lightning Network occasionally fail, even though nodes doing really good and smart work to try making attempts of payments over and over. And I was trying to understand the mathematics of the Lightning Network topology. And one new angle to look at this is to study wealth distributions. So every node and every participant in the Lightning Network has a certain amount of Bitcoins that they bring to the Lightning Network, and they allocate this to payment channels. And then within the payment channels, the money can be split among participants and it can be routed through the network. But the bottom line is whenever a payment has been conducted successfully, the wealth distribution in the entire network has changed. And it turns out that studying just the set of feasible wealth distributions is a much more natural way to looking at this, to express things mathematically, and from that we can derive certain things. And yes, one thing that turned out that was possible for us to study is why channels actually deplete on the network. And I think that's what I posted on Delving Bitcoin and where we're doing the deep dive today.
Yeah, so it seems like the real headline of this post is you found a very interesting correlation that you didn't expect, and a very strong correlation. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so a couple of years ago, there was a paper dropped on the Lightning Dev mailing list that already said if the network has a somewhat stable state and they derived a Markov model, there should be a spanning tree of channels that have a uniform distribution of liquidity and the rest of the channels should be depleted. And when I did my research from a very different perspective, from this geometric perspective, I basically reproduced the same finding and the same result. And that I found very, very interesting because at that time, the Markov model-based paper, I found interesting, but I thought the assumptions in there were not perfectly fitting what is happening in the dynamics of the network. But now we have a situation where we can see this. And again, it starts with studying the wealth distributions. If you have the smallest possible Lightning network that you could have, which is just one payment channel, and you assume every wealth distribution is equally likely, well, then every state in the payment channel is equally likely, because every state corresponds exactly one wealth distribution. And the same holds true if you don't do one payment channel, but a tree of payment channels, because the argument basically follows true. But as soon as I include a circle into the network, what happens is that I can do a circular rebalancing, so I have several states that now belong to the same wealth distribution. So what this shows is that the existence of circles allow us to have more network states than we have wealth distributions. And then the question is, what is the liquidity state that is most likely to occur given a certain wealth distribution? Because payments are, as said before, always a change in wealth distribution. And one part that is in the paper that is very fundamental was the observation that when I present the topology of the Lightning Network, just what you see from Gossip, and a given wealth distribution, you can solve an integer linear program that gives you the liquidity state. But it just, at that time, gave me one particular liquidity state, and that was proof enough to say this wealth distribution is feasible. But when you then say you want the liquidity state that optimizes the fee potential of the network, which I showed in the blog post is a reasonable assumption, well, then it encodes the dynamics that goes on when people make payments. So for example, people who want to send a payment, they try to find a cheap payment route. And what happens is that money in the network starts to circulate around. So for example, Dave, if I want to send money to you, it could very well happen that my node decides to find a path routing through Christian. But when Christian wants to send me back the same sats, if we have circles, Christian might find a route that goes over Mike to you, right? So in that sense, we four people interacting with each other, we might all go in a circular direction, well, and then all the channels deplete. Whereas, again, if we had a spanning tree, well, Christian would be forced to use the same path back to me or to you. Yes. So the existence of circles and the fact that the fees are asymmetric on channels, they use that money circulates around the network and the circulations produce a depletion.
So I guess we're already pretty much into the results themselves. For my own understanding, I had to chew on this quite a few times. So my question was mostly to maybe take a step back and argue, why are we looking at wealth distributions in the first place? What are these wealth distributions? Are they constant? Are we moving between these? And what characteristics are they showing of the underlying graph is maybe something that we should address first before extrapolating stuff from it.
I'm not entirely sure if I understand everything about your question, but maybe I start and then you could ask me back. The wealth distribution is basically the amount of Satoshis every user on the Lightning Network owns. So let's say
it's an equivalence class of different states where where every person has a fixed number of Satoshis. But it's an equivalence class because we don't really care about it's on channel A or channel B. All we actually care about is the total sum, I guess, right?
Yeah, so it's the total sum of outbound liquidity that a node has, and this is computed for every node. And again, if you do a circular rebalancing, that's exactly the equivalence class that you mentioned, that I also described in the paper that I used in the proof of saying something is going on there. Yes.
So why are we looking at them? Are we staying in the same wealth distributions, or are we looking how we move from one wealth distribution to another?
So the observation is whenever you want to make a payment, it's a change in wealth distribution. So I have a certain wealth, and if I want to pay you, that means my wealth decreases by the payment amount and your wealth increases by the payment amount. And for this calculation, I ignore the routing fees because they are neglectable in comparison to the payment amounts usually. And what this also means is that the wealth of the routing nodes stays the same because some Satoshis flow in on one channel and they are flowing out on another channel. So the observation is every payment that is being conducted is a change in wealth distribution. And then the question to decide whether a payment is feasible or not can be decided by understanding is a wealth distribution feasible given the topology of the network, which puts constraints on how wealth can actually be distributed on the network. I think the example that I brought last time in the podcast is where I mentioned, Christian, if you and I have a channel, yes, I can forward some Satoshis to you by transferring some of my wealth to your channel, and you can conserve your wealth by forwarding the Satoshis on another channel, but the Satoshis in our channel always stay between you and me unless we do an on-chain transaction. Whereas if you do on-chain transactions, well, then I can send my Satoshis to anybody.
Yeah, exactly. So essentially what we are doing is we are in a certain wealth distributions, then some payments are performed, changing the wealth distribution in which we are, and your research is all around looking at what is feasible inside of these graphs, what the extreme limits are and what the stable situations are. Circles, for example, are one such stable situation where if we all send in around the same circle, then we stay in the same wealth distribution.
Yes.
And some wealth distributions I expect are impossible to achieve. Why would that, for example, be?
Well, if you and I maintain a payment channel, the wealth distribution in which David gets all the bitcoins in the world is impossible because the Satoshis in our channel can't move to David. In the off-chain payment channel network, of course, right? If we do on-chain transactions, it's different. But on-chain, technically, everybody could just send their bitcoins to David.
Exactly. On-chain, we don't have these limitations, but off-chain, with this tool of wealth distributions, we can actually find what the limits of the network are, and that's very much what you're looking at.
And maybe
the whole depletion and cycles and spanning trees, those are essentially networks thought for hundreds of years or hundreds of operations until they reach a certain stable situation, right?
And maybe to just make the example from the last example not so extreme is, Christian, if you and I have a channel, it's impossible that we both send away all our money. Because if I want to send away all my money, then you have to have some. And if you also want to send away all your money, well, then I have to have some, right? And I mean, it's very reasonable that two users was just at least for a moment want to send away all their money. But that's impossible if they maintain a channel. And yes, then the question is, what kind of phenomena emerge across these channels? And can we make use of the fact that these phenomena emerge? So, for example, the entire point about depletion is that a lot of people assume that it exists because money flows from source nodes to sink nodes to the network. But what I showed in the Delving Bitcoin post is that if you have a network where you assume that every node receives and sends the same amount of bitcoins over time, so a perfect circular economy, then in this particular graph that I showed, all channels will deplete, it's still possible that everybody can pay each other because everybody still has some satoshis, right? The wealth distribution allows that money can flow from one person to another, but all the channels in the network are depleted because the regular channels that people will try first are the cheap ones. Well, you won't find a payment route on this channel, then you have to basically go the other way around. You undeplete the channel a little bit, but the next payment that is being made will just deplete the channel again, right? So channels will just stagger against the again.
Yeah, so depletion sounds relatively negative, right? But is it a signal for us that we need to change something as node operators? Do we need to add more funds because evidently funds were being sent one direction rather than the other? Or is it a sign of inefficient allocation of funds and we should close those channels? Or what can we read into depletion is the question.
So, I mean, of course, there could be various reasons for depletion to occur. I'm talking about a very fundamental reason which is given through cycles that exist, right? So, I mean, two very obvious solutions to the problem are we could create a lightning network that is just a spanning tree. There are plenty of reasons why we do not want that, because if one channel breaks, well, then the tree departs and a lot of people couldn't pay each other. Another thing that would certainly help is if we would change the protocol in a way that the fees are symmetrical. So that means that forwarding costs the same in both directions, which incentivizes money to basically flow back and forth if we make a payment between two users. But there's also reasons why that is not necessarily desirable. Well, and then you come to the point where you say, well, actually depletion is something that has to occur. Now I can be smarter about this. I could, for example, say, well, people route and make payments by optimizing their fees. I can predict where the depletion is, and I can just be really, really smart and change my cost objective in routing and route against that direction. But the problem is, as soon as everybody changes their cost function in routing, well, then other channels will deplete. So I do have a formal proof where I can just show that as soon as a cost function exists, along those circles, depletion will be there, unless a very rare, very unlikely condition occurs, which is basically probability 0. So what this shows is that it's very natural phenomenon that channels will deplete. So then the question is, can we do something else about this? And you, Christian, actually reminded me of one of my early researches, where an early idea was, why don't we do circular rebalancing? And at that time, I proposed an optimization goal to do this, and a lot of people rejected this idea and said, well, we actually earn money with the routing, and we wait for somebody else to undo this. But let's imagine we can find a circle in the network where money always flows in the same direction on this circle. Well, then those node operators do have an incentive to just cost-free undeplete this channel, make the circular payment in the other direction, because statistically given, the money will flow in this direction again and they can earn the money. And yes, just be happy node operators, provide good reliability. So yeah, that is one consequence of this. Because even though if with depletion payments are possible, usually if channels are depleted, we find longer to find the liquidity. One of the things that my research also indicates is channels deplete, yes, but the site on which the channel depletes depends on the overall state and wealth distribution in the network. So it's not obvious that just because the fees are high on one end of the channel and low on the other side of the channel, that the money flows to the expensive side of the channel. I provided an example where I showed, look, in this particular graph, we expect that the money actually is on the cheap end of the channel. And when you run more simulations, what you see is that a channel could, for example, have 75% of the time the liquidity on one end and 20% of the time the liquidity on the other end. And then there's 5% of the times where it's actually in the spanning tree that survives. So neither the location of the spanning tree is stable. So this is also an argument against just making a spanning tree, nor the site on which the channel depletes is stable. And that is interesting to observe.
So that sort of brings up a very natural question, right? What determines where that spanning tree is? And if I'm a node operator, how do I get on it? Because obviously there's lots of fees to be made there.
Yeah, so again, what I showed is that the location of the spanning tree is not stable. It would seem that if you have like a really large channel, there's a higher chance that your channel just never depletes because there's something left over. So I saw in my experiments, if I allow larger channels, then maybe that channel has just like some liquidity over while all the other channels deplete. But yeah, it's not quite clear because, as I just said, if you have an undepletion protocol, then other node operators still can earn a lot of money because there's a lot of demand on their channels. And as I said before, the demand could even be on the expensive side of the channel.
So the large channel in this case is pretty much doing just sort of, it's a budget that allows you to have an imbalance for prolonged periods in one direction rather than the other, right? But does that still have an effect if you continue running it for longer, or is size really an indicator for routing quality, so to speak?
No, not necessarily. So it really depends on the... So one of the consequences of this research is when I, in 2021, published my initial results about uncertainty of liquidity, a lot of people criticized that work and said, you assume that the probability distributions of liquidity in each channel are independent of each other. So by studying the wealth distribution, you actually break this assumption and now everything connects to each other. So the question whether a certain channel has a lot of demand really depends on the global topology, the global fees on the network. Your particular channel size doesn't have that much of an impact. And as I said before, the natural phenomenon that occurs is there's a circle where the liquidity flows around, so it hits the end of the channel. Well, sometimes maybe a payment flows in the other direction because all the channels are depleted and the sending node has to then find another route. But then the next time the liquidity is available again and it hits the end. Right? This is an argument to have small channels. And your question about everybody wants to be on the spanning tree, well, the spanning tree could actually be the residual because everything else is already depleted. Like everywhere else is where the demand was. So it doesn't even say that the spanning tree, just because the liquidity is uniformly distributed there, has really drained in both directions. That is exactly one of the things that I was unhappy about in the other paper, where it says people will learn where demand is and the demand will become uniform and those channels will be back and forth. I would say the spanning tree is a little bit like a leftover because everything else was already used. So it's not even clear just because your channels are undepleted that they are economically perfect. I mean, in these ideal scientific scenarios, of course.
So there's very little you can actually read out of just looking at your own channels, can you? You can't really read whether you're on a cycle, whether it's a temporary shift in spanning tree and I happen to be in it for a couple of minutes, or you're working with global data, aren't you? You're simulating the entire network, and as an individual there's as much information that you can extract, I guess.
So generally, I'm looking at the global graph and I'm solving this interlinear program that gives me an expected value of how my view locally looks like. And then, of course, I could compare my local data and knowledge and create the conditional probability and learn something about the network. I think that's computationally very heavy. So I'm not too sure how sustainable that route would be. But I mean, obviously, there's an opportunity or a chance. But yeah, that's currently something I can only speculate on.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering about whether me as a node operator can make any inference from the data that I have available locally, and from what I hear you say is that we might be able to simulate all of the different situations. That's computationally expensive. And then even trying to find the probability of one of these situations to be truthful and combining them all doesn't really give you a clear picture, because all of these wealth distributions will essentially mix together and not give you a clear signal, right?
That's at least my current understanding of the situation. So maybe we can look at the various options that we have when we look at depletion. So when you look at a network like this in the field of logistics, there is basically three different ways of mitigate the depletion. The first would be dynamic pricing, the second would be load balancing, and the third would be reverse logistics. And I think a lot of people on the Lightning Network have been thinking about dynamic pricing, which is basically the idea of saying I can adapt my routing fees and I can make my channel more attractive or less attractive, or if it's already attractive, I can try to earn more on this. This is also where ideas like fee rate cards or negative fees or inbound fees do something, because it changes also the price on the other side, right? My intuition and my feeling always is, since it's a global problem, if you change your prices, it affects everyone else, and it becomes like a very, very dynamic problem, and it's not really clear where the equilibrium is and if there's ever an equilibrium to be found. The other option was load balancing. This is already what sending nodes do, because they try to make a payment, and if it fails, they have to exclude those channels, and they have to try another route and another route and another route. So this basically is already some form of load balancing. You could do a much better load balancing if you had a central coordinator, right? Where you say, yes, I really uniformly use payment paths and I distribute the traffic across all of them. And then reverse logistics basically means, yeah, push some of the Satoshis back. This is basically the circular rebalancing thing that you brought up again, that might work. Yes. And I think those are the three known methods that we can use. And my feeling is have the prices to become stable and use reverse logistics in order to provide the liquidity and have a system that has a somewhat stable state seems more preferable to me. I'm not sure if the market and all the users will do this. I mean, that's not clear. But the load balancing in particular is difficult because it forces people to use more expensive routes, and why would they do that?
I think in the delving thread, AJ linked to a previous mailing list post you had made about HTLC maximum MSATs, which I believe I didn't have a chance to look that up, but I believe that is the maximum number of pending payments. No, it's not.
No. It's the maximum amount that an HTLC is allowed to have. So the idea is you use this as a control valve for load balancing, right? So this goes in the load balancing direction. When you make a payment, your node would usually decide how much of the payment amount they allocate either to a certain path or in a payment flow across several paths. But what nodes can do is they can say, I have a 1 Bitcoin channel, but I don't accept payments larger than, let's say, 100,000 Satoshis. So even though I would really want to use that channel, I could only lock in one HTLC of 100,000 Satoshis. This is, of course, gameable because I could just directly afterwards lock in a second HTLC of 100,000 Satoshis. I have to pay the base fee twice then, of course, but I was already willing to pay the base fee and it's an economical thing, right? So it's kind of like hard to really use this as load balancing. This is one of the criticisms that was presented to me before when I proposed the idea. But yeah, I mean, it goes in the direction of flow control and load balancing. Yeah. But still, I mean, what would happen is you use the most preferable route, then the second most preferable route, the third most preferable route. The undepletion works when you use like one of the like really bad ends. So my current intuition is it would just like not deplete the first circle quickly and then the second circle, but all circles would like simultaneously deplete once the liquidity is there. So yeah, I'm even though it's my own idea, I'm not that sure if it's really, really helping given the newer insights that we have.
So to come back at this from a bit of a higher level, what I understood, which could be wrong, is we have a graph of connected channels, of nodes connected by channels, and in some cases in many cases there's circuits. There's multiple ways to get between the same thing. Or you can go from A to B to C back to A. And basically the network, just through normal operation, prunes these circuits by depleting them, at least one of the channels in that circuit until we have a spanning tree. We have a single set of connections between some of the nodes in this graph and their channels. Is that is basically what happens? Is it's just through rational behavior, it's pruning out these circuits. Okay. So.
And it prunes out the smallest channel, right? This is the question again from before, whether capacity makes a difference or not. But it's the smallest channel that depletes, and then the circle cannot operate in the direction of the circle anymore. Because the smallest...
It's the smallest channel, or does it have anything to do with fees? Because you talk a lot here about, trying to maximize fees. So even if it's a small channel with high fees, does it necessarily get depleted faster than a large channel with a low PPM fee rate?
So as soon as a circle exists, there is a direction in which payments usually flow across this circle. Of course, the fees make a difference, but if the fees are too high, then, well, maybe on this circle the money flows in the other direction, and then it just depletes on the other way. So it's really I mean, one thing that people always thought, and where people, when they try to do machine learning of predicting liquidity, is they always had this intuition that the liquidity should be on the higher fee end of the channel. While this is somewhat working, the correlation was never perfect. Like, it was never really a perfectly good working predictive model. I mean, there's plenty of research papers out where people have tried this, and yeah, you get some result with it, but you never get like a perfect result. My research explains why the liquidity could be on the other end, because it's really the difference of fees on every edge on the circle and the sum of those that decide in which direction the circle circulates, right? So what really could happen is somewhere else in the network changes their fees, and it changes how in your circle the money starts to flow.
So
and the end, Christian,
it's very similar to this idea that I'm in charge of my local street, right? I sweep it every day, I keep it well maintained, but I won't get more visitors if the adjacent streets are filthy and drug riddled and whatever. My street won't get touched, right? The adjacent streets are as important. The adjacent channels, the channels that bring payments to me and through me, those are as impactful as my own fee policy. And therefore, when adjusting my local fee policy for a certain goal, I will always need to take a look around and look at my vicinity and take that into consideration. Otherwise, my adjustment might not be effective. Or not as effective as it could be and what I wanted it to be.
And just to double down, it's not only the adjacent streets and adjacent channels, but also the next adjacent channels. And the Lightning Network is very densely connected in comparison to a road network. So, I mean, with 5 hops, you are everywhere, and 5 hops is not really far away to build a circle. I mean, so it's really weird dynamic.
Effectively, you're transitively dependent on the entirety of the network, and yeah, the computations get accordingly more difficult.
Yeah,
and harder to even grok for operators to make such an informed decision and make such a targeted decision towards a certain goal.
And of course, if you dissect the network into circles, but maybe that's a little bit too detailed now, one circle could move, let's say, clockwise, and our channel could be part of a different circle that moves counterclockwise, right? So it could cancel each other out a little bit, but by the end of the day, I'm part of, like, let's say 100 circles or even more, and there's a certain majority direction into which the liquidity on my channel will move. And yes, that depends on the fees that you and I charge, but again, it depends on all these other circles. So yeah. But this gives also an indication of, is it really the smallest circle, the smallest channel across one circle that depletes first? It could be another one, because another one could be on many other circles that all have the same direction. But I think the important bottom line here is that even in a circular economy where all nodes receive and send over time the same amount of bitcoins, channels will deplete, and there's hardly anything we can do about it. Because I think currently, just to be very clear, a lot of people operate under the assumption we're just not smart enough with liquidity management and dynamic pricing and fees. And if we become smarter, then we finally get rid of depletion. And I think I'm very confident to say that this won't happen.
So what other directions, if not the control of our local policies, what other directions could help us improve the sort of expressivity, the states that we can represent inside of the Lightning Network? Do we have other knobs that we can tweak for that kind of stuff? Or are we doomed never to exceed those limits that you came up with for the Lightning Network of today?
Yeah, so one knob that interestingly we can switch around with is a proposal that also came from you, which is channel factories. And the interesting observation from my research here is it's my understanding, Christian, when you presented channel factories, you use them as a onboarding mechanism to save on-chain footprint and to basically say, with one UTXO, create this multi-party channel construct and then provide more smaller channels, and it's good for scaling. I think that was your main question and concern.
I think that's correct, but in a certain sense there is a bit of overlap with your work, actually, right?
Exactly.
Because I was speaking about expressivity of these constructions when it comes to who can get how much, something that I much later learned that is essentially your wealth distribution. Yeah. If the two of us open a channel and we put 1 Bitcoin in it, Dave can't own it, right? But if we have a system where without touching the chain, we can have Dave also in the group, and then without touching the chain, move funds between them, all of a sudden the expressivity becomes much better.
I mean, that's always my example. When you have two channels, 3 channels between 3 people, and each channel has a capacity of 2. So let's say David and I have a channel, Dave and Christian, you have a channel, and Christian and I have a channel. Well, I can at most have 4 bitcoins, because I can have all the bitcoins between Christian and me, and I can have all the bitcoins between Dave and me. But if we put all of these bitcoins in a channel factory, or in a 3 of 3 channel, in a multi-party channel, then I could technically have 6 bitcoins. And the same holds true for you, Christian, and the same holds true for Dave. So a multi-party channel gives us way more wealth distributions that we can achieve, and this increases the reliability. So I think when you look at the paper, Mathematical Theory of Payment Channel Networks, I think it's section 4.4 or 4.3, I'm not entirely sure, but it's Formula 12 at this point in time. It estimates the bandwidth of payments per second that we can achieve on the Lightning Network. And what I'm basically saying is, look, we have a bandwidth of transactions that we can do on-chain. And then we have an expected rate of infeasible payments. And whenever a payment on the Lightning Network is infeasible, the only thing that we can currently do, because the circular rebalancing doesn't change the fact that the liquidity cannot move between Christian and me, for example, the only thing we can do and must do is an on-chain transaction somehow. So every time we need this on-chain transaction, well, we use some of the on-chain bandwidth up. So the off-chain payment bandwidth is the on-chain payment bandwidth divided by the expected rate of infeasible payments. And what I can show is that the expected rate of infeasible payments really drops exponentially when we have multi-party channels with the party size. And that's nice. And to bring this in a much broader context, I think this is where ideas like ARC and all these timeout tree ideas come in, because people intuitively understand it would be really good if we have like a lot of people in one UTXO.
Yeah, that's definitely a kind of a hidden advantage of that, because like you said, when Christian first published about channel factories, I also thought the main advantage there was UTXO sharing, reducing the on-chain footprint, but its ability to make more wealth distributions feasible and therefore improve routability and decrease the risk of channel depletion are not things that I would have expected from that work.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense for how much gain you get there in preventing channel depletions from just modest increases in multi-party? I assume at some point channel depletion is inevitable no matter how many people you have in a channel, as long as everybody isn't sharing one. If everybody shares one, then everything's feasible, right? But if, is this a major gain? Is this a modest gain? Do you have a sense for that?
No, so let's stick with your example first. I mean, you're exactly right. If everybody is in the same channel, then you're back to the Bitcoin on-chain case where every wealth distribution is feasible. You just don't need on-chain transactions anymore because you resolve everything off-chain, but you have like a lot of communication overhead. I mean, this is one of the criticism about these multi-party channel protocols. And I think that's it's like, so to speak, like, I mean, it's nice that I provide like a theoretical sound insight of saying, hey, multi-party channel constructs are great. And then all the engineers are yelling at me. It's like, yeah, Renee, we know that already intuitively, but the engineering is a mess. And I'm like, yeah, that's on you, right? So, I mean, that's a little bit sad, right? But then again, if you just take the example that I just provided with just 3 people, you already have so many more wealth distributions that are feasible. And as I said, it somehow grows exponentially. I don't know what a good number is for multi-party channels. Currently, with simulations that I made, it seemed like when we allow ourselves like 100, it's like really, really sufficient. Like we get basically practically everything that we need. But I mean, that's more in speculation terms right now. Yeah, that's ongoing research, so to speak. One thing that I should mention is that this formula in the paper, in the next version of the paper, I will correct this and provide one more section to discuss this a little bit more precisely, because you basically have to reduce the on-chain bandwidth that you have with the expected bandwidth that you consume for forced closes and unilateral exits. Unilateral exits become more likely and more expensive the larger your multi-party construct becomes. So while the numerator becomes smaller, your reliability gets better, you also have less on-chain footprint available, statistically speaking. So I assume this is an optimization problem, again, similar to the question of how do you split payments in a multi-part payment. So I would assume there is an optimal channel size that gives you a good trade-off between the likelihood that you get force closes, the cost of the force closes, but the gain that you get on the other side of using this. I think everybody already understands intuitively a full multi-party channel with everyone is just too crazy.
Oh, absolutely, and I think this is worth highlighting once again. Your research looks very much at the efficiency and at the feasibility and at the optimizations. There are other aspects that will cause us to not go full Monty with a multi-party channels, like you said. Having everybody in the same channel is probably the worst idea we could have. Having just two parties, well, then we're back to the lightning penalty, lightning current analysis, right? So somewhere in between, I guess, is the right place. And there are operational aspects to this as well, some of which have given rise to ARC, for example. Right, ARC's whole reason to exist is essentially to have a shared UTXO from which you can unilaterally back out. That does not require every party to be online when changes are being performed, and it's this online requirement that gives me the most headache, so to speak. Because ultimately you have to have a certain certainty that your other parties in the multi-party channels will be there when you need a signature from them. Otherwise, your nice multi-party channel, which has several output and whose footprint therefore is quite considerable, will have to go on-chain and consume some of that costly on-chain bandwidth that we're trying to conserve, which we're trying to make better use of. So by going too big, you might actually be going in the wrong direction and adding load to the on-chain network rather than relieving it from the on-chain network.
Yeah.
So it's always important in these kinds of discussions to keep in mind that we're sort of shining a light from one angle, but there are other considerations that we need to look at as well.
Absolutely.
And yeah, that's just a caveat that bears repeating, I guess.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Fully agree with you on this one. I mean, it took me quite some time to understand that too. Because when I first had those results, I was like, yeah, multi-party channels, we do them and everything is happy. And I was like, yes, but they come at a cost. You know, but I think there's this Covenants research blog post by Peter Todd where he also points out that timeout trees and all these things bear like a cost. And his analysis is very qualitatively. But what I'm currently lacking is to see a quantitative study where you really express this in numbers and say, look, this is how many force closes I can allow myself, and this would still be possible, and this is where I hit the boundary. Yes, I mean, you mentioned in the beginning that my paper now seems to be like finished, but as I said, it's still a work in progress, and this is exactly the one section that is still missing that I want to provide a quantitative analysis and study of how many on-chain force closes can we allow ourselves given a certain multi-party channel size, so that we could hopefully find the sweet spot of what is possible there.
That does depend, however, on the construction of the multi-party channel, correct?
Exactly, yes. So, but you can make certain assumptions. So, for example, the on-chain costs usually are logarithmic in size. I mean, all those tree constructions produce the fact that you drop down the root and drop down the path and the tree.
Okay. So I mean, the least strong assumption is essentially that every participant will have to have an on-chain output at some point, right? You might also have the requirement that every participant has to provide some funds to the contract. So, although that is less strict, so n outputs and at least one input is sort of the minimal footprint you can think of. If you consider trees now, you're right. Assuming that only an individual participant needs to leave, then your on-chain footprint is log n transactions on-chain. But if you have multiple people leaving, or the contract just not continuing, or the coordinator just disappearing, then you're actually adding overhead through the tree constructs, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it, again, also here, it very much depends on the behavior of the actors in the system, and no analysis will give you the number, but they will give you numbers that will tell you what works better in one case or another.
It seems interesting to me. You describe a spanning tree as being basically the same thing as a hub and spoke topology. And when we look at the design for a lot of these timeout tree style factories with, one, maybe two, large parties who control the thing and a bunch of small end users in it, we basically get a hub and spoke topology. It implies that it deals with depletion. If we had a hub and spoke topology, we wouldn't have depletion as a problem. And we are kind of moving in that direction, maybe, with timeout tree style channel factories.
Yes, I agree, and I would kind of like to add, I think it's even more. So I think a lot of these like ARC-style timeout tree superscalar ideas and systems are for LSPs to onboard their users, like as the last mile kind of thing. So it's basically for them not only the question of depletion, but also the question of capital efficiency. I think it's known that Phoenix Wallet and Eclair always had to open channels for their users to get onboarded. So there was a lot of liquidity just stuck in those channels, even though if users provide sometimes the liquidity often enough, Eclair had to provide the liquidity. And even though users paid for it, I mean, if the users then didn't receive payments, the liquidity was there and Phoenix and Eclair couldn't just like close the channel because, I mean, it was a service that they wanted to have, right? So there's a lot of overhead. Whereas if such a construct, if a Sunk node would be able to have all those users in one of those like timeout tree style constructs, I mean, then they could just be much more capital efficient among their users. I think that is one end, right? But what we could understand is that those users that before formed a star now form this like multi-party channel factory. And of course, a multi-party channel factory allows for more wealth distributions than just a star. Because if you take, let's make this very explicit. Let's assume you have a Sunk in the middle, and they have, let's say, 10,000 channels with every user, 1 Bitcoin every user. Well, then every user can at most have 1 Bitcoin. A Sunk at most can have 10,000 Bitcoins. I mean, all the money could be there. But if you had a 10,000 people multi-party channel, well, then every user there could have those 10,000 Bitcoins. Is it likely that every user there would become in a state eventually? No, probably not, because a Sunk is still the middle. But why should a Sunk have so many Bitcoins if they're just the service provider? So, I mean, this gives you the intuition of why these multi-party channel constructs are somewhat reasonable. And then the hub and spoke is basically the residual lightning network between those service providers. And you could think of this basically as a hierarchical routing system, whereas the last mile routing is within this community, and then you have like an hub and spoke model that is on top with the two-party channels between the lightning service providers that provide settlement on larger quantities, similar to how internet traffic has this like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 networks. And I mean, that's very often in logistics the case, that you have different kind of like traffic and links.
I know this goes beyond your research, but does that concern you in any way? When Lightning Network was first being proposed and built out, trying to design it to avoid a hub and spoke topology was something that was important to a lot of people, a lot of the early contributors. How do you feel about this research that indicates that we kind of default to a hub and spoke topology? Sorry, go ahead, Christian.
Okay, I think I have to start there first. There is a concern about a hub and spoke topology, as I said before, because if a channel breaks or if a channel becomes unoperational, then the entire network falls apart. But the hub and spoke or the tree is only the residual of all the depletion that is there. So what I said before is the location of that tree is not stable. Given how a certain wealth distribution is and how money flows in the network, the residual tree could be somewhere else. Right, so in that sense, having additional channels, yes, the depletion phenomenon occurs. And yes, that forces us to have more retries unless we have like smart reverse logistics protocols. But those additional channels are like a battery, like redundancy. They give us a certain opportunity to still make payments. So it's not that the network in itself just stays with channels that are a spanning tree. It's just the uniform distributed component that is a spanning tree. The network still is decentralized and resembles very much of a small world network. And I mean, as you know, I'm not a Bitcoin OG. I came to this entire field because I did a lot of work in networks, and it was really the Lightning Network part that attracted me to this, where I'm like, hey, you guys have problems there, let me help, right? I was very excited about that. And one of the intuitions that I had very early was the Lightning Network topology should be a small world network kind of structure. And I think a lot of people knew this too. And I think those networks are very resilient and very strong and very good, right? And we saw exactly that kind of network to emerge. Yet we still see a lot of channels deplete, and at a certain point of time, a spanning tree that is undepleted, where we have this uniform distribution. In that sense, I don't think it's a particular concern.
So I'll just add the historical context for this because when we spoke about designing the Lightning Network, the question of, hey, what structure should it have, definitely came up. And hub and spoke was sort of what everybody globbed onto because it was the simplest form of network structure, the one that everybody understood because they have a PayPal account and they can send through PayPal. So why shouldn't the Lightning Network work the same, right? And to be fair, that there are a couple of protocols that tried to go down that road and they failed miserably. Probably exactly because of one of our concerns was that a hub and spoke system where you're only ever allowed to have a single central hub as your is a very brittle system, as Rene just pointed out. It's one where a single connection breaking down disconnects one participant. The hub breaking down breaks the entire system, right? So there is no resilience, there is no recovery, there is no redundancy whatsoever, making for a very efficient network, but a very brittle one. With the depletion, those depleted channels, they are still there, right? They're not being torn down. And if it happens that on a spanning tree, some channel dies, this redundancy that we might have considered an inefficiency comes back into the game, and now ensures that we're not partitioning the network, we're not creating two islands that can't talk to each other anymore, but the redundancy of the depleted channels still hanging around enables us to resume our operation despite one of our participants, whether it's a big hub or a single channel disappearing, we can still survive that downside. And we definitely did not want to have anything coercive in the protocol, right? Sort of making one node in the network the king of the network is something that goes very much against our ethos. It's the single point of failure, yes, but also a perfect place to put in censorship, put in auditing, putting all of the fun regulation that we don't actually need because we are more secure than the fiat currency system. So by not going for a hub and spoke system, we wanted to create a more resilient, a more egalitarian system where every single participant can become any role they desire to become, right? If you want to be a big node operator, well, it's up to you to put in the work, but there's no license you have to acquire, for example. And at the same time, the depletion making the LAN network look like a hub and spoke system isn't actually bad because the edges are still there, that redundancy is still there, that safety net is still there. And so it's a bit different depending on which context you look at. But I think it was a good choice not to go for hub and spoke, and I'm very happy that it's not sort of coming in through the back door now. Yes, Rene.
Maybe I can add, when in my time before I joined the Lightning Network community, I was a researcher at the Institute for Web Science and Technologies, and we studied the structure of the web quite a bit. I mean, on a protocol level, the World Wide Web is a very decentralized system. I mean, everybody is allowed to spin up a web server. Everybody has a web client, right? And I mean, it just forms a web, it forms a network. That being said, on a decentralized structure like this, you have central players emerging. I mean, you have those Googles, you have those Amazons. You don't have to like them, but they're still there and they're providing a good service for a lot of users, and it's part of the decentralized structures that those centralization tendencies on a user level can emerge. And I don't think that's necessarily a thing, because even if everybody or a lot of people start to use the World Wide Web because it's so convenient with these central players, I mean, yes, then you have a lot of people having a web browser. Now I can come as a hacker and have my web server and can do the Snowden leaks or whatsoever, right? So even those centralized players strengthen the decentralized technology that underlies it because they're using it. And I think a similar argument can be made in the case of the Lightning Network, where you say the technology has to be decentralized, the technology has to be permissionless. Yes, the economic rational behavior can force certain players to have centralization forces, but that doesn't make the underlying technology central, right? I mean, it's a question whether you as a protocol designer say, I want to create a protocol that is centralized by design because, spanning tree protocols and hub and spoke is like really good in logistics, or if you have a technology that is decentralized, but yeah, certainly user behavior centralizes it a little bit, but users have the option to use a different service provider and to make their choices.
As always in Bitcoin, I think this mobility of people being able to take on whatever role they decide they want to take on, right? Become your own bank, become a Lightning node operator, become a payment service provider for your friends back in your home country. All of these you can do as a Bitcoin community member because you have all of the technology, you have all of the regulations, and you have all of the help, hopefully, that you need to set that up. You were mentioning the technology is open, but just as a reminder, we also need the regulatory bodies to maintain that freedom of movement between roles, right? Because the regulator is the one that it might be tempted to push towards a centralized structure because it's easier to govern these centralized structures. And they are then going to play kingmakers, right? And that's where we need to resist. I think we need to maintain the flexibility of those roles. Not a lawyer, and that's how much I'm going to say, but I just wanted to mention that technology, yes, is one part, and we're definitely doing our best to give you the opportunity of having the chance of becoming whatever you dream up of. But there's other aspects like finances. Dave mentioned before that there are financial limits to your personal goals, but there are also regulatory limits, and that's where we need to keep to stay alert and maintain that flexibility.
Okay, it looks like we're coming up on an hour. Renee, anything important we haven't covered yet?
I don't think so. I mean, I have a list of notes that I made myself, and I think you have done an excellent job asking me all those questions. I have to state that the work is ongoing research, and as with every research, it uses certain assumptions, right? I mean, I'm trying to uncover certain phenomena and try to give explanations of why certain things happen and occur. So obviously within my work I also have to make certain assumptions that may or may not be accurate given the reality. So those results always have to be taken with a little bit grain of salt. I think that's important to mention. That being said, I think the explanations for the phenomenon itself, even though my assumptions may not be accurate, I think those explanations are somewhat safe, hopefully, to say. But research always, I mean, better evidence wins. If somebody comes up with better evidence, sorry.
I mean, thank you so much for researching this and all of your research. There's been a lot of really interesting, to me at least, conclusions and insights that you've come up with over the last couple of years. It's been really fun for me, as someone who doesn't have to do the work, just has to read it, to learn about all this stuff. Mike, Christian, anything you guys want to add?
I just have one last question. Of course, Renee, your work is excellent, and yes, it's ongoing, but it's already at a level that I would have probably published it a couple of months ago. But I wanted to ask if your work being theoretical, it could probably use some real-world data that could be used to verify those findings. What would be your ideal data source, and do you have any concerns as to privacy for that data as well, just so we cover that as well? But is there a way for you to get some small bit of data and verify that things are actually looking like they are today, so that we can exclude your assumptions as a cause for problems.
Yeah, so that's a very excellent point. Thanks for bringing this up. Most of my results stem from. I mean, of course, I'm operating a Lightning node and I have a little bit of data myself, but I talk to people. But then I try to really become theoretical and just like really study the math and study what happens, and then I see I can derive certain patterns and behaviors that people are telling me about. But of course, making the exact comparison or using not some priors like I'm always using a uniform distribution, right? But you could use payment pairs that are really like more realistic. So yes, if a Lightning service provider or a bunch of Lightning service providers would be willing to share their data in a certain time frame with me so that I have a view of the network of where the liquidity is and how the fees were, of course we could have a much better verification of those results and make experiments. That being said, I'm trying to predict the global wealth distribution, and just missing one channel already could change a lot of these things because, as said before, it's a global problem. So it's a little bit tricky. I'm currently actually talking to some people how we can set up experiments in order to verify these things. And yes, it's very tricky, but yes, I'm open to collaborations and to verify some of these findings with real-world data, and to also see how real-world assumptions would change the predictive values of some of these results, because that's always how I justify my work. I'm saying, hey, it's open source, and you can plug in your data and your knowledge, and you can use the same mechanisms to derive your results. But I think with these kinds of topics that I have, our community should have a good incentive to have this more open source, because I think everybody benefits from understanding how liquidity is on the Lightning Network. And as we explained in this podcast, for example, this free circular rebalancing is something that is most likely economical for the entire network, because by the end of the day, the reliability goes up. This is good for users. The network will be used more along those routes that are already profitable for people because they have selected their fees in this way. So yes, I think there is a reasonable argument to be made to have this kind of research in the open.
Thank you very much.
Renee, Christian, Dave, great discussion. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us, exactly. And for the kind words, David.
There's a new kind of podcast for Bitcoin maximalists that isn't just more of the same macro circle jerk promoted by PodConf. And there's one podcast that's dominating the charts. The Rock, Paper, Bitcoin podcast with fundamentals, and Business Cat is that podcast. Listen as two non-compliant plebs from Pennsylvania talk about their lives, Bitcoin, and finding signal in a noisy world on Fountain FM, available on Android and iOS. And as always, make sure you boost them sats.
Welcome to the Bugle. Welcome to Behind the Podcast. Is that what we're going with for the name, Richard? Anyways, you may not know it if you listen to his Bitcoin podcast or you follow him on Twitter. But Fundamentals is our guest today, and he's a big fan of comedy, and he used to be a comedian himself. And last time we had him on here, we talked about comedy. And that's probably what we're going to talk about again. How's it going, Fundamentals?
Doing fucking good. Great to hang out with you guys.
How's your bull market going?
My bull market? Well, dude, I don't know, man. I feel like, I do feel like we're just getting started here. I'm genuinely concerned. So first of all, I'm the only guy that comes on your show and doesn't do shtick, like trying to, be in on a joke. I really do try to be myself, even with you assholes. You make it hard. But I'm actually genuinely.
Well, the personality's really not that much different than ours. So I guess it's
true.
Yeah.
Like, I am actually fucking bull market. I'm genuinely concerned about, I don't know. I try to have a winner's mentality, but I get concerned just about staying focused, staying on the rails. Like I feel like this thing can get so out of hand that, it gets very distracting.
What does that mean for you, though? Does that mean that you are buying MicroStrategy call options?
No, fuck.
Are you selling volatility? What is getting too caught up for you? Is that just listening to too many Bitcoin podcasts, or is it like are you a trader? What's that?
No, it's my productivity. Really, it's my personal market risk is unaffected, really by any of this. It's just more my productivity, which is, my time. It's like you can really lose your time even though you're in this game, right?
Yes, but I think that to be a good Bitcoin podcaster, you have to not be worried about the value of time, of your listeners' time. How do you manage? How do you, whose time are you wasting, or whose time are you optimizing for?
Well, I'm definitely sucking people's time down on Twitter and on the telegrams, especially when we're really running. I really like to fuck with people who are. I think there's a lot of people who still they kind of live and die by the price, and I want people to have a bigger view and just like, dude, the price is nice. It's scoreboard, right?
But the price is all that matters, and that is true on a lot of different levels. But more importantly, to an idea or a theory that you have, that you were talking about in the group chats, that Satoshi was Jewish, and you believe that Satoshi is Jewish in part, and we can go into it deeper, but he understood that the people who control finance and culture, the Jewish people, they would not be able to miss or ignore a price that just keeps going up. They would not be able to ignore currency that made everything cheaper, that made it easier for them to negotiate, that haggled things down over a shorter period of time.
Great segue, by the way. But
yeah.
But I think it's a fascinating idea. I think it's fascinating to think about this, and I find it hilarious to actually think of all the listeners being now forced to think about this. But Satoshi Nakamoto, being a collection of Jews, I think is, I don't know, is worth. Well, they would definitely be Ashki, for sure. But so think about it, right? So first of all, right, I think this all started with us talking about, just somebody being obsessed with prices going down all the time, right? I don't think that's inherently Jewish, but somehow
I think that is not. I think they just like to see it. Who doesn't like to see prices? I just think Jews like to see the price go down.
Me too, yeah.
I think they just appreciate it.
I'm pulling a
I think
weed.
That's it.
But proverbial weed. But we like seeing prices go down. That makes a lot of sense. It just makes sense. Like that's just the way the world should be.
And Jews like to make sense. They love making sense. They're penny pinchers. Yeah.
That's right. Well, we like to hold on to the sense. It's not that we.
Any passive income they can get, if making sense is their passive income, they'll take it.
So yeah, this idea of I got to credit Goomba with this one little nugget where he said also that Satoshi never spent a single sat, and that is a massive point in support of Satoshi being Jewish for sure.
Right. Very frugal.
And also created something that rewards.
I think Satoshi just didn't want to pay high transaction fees.
Yeah, well, so he created something that rewards frugality, right? So he wanted to reward frugality. People that are frugal win, right? People who can't resist, they kind of lose. And yeah, he even created a mechanism to haggle for block space.
Oh yeah, you choose a lot to negotiate. What's that?
How do you resist NGU?
Ooh, that's a good one. How do you resist it? I mean, I think
Yeah,
what
you were just talking about not getting carried away with the price action. So how do you
resist me getting caught up in it, or how do you you don't mean you can't resist it. You have to accept it. It just is what it is.
Well, I mean,
right?
there's been so many people that have been building so diligently in the bear market. They've been fighting, they've been building, they've been arguing, they've been stacking, and now all that work is paying off. And they want to go on vacation. They want to enjoy it. They want to do the victory lap. They want to spend too much at the conference. They want to feel like, you know, they've made it.
I want to give selfies with Michelle Weekly.
Yeah. I mean, how do you resist the temptation to just rest on your laurels and go on vacation for the duration of the bull market and spend all your stack?
Well, that would be unwise. You know, I think people should live their life. They should, you know, I think we should be creating circular economies. We should be trying to build with our friends. You know.
Yeah, but how do you tell somebody when the price is going up $10,000 a week or a day? How do you convince them to do boring shit like build circular economies or, you know, use self-cost? Yeah, it's like, how do you not just be like, hell yeah, brother, this is another bull meme?
I'm just looking for.
This might be the first time people are able to afford going to a yacht party with Dennis Porter.
I don't think
they've been waiting for this moment their whole lives.
In 2020, in 2021, a lot of millennials, it was a great year on Instagram for people to take a picture because they bought a house and they would all the sign that said homeowner, and that same kind of trend I see next year happening with people being first-time taxpayers. They're going to be like proud and like posting and like sharing and like putting on their cards like holiday cards for their families like I'm a first-time taxpayer. Like they're gonna hold that sign up, and like this is all it'll do to NGU. It's everything. It's like too good to be true. Their lives are becoming great. They're paying taxes. They're getting rich. How do you keep them focused and let them understand that you still have to learn how to use Sparrow Wallet, and you still have to consolidate your UTXOs, and you still have to like build circular economies and listen to 40 hours of Bitcoin podcasts per week.
These are the 10 commandments, like you were mentioning them, and like you know, trying to actually cause NGU is like trying to play God. So I think, you know, people should realize they, you know, man-made NGU, like, oh, I'm gonna go convince some, you know, like what I think what Dennis Porter tries to do is actually playing God, and he's riding a very dangerous line.
I mean, do you think other people will attempt to play God, that they're going to start getting some NGU withdrawals, the price of Bitcoin goes down a little bit, and they take to Twitter to try to do a breaking announcement to get the price go up? Like, so, Phil from New Jersey, who just started his Bitcoin podcast and has 600 followers on Twitter.
Phil Murphy? That's the governor of New Jersey.
Yeah, Phil Murphy, whoever. They go to Twitter to announce some sort of breaking news, and it might not actually be true. They might not have any breaking news. They do an announcement of an announcement to get people to FOMO and to buy Bitcoin, to try and pump the price.
Or to pay me 3 Bitcoin and I'll give you the actual announcement early.
Like, how do we verify an announcement of an announcement is actually legitimate?
I think you might have to tokenize the announcements on a blockchain. Maybe you could do that on Tron.
You know, I want to circle back to the Jewish Satoshi narrative here and your theory. One of the popular, like our friend Mark Goodwin and his girlfriend Whitney Webb, they believe that Bitcoin was created by the CIA, and it has been co-opted by the intelligence state, the pedophile intelligence state. However, what you're saying actually means that can't be true. It means that it is a Jewish psyop, not a CIA psyop, and that Satoshi knew that the CIA was was a centralized risk. If the United States fails, so does CIA, so does Bitcoin. So, but the Jewish diaspora is decentralized. It is, it's new stranded energy. It can continue long beyond the CIA's control.
Yeah,
like Tether, for example, can prop it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think the diaspora is a great example of decentralized, how you survive with decentralization. So, like, for the last 2,000 years, they couldn't just break into every basement and burn every Torah.
Who's they? Who's they?
They?
Who's they?
People always ask who's they. I don't know. I mean, well, I would have said like the Romans in the
the state
in the year 70 AD, right? Then it's whoever really was looking to, I mean, let's face it, right? The power of Christ compelled the majority of people, the majority of people in the Western world. Wasn't that cool to be Jewish, So, like...
Do you think it's cool to be Jewish now?
If Satoshi turned out to be Jewish, I think it's going to be pretty cool.
So that would be pretty cool to go this, to be Jewish with the curly fro body.
I think it's pretty fucked up to be Jewish right now.
Podcaster.
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of fucked up and confusing as shit to be Jewish, especially as a Bitcoiner. I would guess mileage varies, but I think it's super fucking confusing. And
I'm surprised there's not more opinionated people in Bitcoin Twitter about circumcision and whether circumcision is good or bad. I feel like that's something Svetsky would have a chapter in his book about.
Maybe he does. The Bush of Bitcoin? That was...
The Bushido, yeah. Does he think he should circumcise or no? I don't know. I just think that would be a bigger talking point, considering all the other things that people argue about in this space.
I'm moving against it, personally.
So Jews against circumcision.
I'm just, I don't get it. I guess it's kind of like I'm against pretty much every medical intervention now that... I just don't trust any of it at this point. So why would I, why do I trust circumcision?
You don't trust, the medical intervention. You are more into, CBD.
I like CBD, yes.
CBD and, like cow organs, pig organs, things like that.
Dude, I ate lamb testicles this morning. I'm strong like
When was the last time you puked on your podcast because you were eating weird animal organs?
I ate adrenals.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
It's better than taking blood pressure medicine. Yeah, for sure. Right. That's very interesting.
It happens. You gotta eat the organs. What's that?
I think it's a good time to be a Jew.
It could be. I guess it's a good time.
Israel's winning. Israel's winning.
I don't think so. I mean, I think they are. Right?
Well,
you got some liberal case why winning war is bad for you?
No, I just
the winner of the war is the winner of the war is the actual loser. Actually, no, I'm just kidding. I'm curious.
I don't think they are certainly not winning in the world of public opinion. I think that they have a problem. They have a fiat problem, right? It's the whole creation of the state was by decree, and it's pretty much the whole way it's been defended. And I think that when push comes to shove, and when those structures fall apart, I don't think it's gonna be long for the world.
So if Israel adopts a Bitcoin standard, at what point can they drop that fiat that fiat decree hanging over their head? How long do they have to be on the Bitcoin standard?
I think the idea is so absurd that it might just work. It's just the idea is so it's like so nuts, right? Like, why would they do that when they survived because of the fiat standard? It's literally the key to their survival. So I think the second they adopt the Bitcoin standard, they go bye-bye. And
do you think that it's going to be hard to convince people that Bitcoin is better than fiat if they realize how great fiat seems to be going for Israel? Because they're winning wars, they get it's going great like that. If Israel comes out with their own stablecoin, like that could be dangerous.
Interesting.
What if Israel funded their next war with the meme coin?
Or convertible notes.
That would be better than funding it with dollars and abstract dollars, right? Like, it would be a little more fair for them, at least if they're funding it with some shitcoin. They're not, they don't get to put their foots on the necks behind the US dollar.
I don't think that it would be the craziest headline that you would have read in 2024 if Israel tomorrow decided to fund their military operations using Hawk 2 coin.
I don't think that would be unreasonable at all, especially, do you guys remember when I couldn't believe, and I tried to shout this from the rooftops, how Hawk 2 turned out to be Jewish? She actually did turn out to be Jewish. She did this thing, she took the DNA test.
She could not ignore the rise of the price of Bitcoin.
It's true.
Satoshi was correct, yeah.
Very unstereotypical Jewish female to really care about lubricating that thing. But, when she did the DNA test and found out, I can't believe there was really nobody jumped on it. It was a little disappointing, actually. And I only started to see Hawk 2 being Jewish become a thing after she ran the shitcoin.
Yeah. Stoney definitely zoned in on her after that.
Yeah, I say, shame on you guys for not jumping on that before all that happened. We should have celebrated that fact, and then we can now shit on her for whatever, for being a Jew.
I don't think there's anything to shit on her for.
I can see why. I don't think it's fair to shit on her for being a Jew. I think that it's fair, though, to shit on her for behaving Jewishly. It's not wrong to be a Jew, but she handled the situation too Jewishly. And
meaning like, I'm gonna go to sleep now. That's beautiful.
Yeah, just and it's whatever people want to ascribe to her.
Well,
she was sleepy, she brought it out.
People need to give her a break. So seeing as she's Jewish, that means her ancestors went through the Holocaust, right? Which
not necessarily
entitles her to launching a meme coin.
We don't know that. Not necessarily.
I think that if you have a certain amount of, and you could prove it, Native American heritage, you should be able to be accepted. This would be like owning like a casino on, an Indian reservation. You should be able to launch, one or two meme coins. That's better than free college at this point.
If you're like explicitly Jewish and you launch a shitcoin, I think people know what to expect, right?
Right. I think degenerate gamblers.
Gentile shitcoin. What should we expect? That's different.
I think that, look, you have the history of the Rothschilds, fractional reserve bank.
My listeners are very familiar with the history of the Rothschilds. Trust me.
Failed sons. I'll specify. Really, the failed sons Rothschild generation. Pretty despicable.
And you do not have to tell us about George Soros. Trust me.
And then you got Soros and his shitty sons and all these guys. Okay, it's not. This is where it gets confusing, because it's not like there's anything in the Jewish handbook that tells you this is how you do it. This is how you run scams, or this is how you dominate people with money or anything like that.
It's just innate. It's just innate to you.
It's a feeling. I mean, there happen to be a couple of guys that have amassed pretty large fortunes and have kind of.
It's not illegal to notice that. That's on. Yeah, I think we can all agree. I think Stoney, we should all just say. I think and I want to know your opinion about anti-Semitism, but I think that we could all agree, just like don't be anti-Semitic. Don't be anti-Semitic. Just let us. It should not be illegal to notice things.
No, not at all. In fact, I really welcome discussion. I think I despise the gayness of like laws that make it illegal to talk about. It's like that is they're trying to get Jews killed in this world, like this needs to get discussed for the sake of civilization. Like we need to really talk about this shit. And
we need to stop. We need to stop ignoring the elephant in the room, which is like the question: why does everybody want to kill the Jews? You know what I mean? We have to confront it.
That's a big elephant. It's a fair question. Like, why does that happen?
Why do you think everybody wants to kill the Jews?
Well, let's see. I would tend to say a lot of it comes from the experience that people felt when they found out that Jesus was killed. I think a lot of it fucking originates. I think if that didn't happen,
I never held that against them.
We'd have a different view of.
Were the Romans Jewish?
These people. The Romans, no. Jesus was. He was a pretty good one. But the best one, probably. It's probably the best Jew that's ever been.
Is that a controversial thing to say?
Well, I think it's controversial that, like, when people do all this noticing, they never notice. They only notice the shitty ones. Right?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that Jesus is a Jewish hero, and sometimes you have to kill your heroes. You can't grow unless you slay your heroes, and the Jews did that, and
they did do that. Well, they did.
You have to give them credit for that, I think, if nothing else.
No, I mean, you don't have to literally kill your heroes.
No, not literally. No.
Maybe we learned that because of Jesus. We learned that was a mistake. Like we don't have to. It was just different times back then. Yeah. It was just different times back then. Metaphorical. We could have just been metaphorical.
They didn't have Dennis Porter. They didn't have the Dennis Porter of human rights back then. So it was just a different time. Nowadays, obviously, you can't.
Alex Gladstein probably would have had a lot to say about that.
I think Jesus truly was the Dennis Porter of his time. That makes sense. Because essentially, Dennis is the vessel that communicates between Satoshi and humanity, right? And Jesus came to Earth to communicate between God and humanity.
Right.
Jesus doesn't did Jesus make people?
Probably.
I
don't think that was much of a problem back then, though. They didn't have as many seed oils,
Right.
They also didn't have a lot of porno. So if Dennis Porter existed back then, guys would be nutting everywhere.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, they probably didn't need a whole lot of help getting hornier. That's for sure. Like maybe this is why in Muslim cultures they require women to wear burqas, because they listen to Bitcoin podcasts, they hear Dennis Porter, and they don't have porn. So they need a barrier to just stop them from nutting everywhere else. Society wouldn't be functioning.
Right.
That makes
That's
sense.
kind of like overdosing on NGU.
Yeah.
Right. But don't you think that
why do we have porno?
Don't you think that the animosity of Jews by Christians, don't you think that should have been settled by the Crusades? Do you think
You
we
would
should
think.
get over that by now?
I mean, you would think, but it's like, it's not, though, right? Clearly, in my opinion, I don't think. I think that it's not. It's probably not conscious. I think it's like been just
Right.
put in the DNA
But
for
at the same
2,000 years.
at the same time, is some of Israel's closest friends and allies and supporters are American Christians.
Israel,
Sadly, so
Like Donald
it
Trump.
is. It is.
Israel is a bit of a bastardization of Jewishness. Just like
Yeah, but that's the meme, right? Like everybody's got to have a logo. The Jews' logo is the Israeli flag, whether they like it or not. Not everybody. Some people are really there's people who are fucking proud of that logo, and there's people who are not proud of that logo. But like it or not, that's their logo.
I think the logo is going to change to the Guy Fawkes mask.
Do they need a new logo? Should they rebrand maybe?
The Satoshi mask.
If Israel goes on the Bitcoin standard, that's the only way Israel can change their logo, is if they go on the Bitcoin standard. That's the only way.
We might
So
have a
maybe
shot.
that is it. Maybe that is how they earn through proof of work a new logo.
If they basically
like,
said,
yeah.
"Listen, we're getting rid of this Star of David, and we're going to adopt like the Satoshi mask as our new logo," we might have a shot. at
There
these.
might be like a tether thing in there too.
There's
a
always a
dollar
tether.
sign somewhere, but it doesn't have to be the biggest thing.
I think the way to make that happen is you have to change the world one synagogue at a time. You know what I mean? You gotta go and you gotta orange pill.
Make your synagogue a Bitcoin meetup.
That's the nature of decentralization, and I mean, the Marxists knew this too, right? And I think the Marxists understand they have a big head start on the Bitcoiners in going in one synagogue at a time.
It would be, that is where people should be building circular economies in their churches and in their synagogues. But, no church, no synagogue is perfect. It seems like sometimes they, instead of building circular economies, they build tunnels using Monero, and that's not the way to do it. You want to do a compliant circular, semi-compliant circular economy, compliant to your culture, not the state.
I feel like saying that you can't build tunnels is culturally insensitive, personally, but that might just be me.
I mean, technically, what I said about Marxist is probably it's probably the closest thing to actually anti-Semitic. And
What did you
because
repeat
that's
that?
I was just saying that the Marxists had a head start on the Bitcoiners, understanding that they really going synagogue by synagogue, understanding that you get into their hearts and minds.
That's how Marxism spread.
But it's also it's also the reason. Like, if there is a real reason why countries resist Jewish immigration, this is becoming not funny, but it is because they're afraid of fucking radical. They're afraid of that shit.
They're afraid of Columbia students.
They're afraid of basically Marxists, right? I mean, they tended to be they tend to be associated with.
Yeah, that's why I think it's good that Trump got elected, because Trump's not afraid of communists.
Yeah, great. We just was fuck that shit. And
we need people who are not afraid of the communists. Are fucking nerds, and they're easy to beat up. You shouldn't be afraid of them. You can bully them. You can stuff them in lockers.
That's the advantage.
You just stuff communists in lockers.
They might have gotten a head start, but they're very easy to just kick the fuck out. All you need is really a couple of focused people per synagogue, and you can kick the Marxists out and transform. You can transform it.
Right, everybody in New York learned that we have to live together, and if we have to live together, we have to optimize for that. And everybody learned in New York that the way to be safest in the subway is to always be near a racist white boy. So maybe a synagogue just needs enough racist white boys that it kind of keeps the communists at bay.
I think you need one that's willing to hold it down.
You guys have a really good chin.
Just one, if you have that one, and it's just that makes everybody else uncomfortable. It's
right.
It's healthy.
Well, it's use your anxiety as a positive energy for your life. It's like use your fear about the racist white boy to like keep everything safe, keep the security.
You know, when I grew up in the 70s and 80s, you know, the Jewish adults I knew were unapologetically, I'm not going to say racist, but certainly bigoted, you know? They were unapologetically bigoted. And I don't know, it's just like, okay, people just put themselves out there. They put themselves out there and didn't apologize for it.
One of the things you said on one of your recent episodes of Rock Paper Bitcoin, you were telling Business Cat that one of the great things about hyper-Bitcoinization was that it was going to make racism great again, and you were like excited. You were like teaching your mom or your grandma, like, Grandma, you have to learn how to be racist again. Like, this is the racism renaissance is coming.
It's going to make it accountable. So if it turns out that your brand of racism is actually smart, you'll actually win. And if it turns out your brand of racism is stupid, you'll be poor. And I do think hyper-Bitcoinization will make it accountable. I think that's one of the big problems with fiat is it's totally unaccountable. And so, yeah, you can have a problem with racism, and it's not entrepreneurial. You don't, like, I didn't mean, I would call it discrimination, not racism. I would say discrimination is,
like a very successful, profitable way to be racist, like Andrew Tate, for example.
Andrew Tate, yeah. Fucking, the guy who just basically was like, what the fuck is wrong with Bitcoin? Because it's the only thing everybody wants, and so that's a big problem now. No one wants to invest in anything else.
Yeah,
that was his big rant this morning.
He also tweets the N-word a lot too, so he knows what he's doing. But yeah, that's the question. How do you feel about, or it's going to be a great time to be racist again, but that's going to include anti-Semitic. So if you're thermodynamically sound with your racism, you're going to succeed.
I think it has to get worked out. I think people who want to be fucking anti-Semitic should be allowed to do that. People who want to be fucking racist should be allowed to do that. I mean, who the fuck is anybody to tell somebody else what to think? Right? It's just that in the world, there are, the economy is an accountability mechanism for good and bad choices, and let it all fly and let it all play out, and maybe we'll learn that the anti-Semites are right because they did. Maybe it's very profitable for some reason, and maybe we actually learned that. I don't know. And then maybe we got to figure out maybe we got to figure out what's up at that point.
Yeah, I think that in a lot of ways, like Bitcoiners, a lot of the bull market and the price going up because they get to go to their friends and family and say, "Look, I was right." And I think Stoney is a good example, right? Of somebody he's been through enough cycles. He's already gotten to do that. He's already gotten to tell his family, "Look, I was right about Bitcoin." But what he's really waiting for is to be able to be like, "Look, I was right about the Jews." And I think that is like his moment.
Big one.
Yeah.
I like Stoney. I do, and I've like.
Do you think that he's bad or good?
I like him
as a Jew. As
a Jew, I'm okay with him. I think that he calls things the way he sees them, and he sees this a certain way, and I see why he does, and I would like. Look, I see things the way I do because of my life experience. I've been, we've all grew up with fucking psyops. Okay, I've had the psyop of fucking being Jewish and being enculturated and that shit. And it's like I'm 50 years old and I'm still working my way out of it. And everybody, I think, is a function of how they've been psyoped, right? And I have no issue with somebody. I have no issue with somebody like him. He occurs to me as at least as honest. I think he tries to be intellectually honest, and I feel like if I met him, I would have a beer with him, and we would talk it out.
Well, I think that the solution is right in front of our faces. I think that, for a long time, like Bitcoin, we tried to ban racism. We tried to ban Bitcoin. We tried to just ban anti-Semitism. But that doesn't work. So now everybody's kind of capitulated. But however, what we need badly is regulatory clarity and how to be compliant, do racism compliantly. How can I be racist and still keep my bank account, still keep my job, still keep my podcast? Like, what is the regulatory clarity? How can I be as racist as possible without breaking the law?
Well, this is one of the concerns I have is because racism has been shunned so much up until Trump's selection, where now it's safe to be racist again. We don't have any credentialed racists, you know what I mean, to be setting these guidelines and standards. So it's kind of
ran all the credentialed racists out. I mean, even David Duke is not allowed on X anymore. But now we need a new round of credentialed racists.
There's a lot of credentialed racists that are still in business.
Right.
They're on
like
the View
Harvard,
and MSNBC.
Like the Ivy League race. Not Ivy League racism is out. That's out. We're going back to the early day. The people who grew up in the early days of the internet and unmoderated forums like that. Those people are the credentialed racists now.
We have to let we got to let these people be heard. Otherwise, they end up like Roger Ver, complaining like a fucking martyr that they've been censored,
Libertarians, yeah.
It's fucking bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to like take over and rewrite, regulate. You need to be akin to the air, to the, to the regulations of how to be racist if you want to succeed. And that's what Bitcoiners will get when they get control of the money, right? Like the capital will flow to the people who have best, racism policy, best layered, the best compliance in that sense.
I mean, I was just thinking, like, we can't let our best racists end up like Roger Ver with some psychotic idea that they've been censored when they've just been wrong. We have to let them talk. We have to let them talk.
Best racist. I know Tony Hinchcliffe had a pretty big moment this election cycle.
Yeah, he had a big moment. I would say that he kind of blew it, right? I mean, he's like a pawn that almost got to the other side of the chessboard, but he didn't tell a good joke, frankly. And that's like his only crime, honestly, is just it wasn't funny.
But sometimes you remember the unfunny jokes more than the funny jokes.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just don't think like that. I think that he basically blew it, and they're not going to give him another chance. Like the next time, they're going to let somebody else. They're going to let somebody else take the at bat.
I don't think Tony Hinchcliffe is ever going to get a 11 a.m. 5-minute spot in an arena for the President of the United States. I don't think he's going to get that type of opportunity anymore. I think he's just going to get different opportunities.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So, I think, look, by the way, I hate the term racism. I hate the term anti-Semite. I hate a lot of them.
Trust me, if you get called racist enough, you hate that word too.
But it's like, people should just be honest, Like, people should just be honest, and sometimes that honesty takes a form of, it just takes a form of not liking somebody and wanting to fucking shit on them.
I'll take that one step further. I think that you should demand racism from other people because sometimes life is uncomfortable and sometimes life is racist. And if somebody is not willing to be racist, they're not always willing to tell you the truth. So you should demand racism when racism is, fair to bring up.
But, the thing is, you shouldn't... I think this is the problem the left has, right? The woke left has right now is that they're manufacturing. It's like they're demanding it. They're manufacturing it. They're printing it, right? They're printing way more than people want, right? They're creating a supply that far exceeds the demand, right?
Yeah.
And it should just, again, it should just be organically honest discourse that sometime, and people, people need to build thick skin and how to have fucking difficult conversations about.
Right. I think
people should be mean. Okay, I think that's okay, right?
I think in the future with all the manipulation and psyops that's going to come from AI is, I just remember, don't trust ChatGPT or AI if it won't be racist or if it won't tell you to smoke cigarettes.
It's pretty good policy.
So
I want to be seeing racism in PodConf going forward.
Ooh, yeah.
Say that again?
When do you think racism in PodConf, like when do you think we're going to start getting racist Bitcoin conferences?
I doubt we will ever see that from PodConf.
Or racist Bitcoin podcasts.
I think it's, well, that would be wild. I got to say, that would be fucking wild.
I would love to listen to racist Bitcoin podcasts personally.
I mean, I feel like it could get old, but I wouldn't mind just seeing the spirit of just people willing to swing out.
I want to listen to Legion of Skanks once or twice a month. I don't need to listen to every episode. I might want to listen to a racist Bitcoin podcast once or twice a month.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think if the account, again, as long as we're on fucking fiat standard, I just don't think it is very helpful. I think once we are, hyper Bitcoinized, we have a good accountability mechanism, then fucking bring it, dude. Fucking bring it all. And then let's see who makes it.
Yeah,
who doesn't?
I think like any group, any community, there's racism, anti-Semitism, bigotry in the Bitcoin community. But I think one thing that makes us better than fiat, at least, is that there's no sexism in the Bitcoin community, and that is at least one thing that we've been able to fix with hard money.
I think that's right.
Yeah, right. I've just never seen I've never seen any instances of sexism in this community, and it's just like I've been to a lot of things.
This is another thing we talked about. I think it's
better here, honestly.
I think it's true that when a woman is on birth control and they're orange pilled while on birth control, they end up launching a shitcoin.
Is that what you think Hollywood did?
I think so. Yeah, I think she was orange pilled while on birth control, and her hormones attracted her to all the wrong.
Honestly, people who are against it, thank God for birth control. Can you imagine? Thank God Hawk 2 was on birth control.
I don't know, man. I mean, I would like to see her squirt out a few kids.
I mean, until she's married.
I mean, I can't believe I can't immediately think of a Tua fucking pun for her kids already, but I'm sure she's thought of all of them.
Sure, yeah. I mean, those kids are gonna be like, wow, my mom was a fucking crypto all-star, a Bitcoiner. She freed Ross, among other things. But, now we were just on the topic, we got sidetracked.
Well, it was the whole thing about, when women are on birth control, they meet the wrong men. That was like the...
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Then they find that out. But I think when women are orange-pilled while on birth control, they end up being shitcoiners.
Do you think that women are crabbier or less likely to enjoy bull markets if they're on birth control? They're more attracted to bear markets for some reason?
I think when the bull market is on, it's just fucking, we're strong like bull. And it's just, everyone's happy. Especially women.
That's a great point. I wanted to go back to NGU. We talked about overdosing on NGU. It's easy to forget. It's easy to forget that NGU affects everybody differently. Like there's some people who, like Joey Diaz, he used to go on Joe Rogan and he would eat like these Death Stars. It'd be like hundreds, like 1,000 milligrams of THC in these edibles. And he would just like podcast, he would just be It'd still be funny, keep going. Then he would just go about his day, drive through LA on 1,000 milligrams of weed. There are people with low enough time preference that can handle like a crazy amount of NGU and a crazy amount of Bitcoin price volatility and just like not even post any bullish memes, like not even be affected by it. But there's some people like the people who think they get high from CBD. It's like they make 1 or 2% gains in like an hour, and it's like they can't handle it. They gotta like go and be in a room by themselves. How do you manage that? Like when you're around people, how do you be that shaman as an experienced orange-pilled Bitcoin podcaster? How do you be that shaman to help guide them through NGU?
Eye on the prize, man. Eye on the prize. You know, that the reality is, you know, we're not going to be, you know, you're not selling like Bitcoin, right? You're not selling like Bitcoin. So it's not that impactful. All it really means is that we can dunk on the people that shit on us. You know, it's not that. You know what I mean? It's not that impactful. Like, I guess you're right. There are people with such a high time preference that every time Bitcoin has a $1,000 candle, they do the math in their head about how much more money they have. You know, and then they probably get big dopamine surge. And then when
What do you mean they have more money? 1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin.
Well, I'm saying that when you have a high time preference and your price is probably in dollars, right? You're doing that, you know, doing that math in your head, I guess, and you're measuring your wealth that way. And I think you keep your eye on the prize, like you said. Yeah, 1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin. You don't have you want to keep stacking sats. And the reality is, it's not that meaningful, really, because it's so fucking early, and there's no rails to do anything with this shit. And there's a lot to build. Like, there's a lot to fucking build. And if we're not there building it, none of this is going to matter really that much. And so for me, it's very easy not to get too caught up, just because there's so much to fucking build that it's actually, I find it insane, right, that people go crazy over. I find it insane that anyone would spend a millisecond on MicroStrategy's earnings, you know, and they go crazy over, you know, a couple of good days in the market, you know. So that's how I do it. You just keep the eye on the prize, and you realize the world's a lot bigger. You know, it's just got a lot less funny. But the fact is, you know, we are not even close to really being. The dream is so far fucking away. It's so far away, and it's not a price that's gonna deliver the dream. It's gonna be building the rails.
The price is gonna, for a lot of people, that's a bit. I mean,
it's gonna facilitate.
One of the things Bitcoin podcasters like to do is act like you know the price is no big deal, but we know it's a big deal. How do you what's your selling point? When are you gonna sell? When are you gonna sell 10%?
Well, I don't know.
Or whatever. You know what I mean?
I really don't know. I mean, I can tell you that I don't have any plans of
My
converting.
son was gonna buy a PlayStation so he can play video games at $250K. Do you have anything like that?
Well, no, but I do spend Bitcoin a fair amount. You know, shout out Otis Bitmeyer. I'm buying some coffee tomorrow. You know, I mean, I do like to spend Bitcoin when I can, especially with people who are fucking awesome and make good shit. But I'm not waiting, or I'm not. Look, I'm older than most of you. I'm older than most of you, and I made a lot of money in fiat, and I already already bought myself everything I ever fucking wanted, to be honest. So that's probably why I don't get too excited about the price. I'm already over, I was over that before I got into Bitcoin.
You were over the fiat, and you were ready for something different.
Well, you know, the world. I know it sounds fucking cheesy, and I think grifters say this a lot, but I really am I'm focused on my kids not having to go work for evil people and building something for them.
Are they orange pilled, or have you not been able to orange pill them yet?
They understand Bitcoin, they like it, but if I told them there was, if I told them they had a wallet with like 2 million sats on it and all they had to do was figure out, they wouldn't be able to figure out how to move it. So
Okay,
there's still a
my
lot
question is, that is the battle that we all face. It's like we are building generational wealth, but how do we convince our kids and our grandkids, if they don't learn how to use like an unchained multi-sig wallet, or they don't understand how to use a cold card, they're not gonna get the generational wealth.
They're gonna be shit out of luck.
And we're not saving anything else for them. You know what I mean? It's like, if you want your inheritance, you gotta memorize 12 words, and they don't seem to care.
They don't, but it's like we don't. This thing's only 15 years old, so we don't know. Satoshi told us nothing of how to pass this on to a child, and there's really no archetype. I did this on the last Rock Paper Bitcoin, where I said there's only 2 archetypes in all of Bitcoin, which is you have the guy that disappears, or you have the guy that fucking flames out and hubris is, fucking with hubris just goes all shitcoin, right? Those are the 2 archetypes we have. So we don't have an archetype for like the guy that figured out how to fucking get his kids to understand Bitcoin, and especially if you're already old and they spent most of their life in fiat world, and there's not I don't get a lot of help. So that's yet another reason I don't really get too excited about the price either. It's like the work is teaching my kids, and it's a long hustle.
How do you keep your kids from shitcoining? How do you keep your kids from taking your cold card, your cold card inheritance, and immediately putting it on wrapped Bitcoin or selling it to buy Monero? Like, how do you prevent that?
I can't. Right?
Like, what would the conversation look like if one of your kids stole your credit card and signed up to Coinbase and bought Dogecoin? Like, what would you do?
Well,
would you make them listen to Bitcoin podcasts?
Definitely. I would basically make them listen to. I would just force them to listen to the Bugle over, like the same episode, over and over. I'd make them listen to my podcast. Go through. I mean, that would be quite the crisis. But then again, that would actually show me some initiative. That would show me a lot more initiative than they're taking right now. Which is, they go to a meetup now and then, but they're not. Like, my God, if they actually took my credit card and bought fucking Doge with it, and figured out, they'd actually have to open a wallet, right?
Imagine if they went to all that effort and work, but it was to actually use a Dogecoin wallet instead of use the cold card that you prepared to give them.
Well, at least they're learning. They're learning. They're learning more than what's that?
Would you feel better if they took it into self-custody versus if they put it on a custodial wallet? Would that change your response?
Yeah, it would. I would feel much better if they took it into self-custody.
So
we can then have a conversation.
Like one of those conversations.
Do you trust them to consolidate their UTXOs?
No, I do not. I feel like they would be DCAers.
I just think parents have to have conversations with their kids about shitcoining in, like, your kids are gonna have sex, right? There's like a very high probability, unless you intentionally turn them into orange cells, which is possible. That might be one of the best ways to prevent your kids from having sex, prevent them from shitcoining. You turn your kid into an orange cell, but most parents haven't done that. So you have to sit down with your kid and have a conversation of, hey, I know you're gonna shitcoin, but here's how you shitcoin responsibly. You know what I mean? You're gonna experiment. You're gonna go through the trouble.
I would, if my son wanted to shitcoin, it's like I would rather him do it at my house with me there to make sure he doesn't ruin his life than just, be out doing it, on public Wi-Fi or somebody else's house or on their phone on Robinhood.
So here's where you guys are wrong with this. Okay, and this is parenting 101 here. Your kids don't need a friend to shitcoin with. That's not what they're looking for out of their parent. So, like, I know they may do this shit, but they will always know it's not okay with them. You understand? And that is important.
What if your daughter had a boyfriend or a husband who was a shitcoiner?
That would be better than a no-coiner. So I've told my daughters, don't even introduce me to a boy unless he's got Bitcoin. And they've asked,
wow.
What about shitcoins? I said, that's better than fucking being some fucking non-free.
What would you do if she brought somebody home and when you were like doing your greeting, he slipped you a card that had his NPub on it, and he had, not only was he a Bitcoiner, but he was active on Nostr, and he even had group chats. Like, how proud would you be?
Well, I feel pretty bullish on the relationship. Like, that's definitely a way to get my attention, for sure.
Are there certain shitcoins, though, that would be deal breakers? Like, if your daughter brings home a boy...
Up to a coin, probably.
He's wearing a...
deal breaker.
Well, what if he's wearing a XRP
Monero. Oh, yeah. Ripple.
Yeah, or Monero. Like, if he's a Monero guy, you can't trust him, because he's trying to hold secrets. You know what I mean?
Right. And, think about it, like, if somebody experimented with Litecoin in college, or, like, maybe they dabbled in some Ethereum, did some DeFi shit, whatever, like, they're not anybody, but, like, if they're fucking, like, addicted to trading XRP, or they're fucking, like, BSV, Bcash, they're big blockers, or, just... they're big into fucking Polkadot. Like, all right, dude, like Polkadot, like that's pink. Why is he Polkadot? But whatever. Is there
Shiba Inu?
Right, like if Shiba Inu is like maybe she's just dating like an idiot like Gronk. Like what do the shitcoins matter? This is a good question.
I would say not as much as being a no-coiner. I'd rather a shitcoiner than a no-coiner. Because I feel like I can rehabilitate a shitcoin.
What if it was, somebody who just had a lot of MicroStrategy stock? They didn't actually have Bitcoin, but they had a lot of MicroStrategy stock.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
So you don't think it's going to save the insurance industry?
Well, it might save. It might help. Look, do we really want to talk about this MicroStrategy thing now?
You sound like you do. If you have to ask, remember I said a Bitcoin podcaster should never assume his listeners' time, like time preference. If you have to ask, no, talk about it.
No, look, these MicroStrategy, I'd rather have a shitcoiner than a MicroStrategy bro, for sure. Show up to my door with my...
Why? Why would you rather have somebody who is like trading Polkadot and thinks Chainlink and Cardano are going to like revolutionize the world instead of somebody who understands the creative value of the Bitcoin purchases to MicroStrategy equity and then
I think I can find out.
Bitcoin.
I think I can find out in one conversation how far away that person is from being rehabilitated than a MicroStrategy fucking idiot. So that's really what it comes down to. Is like I feel like I can assess a shitcoiner better than somebody who operates strictly in fiat.
You don't want somebody who thinks they understand fiat debt markets better than you. You want somebody who thinks they understand, their crypto universe.
Oh yeah, dude. Nobody thinks. The shitcoiners are the kings of thinking they understand this better than us, and I'm
wrong.
But I'm better with. I am more okay with, like, accepting somebody like that potentially into my family than somebody who operates strictly in fiat. It's as
What
simple
if
as
it's
that.
tether? What if it's tether?
Even if it's tether, same deal, right? It's a matter of like, tether is better than being a fucking no. I can convert your tether.
At least you know your daughter's dating somebody who's not spooked by FUD. You know what I mean? You want them to be at least,
That's
pretty
right.
tough.
They need to be over the Rubicon of being just a fucking fiat slave.
For sure.
Does it matter if they're using tether, which chain they operate on? So, like, is there kind of like a scale that make you more comfortable? Like, if they're using tether...
Like food stamps being issued on tether on Tron.
Like, do you care if they're using tether on Tron, or tether on Liquid, or tether on Ethereum?
Or an algorithm.
You guys are giving me a lot to think about.
What's a lot of?
There's a fair likelihood my daughter will listen to this podcast, so I think this is good. This is a good conversation. This is going to save me a lot of time, actually, talking it out with you guys. Clearly, I think that a guy who's using fucking Tron is going to be harder to, I'm not exactly that welcoming, but all I'm saying is that guy is going to be better. He's at least going to get a shot with me over somebody who, again, basically is all fiat and basic no coiner, even ETFs. Sorry.
Will you require them to convert fully to being orange pilled before they marry your daughter?
I don't know how. Here's the thing. I don't know how much fucking say I really have in all this, right? So, like, the ADIQ answer for me is like, just if he has Bitcoin, that's gonna fucking eliminate. It's gonna eliminate a lot of the problems. Okay, it's not gonna eliminate all the problems, but it's gonna definitely eliminate a lot of the problems. That's the good To me, that's like the best ADIQ answer, right? And I feel like I will take it from there at that point in time. Now, I think I have a lot to do with how this person turns out anyway, right? So if I can get somebody that's at least close enough to where I want them to be, I can take it from there.
What are your thoughts on anybody who whether it's you and your wife or your children and their relationships, try to resolve problems through religion or pharmaceuticals or through therapy instead of letting Bitcoin fix the relationship?
That's a red line, dude. Red line. We don't trust professionals to. First of all, who the fuck
you
are
don't
you going to
trust
go?
credentials.
Don't trust. Well, no, I don't. Did I say that I don't trust credentials? I said I don't trust professionals.
Maybe I'm conflating the two, but
yeah, I wouldn't trust a credentialed professional to settle a problem in a personal relationship. By the way, if you can't, what are you gonna do? Tell them that you have Bitcoin and oh no, well doctor-client privilege. I'll never tell anybody. Fuck you, dude. If you can't even talk about any of that.
Don't tell your therapist how many Bitcoin you have. That's a good rule of thumb.
That's a big mistake people I think are making. A lot of Bitcoiners are making that mistake. They think they can trust their therapists and their attorneys and their doctors with this information. They're basically just KYCing themselves with these people.
Yeah, you don't want KYC therapy. That's for sure.
Yeah, so that's a red line, right? I was gonna say when you asked if they're if I'm okay with them using Tether on Tron, I was gonna say, well, are they vaccinated? So I think it's well, they better not be. My God, thank God, I kept my children from being vaccinated, right? We're gonna bring that shit in now. So I think if I got a good Bitcoiner, I don't have to worry about. I feel like a lot of things get handled.
Would you directly ask if he was vaccinated, or would you try to indirectly find out. Just keep talking about it.
I think it's easy. I think it's pretty easy to figure out. Where'd you go to college? That's the answer to that question. Will probably reveal.
It's true.
Whether or not, because especially if they're in the same age as mine, because like 90% of the fucking colleges in the country required vaccination.
Right.
And I know like all of them that didn't.
So, I think it'd be cool to do a list of like what characteristics in a man you hope your daughter finds. So like top tier, bottom tier. So like the top.
What kind of hardware wallet would he use? What kind of Bitcoin podcast would he listen to? Like, what is the ideal? Bitcoiner that you want for your daughter.
Yeah, I mean,
BTC Session, Sam Kell, and Stoney. Like, who are we talking to?
Those would all be fine choices, but they're on the older side. But yeah, I mean, I think those are all good archetypes to bring a son into my family.
Oh yeah,
I would have no problem with either of those. If somebody who is akin to those three guys.
So maybe we could do like a top tier, middle tier, bottom tier.
Sun
so the
material.
Bottom tier is like the cutoff of what you'll accept.
All right, what about Robert Breedlove?
Oof. Oof. Well, I have to tell
Just
you.
which tier, I guess, would you put him in?
In terms of sun material, it's bottom tier, my friend.
Bottom tier.
So he would be acceptable, but you wouldn't be excited about it.
I wouldn't be too happy about it, given
but it wouldn't
what his last wife had to say about him. I wouldn't be too happy about it.
What about Shinobi?
He's a no tier.
No tier.
No tier.
No tier.
He doesn't.
Okay.
He doesn't make the cut.
No, sorry. Stephen Luke,
like
top tier.
How would you have that conversation with your daughter? So, she comes home. She tells you Shinobi's hot. What do you say?
I say there's more to life. There's more to life than being hot. Glenn Alden's hot doesn't mean we are going to.
That was my next question. What if your daughter came home with, Lynn Alden? What if she had Lynn Alden as hot posters in her room? How would you feel about that?
Well, that would be very interesting. I mean, we have some conversations. Like, so, what do you... We all know she's hot, so let's not pretend that it's not a gender-specific observation, right?
Oh, right.
Are you saying, like, there's some... I mean, I haven't seen any, like, Lynn Alden teen beat type of posters, super sexualizing her or anything like that. I think she's just hot from, like, her normal headshot. It's just pretty...
What if she came home... What if she came home with, what's the guy, the Yeti?
J.W. Weatherman.
J.W. Weatherman. What if she came up with J.W. Weatherman?
I'd be concerned, personally.
That would be fucking wild. Oh my god, that would be fucking wild.
What if she came up with Madex?
Dude, that would be fucking cool. I
probably
put Madex in the top tier, my friends.
Nice.
What about Terrence Yang?
Oh man.
Would you make her wear a helmet when she drove with him in the car?
Well, she needs a little more experience driving, I'll tell you. So.
What if she came home with Pomp?
Pomp, yeah, I'd be fuming. That would be Pomp is Pomp 0 tier. No go.
No go. Okay. He's allergic to a lot of people.
I feel like.
Okay. This is obvious. Dennis Porter.
I mean, I'll just go back to if you've already, this baby goes back to Breedlove.
Would you let your daughter marry Dennis Porter?
Dude, there's gonna be too many fucking rock hard dudes around. I can't have it. I can't have so many hard fucking men in my life.
You think that would eventually be impossible for Dennis Porter to resist?
I don't know, resist. I just think it's unworkable to have Dennis Porter in your life because there's just too many fucking horny men around.
Do you think if there's any woman who could be a good candidate to be Dennis Porter's wife? You think Jessica Hogler could do it? Or Jen Urso?
Oof. Jen Urso, yeah, that's a good candidate right there. Yes.
Honestly, I could see it.
Yeah, it would be unworkable for me.
You know.
Unworkable. Dennis is unworkable. He's not son. I can't have him as a son. I'm sorry. It's just like, I expect my daughter to have like 7 sons. And
what about Jameson Law?
I can't have Dennis Porter having them all hard all the time. I just can't.
All right, what about Jameson Law?
What about him? But he's like my age. Jameson Law, isn't he?
That could happen. I mean, you don't know. Some girls end up being orange-pilled by a much older man.
It could happen. I will say he knows how to protect seed phrase.
Sure. You be key.
Do you think he's vaccinated?
I think I would guess. If I had to bet, if I had to put odds, I would say 50-50. So yeah, it would be a pick 'em.
Last one. Corey Clipston.
That goes back to you can't be a scammer, or you can't.
Is that an accusation?
Might have just been noticing.
Yes, sure, exactly. Is it okay to notice sometimes? Of course.
That was a good one. Yeah, I haven't set rules against my daughter marrying Jewish men per se, but I think the bar probably has to be higher in that case. I don't think Corey is exceptional enough to meet that bar. Now, I mentioned Luca, like that dude would be welcome any fucking day.
Right, it's like
he's the model fucking son material right there.
When it comes to a Jewish man or just a Jewish person, they're obviously going to understand Bitcoin, right? Like we kind of established that. So
I think they're
like,
one of two. No, they're either going to get Bitcoin or they're going to be fiat, total fiat tools. I think the majority of them are fiat tools, unfortunately.
But don't you think all fiat tools are using Bitcoin at this point, even if not publicly?
You don't think they have the ETF in their 401k?
I don't. But even if they did, that's not having Bitcoin as a tool, really. But I don't think they are.
It is using, but MicroStrategy. They are using MicroStrategy.
They probably are. Look, I don't have a good read. I guess I really don't have a good read on Jews because whenever I find out that one of them is super powerful, I'm like, holy shit, I didn't know that. Nobody told me that shit, So I probably don't have a great read on them. So like, if I just go by what I know and what I see, doesn't seem to be representative of what's going on.
Must not be on Telegram. Anyways.
But based on what I see in my communities, none of them are fucking involved in Bitcoin. Almost none of them.
Interesting.
I mean, look, there's a small percentage of the population, and a very small percentage of the population is using Bitcoin. And I think being Jewish is a bit of a handicap to seeing the value of Bitcoin in general. I think being Jewish has cultural issues that make it hard to see Bitcoin. Like, I think they tend to be woke, liberal, and those are things.
But they all appreciate prices going down.
Fuck yeah. Maybe we see, that's the key.
We all do.
Should be the easiest thing.
It's like, black people like chicken and watermelon. Well, so do I. I love those things. I also love to see the price go down. So it's like, I get it.
That's the common ground we can all fucking get behind, right?
Right. Everybody can notice that. And everybody
except Andrew
can
Tate,
appreciate it.
who apparently thinks deflation is the worst thing that happens to a society.
Well, he's Muslim. So,
but that's the common ground, right? The common ground is we all think prices should go down.
Very true. Well, before we get to the... do you have any more questions, Richard?
I'm sure I do. I mean, this has been a very interesting conversation. I think this is the first time we've ever talked about racism together. But, I mean, I wonder if the Jews just have better OPSEC than the Gentiles. You know what I mean? Which is why...
Bro, can you hear me?
There's as many Jewish people in Bitcoin.
Hello, Kiwi.
Very possible. Like, especially if Satoshi was
You
Jewish,
hear me?
that would be the exception that proves the rule there.
Yeah, I mean, I
Bro.
think the Jewish
Yes.
people
You need to trade some metal.
a lot of reason
Finish.
to practice good OPSEC. You know what I mean? There's been a lot of wealth confiscation throughout history.
They don't really have a lot of OPSEC about being Jewish, right? Or at least the ones that are in the public eye are very.
But maybe
very
they.
public.
But maybe you think that you don't see anybody in your Jewish community. You don't think they use Bitcoin, but maybe they do, and they just have
that's a good point.
much better OPSEC. Because they don't want you to turn them into the IRS and say like, oh, this guy can afford his taxes and he's not, doing it.
Because zero knowledge proofs,
right? Their last names.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Did you say coin joining your last name?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. I caught that.
Well, to be honest, I'm really tired. I've been surprised. I thought the bull market was going to bring me a lot of energy, but it's just brought me tiredness. I don't know if you guys are experiencing that at all.
Yeah, I think it's just a winter for me though.
No, I'm getting a lot of energy. And actually, so I have a small request for you guys. My meetup had a dinner, and we tried to we thought we would maybe dial you guys in, and didn't work out. And we're having a celebration dinner tomorrow night, and so maybe you guys want to give them a couple of words of encouragement from Rod and Nick. These guys are. Dude, you know what? You know what you guys don't have? You don't have a name. I was gonna say like buglers, but you don't have like a name. Like these guys, I was gonna say these guys are big fans of the bugle.
It's the intellectual Silk Road.
Is it? Is that what it is though? Does that work? Does that work really for? That's an interest. So that's a potential thing we can talk about for a minute. Like, what could be the name of the people that follow the bugle? It's not that easy to come up with, dude. Like, I talk about fish a lot, and like when there was a big like brouhaha about calling fans fish heads because they didn't want to be like dead and have dead heads. They thought it was unoriginal, and there were these. There was a whole bunch of camps that tried to come up with names, and none of them worked, and it just ended up being fish head. And it's just just is what it is.
Well,
what do you call your fans?
I don't think that is for me to decide. I think it's up to them to decide what they want, if they actually care and want to be called something. If I had to make a suggestion, I think we're Bitcoin podcast listeners.
40-hour club, maybe.
Well,
yeah.
When I think of a bugle listener, I think of somebody that is highly informed in ways that other people around the world aren't. You know what I mean?
Who thinks Van Alden is hot?
Yeah. Yeah, they hear the most important ideas and stories before anybody else does. So it's almost like they're front running everybody else. You know what I mean?
I do.
Maybe
they don't need a name. They don't need to identify them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not trying to run a color revolution here. You know what I mean?
It might happen anyway, but yeah, I get it. So anyway, so I don't know. I wouldn't mind giving a shout out to my meetup and our celebration, and just they love you guys, and that's all I wanted to tell you.
All of them, we know a few of those guys. We interact with them. So the ones that boost us on Fountain, fucking hell yeah, we love you. And I forget what you said you're celebrating. But,
we're celebrating the 100K.
Oh, 100K, yeah, that's right. Fuck yeah. I mean, the last episode we did when Bitcoin hit 100K, and Shinobi was drinking beer, he got hammered. It was fun. You guys deserve celebration too.
Well, we hit 100K today, too. So this is a 100K celebration.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck yeah, but, you always remember the first time.
We're going to be talking about partying like it's 100K. Because it was a long time of party. Well, all right. Are you ready to Fountain Base? We got Fountain Base on our last episode. First, I think this is the first time. Or
are we doing this?
Podcast.
Okay.
Want to do it? Yeah. I'll start with the Arabic letter name guy. It's 1,000 sats. We're covenant with Peter Todd, a.k.a. Shiboshi something, is what drives us forward. Very well said.
I didn't even realize we got founders.
Yeah, we got several.
What do you think Peter Todd's up to right now?
You think he's Jewish?
Some Russian chick or Ukrainian chick.
He's not Satoshi. It's not even a relevant question.
If he was Jewish, would that make the odds higher that he was Satoshi?
Yes, clearly.
Interesting.
He was, he did get pretty haggly with wanting to be zapped for his work, if you recall, right? He got a little, uppity.
Just something you might notice.
For his reports that he wanted, he withheld his reports because he wanted 300,000 sats, something like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I noticed.
It's pretty Jewish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is wanting to inflate the supply of Bitcoin Jewish or non-Jewish, do you think?
I think that it's non-Jewish. I think that wanting to inflate the supply is trying to play God. I think that is distinctly non-Jewish.
Well, Peter Todd supports the tail emissions.
I mean, that was a big reason why I submitted my bid proposal. Is because I was worried that Peter Todd's tail emissions would be taken seriously. My HODL tax proposal. Like, his whole concern is that the security budget is an issue, right? And his solution is to add tail emissions. And the HODL tax is a way to go about things without inflating the supply or, having to do anything funky.
Check it out. It made the
BIP 300. What is it?
The mailing list.
Which BIP is it?
It's in the 400s. I don't even remember the number. We're feeding news stories after that. Well, yeah. Thanks for the boost. Next boost is from We All Eat for 696 sats. They say, thanks, Dennis Porter. That dude is a PodConf bag hot. LOL. Just a bunch of fag hot cunts.
He's the best.
I'm not sure what a fag hot is.
I don't know, but anytime Chet boosts, and by the way, I think when the last time I was on with you, he was like, "Who's that faggot?" And I'm like, "I fucking."
Thank you. The
now
next
it's gonna
one
be
is
like, "Who's that Jew faggot?" That'll definitely be his boost.
BTC on board. Ellen Hits or hashtag CTV boosted us. Got a double boost here for 300 sats. Maintaining compliant lightning infrastructure that honors our ancestors is critical. Could not agree more.
So, is part of the reason why you don't think Shinobi would be a good partner for your daughter his stances on scaling?
Yes. It's just too gay.
Which part of it?
I'm not a fan of scalers, even though I understand. I'm interested in the conversation, but I don't I think it's just so early to have a strong view, as strong of a view as he has on it. I think it's just way too fucking early, and it could just be me not being informed enough. But it would cause way too many. It's like having political problems in your family. I think that might be just the problem right there. I would just be inviting political problems. I'm not ready to, just not ready to fucking battle on that level with my son.
No big blockers for sure. The last one is from who else? Pies, 100 sats.
Pies.
Beer and cigarette emoji.
Fucking best.
Gosh, what a champ.
Right. thanks so much for coming on, Fundamentals. I gotta run, so I will have to.
Guys.
Yeah, talk to you guys later.
We didn't get to tell any jokes here, but we made podcasting history, I think, on this one.
Hey, how's it going? Before we begin, I want to take a minute to thank everyone who's supported the Discovering Bitcoin podcast by sending, streaming, and boosting precious Satoshis via value-for-value apps like Fountain and Breeze, or Zaps via Nostr. Hearing tales of discovery and recording episodes of this podcast keeps me sane, and your support motivates me to keep going more than you will ever know. Thank you. Are you new to discovering Bitcoin, the network, the asset, the money? Do you want to get up to speed on self-custody, join the evolution, and know how to hodl your Bitcoin safely, securely, and simply? Discover the Bitcoin Advisor, a dedicated team of proper Bitcoiners, hardcore, ardent maximalists whose sole purpose is to help you to discover Bitcoin, steer well clear of shitcoins, take self-custody, become sovereign, and ensure that you feel confident every step of the way. Click through to the bitcoinadvisor.com link located in the show notes and tell them DJ from Discovering Bitcoin sent you. Your first month's free when you do.
Can you explain why Bitcoin is such an attractive financial tool?
Because it is somewhat anonymous, not fully, and because you can move money instantaneously.
So the one thing we can count on is Bitcoin goes forward in the year 2024.
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal.
Works at the doors.
12, 11, 10,
Time to hesitate
9.
is through.
Ignition sequence start.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
All engine running. Liftoff. We have liftoff. Roll it.
Neil, how's it going, man?
It's going great. How you doing?
It's going great. It's going great. It's early doors. You know, we're I guess at the beginning of the bull run, I suppose. I don't know. I don't really like to talk about that kind of stuff, to be honest. It's kind of a little bit too time-stampy. But I don't know. It's just I woke up this morning and everyone on Twitter was talking about, you know, staying humble and not telling you. Like Stack Hodler had a tweet about. Oh fuck! Here we go. Time stamping it. About just, you know, not rubbing it in people's faces. You know, when Bitcoin rips, and you just want to be that humble pleb that doesn't go around saying "I told you so." You just let them be. You know.
Yeah, it kind of depends on where you're at in your journey. Everybody's got to get a little bit of that in, especially if you're somebody that's been hanging on through and you've just only known the red, you've only ever been down, and everybody tells you to sell, and everybody else in your life is like, okay, whatever, you can mess around with that and lose your money. And then it comes back around to times like now, and it's like, if it's your first time around, there's a couple people you gotta be like, I told you so, but that gets old too. And then you just want to start taking those people along with you, and then another cycle goes by, and then the next time around it's not quite as important to tell those people because they already know.
Yeah, and I mean that it gets I guess it gets harder, you know, because there was a tweet I saw a long time ago about when anyone ever tries to orange pill you, it's coming from a place of love and compassion, and you kind of want them on the train, right? And you don't want them to get left behind, and so you have this enormous amount of enthusiasm, and you just want to scream it from the rooftops and get everybody on board. But, you know, people are only so willing to listen. I was reading, I discovered this amazing book in the last last week or so called 10 Basic Rules for Better Living. It's kind of like Jordan Peterson, but for like the 1950s or something. And one of the rules he's got is stop trying to dominate and possess your friends and relatives. And basically, it's summarized as just keep your advice for yourself. And if people come and seek it from you, then therefore they'll be grateful to receive it. And then both parties will be the better for it. You know? So don't beat people over the head with your fanatical Bitcoin obsession. Just let them come to you. You know, like the horse leading it to water.
Yeah, definitely. That's 100% true. And then to your comment about like when you're telling people about it, it's out of a place of love. And I mean, in all honesty, really it is also when you're dunking on altcoiners, when you know they're wrong, but they're so convinced that they're right. It's not to ridicule them. It's almost like you feel bad for them that they're so close. Like they have the right idea, they understand the principles, but they're just one little part off where they think it's a get rich. As soon as they let go of the get rich scheme and realize what it's really all about, then they could transition over to Bitcoin. But they think their coin is the solution, and it's a shame to see them so close, and then in the end they're gonna lose, and they're gonna go broke, and they could have been there.
Yeah, I mean that's it. It's kind of like because they're directionally correct, and they just need that little extra level of humility or something, some sort of cognitive, debility. I don't know what it is. I had a back and forth with someone on Messenger a little while ago on Instagram, and they were like, haha, my husband reckons you're a Bitcoin maxi or something. It's a friend of mine, and I was just explaining, well, like if ever your husband wants to reach out and get some resources, I'll happily point you in the right direction. But otherwise, have fun with your shitcoins and see how that goes.
Yeah, and then a lot of times they don't understand. I mean, depending on how long you've been in the space, you've seen people get wrecked. You're not coming up with these ideas. It's not some kind of new idea that you're telling somebody like, my coin is better and this is why yours is bad, because you just came up with that idea. Because a lot of these coins are either carbon copies of some other scam or some other thing that happened, or it's the same coin that just keeps redoing the same thing. And we've seen it. We know what happens, and we see people get burned. And everybody thinks that this time is different, but
I don't know, man. It's like there just seems to be a lot of meme coins going around nowadays. I guess the cycle is the cycle, and people will just touch the stove in their own time and hopefully remove their hand from the stove as quickly as possible. But you got to do it. You got to do the work. We're both, or alternatively, we're just incredibly lucky.
So that'll be that's a good little story for you then. So when I started, I'd been trading options like back before the Robinhood, like back in 2017, was trading options just as a game, whatever. And then of course that transitioned into the meme coins of the day, right? So I was selling. There was nowhere really to buy Dogecoin, to be honest. I don't even remember where I was getting it from, but I was selling it on eBay. And then later that led to me getting banned from eBay. PayPal closed out with all my money in their account. It's still sitting in there. Ironically, now they sell crypto. But so messing around in all the altcoin games, and got drunk one night, made my own altcoin just to do it, just to see like, okay, what do these projects really take? Made it in anticipation for an altcoin podcast I was going to be on at the time, just so I could like educate people on, okay, this is what it is. Turns out this is how easy it is to do. This is the coin I made. It does nothing. It will never do anything. I just wanted to have some material to talk about on the show. That night, wake up the next day, sold $15,000 worth of this coin that I explicitly told people does nothing and will never do anything.
That's awesome.
And yeah, right. So luckily, I mean, so I panicked, right? Like that's a securities nightmare because I'm not only like telling people on a podcast, but then it goes and does that. So luckily, I mean,
and the moral implications of how you probably felt just personally, like.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm talking to people that like I was in chat groups with and stuff. I know the people. Like I don't know specifically which person bought stuff, but I know it was people that I'd been involved with. So somehow, when I built it on a blockchain that I could see the addresses that it came from. So it was a real blockchain, luckily. And so I just sent all the money back, deleted the coin, closed it down, whatever. And went down as like some kind of shitcoin folk hero because who runs a crypto scam and then actually returns the money out of their own morals.
Well,
but yeah, so
you do,
that.
and I mean most Bitcoiners, and like that's a testament, man.
Well, and that's what it was that was 100% my 180 away from everything altcoin was. If I could do that under those conditions and essentially accidentally launch a coin that people would go for, then what's to say all the projects like that aren't? And so then that was my Bitcoin Maxi project. Once that was concluded, wiped the brow. The SEC wasn't a concern. I mean, I had a friend who worked for the SEC. And he was on the crypto task force of all things, just randomly, a friend of mine from high school. And so I'd sent him the podcast. He's like, you got to do something about that. I'm like, oh, crap. So, yeah. But I mean, and then it was just Bitcoin Maxi from that day forward.
Well, let's go back to the beginning and we'll go back to ground. How did you discover Bitcoin?
It was Christmas Eve at a girlfriend's house. Bored out of my mind, and didn't really like her family that much. So I was just on my phone and just looking at stuff, and then it just clicked because I was, like I said, I was trading options. I'd done pretty good trading oil options, and then I knew some guys that worked for Amazon, so they were telling me how many packages that their facility was running out of there, and it was going up 50,000 extra packages a day during the holiday season. It was like 150,000. Next day, be 200,000. Next day, 250,000. And I was like, oh god, Amazon's killing it this year. So like Amazon's a real big thing now. So made a brilliant grand slam play on Amazon options. They come out with their earnings report after the year's over. All-time highest earnings of all time, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They say that their projected earnings aren't going to be as good next quarter. The price crashes. And I'm like, how do you do that? And then the next quarter earnings comes out, and they beat the previous quarter. So they were lying. So here I got wiped out of my position because of the game, because of Wall Street games. So then I was just like, all right. And then that's when I got into crypto, and then you know how I got into Bitcoin from there.
So the idea of, I guess, I mean, you explicitly told people, hey, like, I can just spin this thing up. Please don't buy it. Next minute, they're buying, what, $15,000 worth. You're freaking out. And then you have that epiphany, shit, if I can do this, like, what's to say, no, like, anyone else can do it. And is that what compelled you to look deeper into Bitcoin, or was it something else? Like, you obviously had sort of, I guess, grokked basic elements of Bitcoin prior to that, you know, in terms of, I don't know, digital scarcity or, you know, whatever it was. What was it?
It was actually a use case.
Uh-huh.
It was, I realized Bitcoin was easy to obtain. Like, cash for Bitcoin was doable. But then all the other altcoins and crap, you needed Bitcoin to buy it. So that was the trigger for me, where I was like, well, the only one that's really doing anything, it's not just a white paper with some pie in the sky dream, is Bitcoin. Like, I'm needing Bitcoin to do all these altcoin things that I'm doing. And then who's to say that any altcoin is worth anything, where there is a use case for Bitcoin. So then it just started. Then it was just, okay, well, why is Bitcoin? Looked into the history of it, and then it was like, okay, this is the real value. I don't remember whose version of the history of money it was that I'd listened to on a podcast, and I was like, oh, wow, that was just the moment that I was like, okay. And I've always been messing around with banks and different things my whole life. I mean, I was primed. It wasn't a hard transition for me. It was just the tool that became available.
Well, that's what I was going to ask is, you know, what was sort of like the inputs prior to Bitcoin that you think allowed you to, I guess, be open to discovering it, you know?
Oh, well, I mean, I'd been flipping houses while I was working my full-time job also, and things like that, and just dealing with banks and seeing why everybody else got some sort of edge, and then just a lifelong distrust of government and how rules don't apply. I mean, just in the news recently, we got the same thing going on, where the government doesn't follow the same rules. They make the rules and enforce the rules, but if you're close enough, you don't have to obey the rules. And the banking system's the same way. So, I mean, it was already just, I mean, when I was in high school, I was having TCF Bank was screwing me over on various things. And it was like, I just have always, as soon as there was a way to not have to deal with the banking system, that was the selling point for me.
Awesome.
Well, I mean, and another perfect example was PayPal closing down my account and not returning the money I had in there for violating their terms of service for selling cryptocurrency. And then within, I don't even know if it was a year turnaround, here they're offering it to their customers.
Yeah.
And it's like, there you go, perfect example.
I love that
Yeah.
that notion of, like, we could just shut your account, not pay you back. Like, I mean, it's fine, shut the account, but, you know, at least return the money. But
Yeah,
if you're going to take the money,
grace period.
you know, yeah, well, that's it. And like, and then there's no, it's not like you can just call up customer service, you know, or some sort of call center and have it like a one-on-one chat with another human being. It's just all through these bots and algorithms and things, and it just makes it impossible. And then on top of that, they actually literally take your time, energy, you know, your money. It just, I don't know. It's enough to drive anyone mad, really.
Yeah, and it is, and it's the one thing that you think you actually own in this world is your money. Like, you can go do something with your money. You don't have to stay in whatever situation your life is in or you find yourself. You can take your money and move out of the country, or take your money. And it's not true. You can't do those things. And it's not your money. It's the bank's money. And they allow you to have it if they so choose. And if they don't, then that's it.
Yeah, well, that's it. But you know, like, obviously, that's part and parcel of the journey of discovering Bitcoin, is that you do come to these realizations that the money in the bank is not yours, and that it is theirs. It's an unsecured loan to the bank. They can effectively do what they like with it. and they also get supported by the state in that capacity. You know, there's obviously insurance and I guess the rule of law to an extent, but you know, they have these. I mean, it's been circling around for years now here in Australia, but the bail-in laws, where you know if there's a run on the bank, or if the bank just all of a sudden needs to seize your account for whatever reason because they effectively fucked up, you know, rather than getting a bailout via the taxpayer, they'll just literally directly take your money.
Yeah, that's dystopian. That's dystopian right there, and then that's...
Quick break just to say, if you're enjoying the show and digging what you hear, please consider supporting Discovering Bitcoin by shooting, boosting, sending, or zapping the show some sats. If you're listening via a podcasting 2.0 app such as Fountain, Podverse, or Breeze, it's easier done than said. All you got to do is tap the boost button or set an amount of sats to stream per minute while you're listening. Alternatively, if you want to zap me direct via a lightning address, please send zaps and sats, or zaps of sats, in support of the show to djdbtc@zeuspay.com. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your support.
I mean, if you've heard anybody talk about the CBDCs, that's what it is. It's like you run a red light, and they catch you on camera. It's not. They don't even send you a ticket anymore. They wouldn't have to. They just take the money, and then there's no disputing it. There's no anything. Like, it's to be able to just take from somebody, and that's I mean what a bank account is. The bank account is just there to say that you can pay something, but it's not really yours.
Yeah, there's no due process. It's just, you know, we can do this, we have the ability to do this, and so we will exercise that ability rather than, and you could file a complaint. We've got a complaints department. Go tap a few buttons and we'll get back to you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like trying to wait for an insurance payout. Forget it.
Yeah, and then you talk like the credit system too. Here in America, it's a credit score that's determined by a bunch of very vague and like the weirdest things. If you have credit available but you're not using it, it hurts your credit score. And if you close a line of credit, it hurts your credit score. If you open a line of credit, it hurts your... Like, where are these rules? I mean, I'm sure you can look it up online and somebody writes it down, but they don't publish them anywhere to my knowledge, and there's nobody to call. Like, if you have a dispute about your credit, you can call a third party that somehow has contact that could negotiate something on your behalf, but it's just such a phony system. And then somehow Equifax loses the information of, I don't remember the number, 200 million people or something like that. It's like they're a third-party company, like that I never signed any affidavit or any type of legal documents saying that they were allowed to even have that information. How are they losing information that I never gave them permission to even have? And it's like
That's the stuff that winds me up the most.
Yeah, it's just a whole system built around that, and I mean that's just an example because they screwed up. But otherwise, it would just be business as usual. Everything. Like, who knows how many other companies are out there? The same thing. Like, why do they have all this information on me? And then what are they doing with it? And how secure is it?
Well, that's the thing. It's not secure. And time again, you see these data leaks and hacks and blah blah blah. And it's like, how many examples do you need to present to these large centralized databases, whether they're a private entity, corporation, whatever, or a state entity, to say that these are a shitty idea and that I don't consent to you holding this information. If I involuntarily input it, the worst bit is like when you it appears like you're voluntarily inputting this information, but there's kind of like no other way. There's no other options, you know. Like if you apply for a rental, say here in Australia, I hate doing the online applications where you go through a third party, and like you're uploading some pretty gnarly information, you know, that's pretty personal, like driver's license IDs, sometimes in some cases passports and things. And you ask the real estate, say, listen, I'm not comfortable with this, and you give them some, you know, emotive reason, like give them some examples so you don't feel like a complete, like, crazy cypherpunk kid that's they're just an irritant. You know, so you kind of, because these people aren't like the smartest people on the planet. Like, I can't stand real estate agents. Fucking. Anyway, I don't know if I'll edit that out, but
Nice.
people wind me up. They're morons, and the thing is, like, you give them this insane amount of personal information, and if you ask for an alternative, like, can I just give it to you in hard copy? Like, I'll come in, you print me out the application, I'll give you the application in hard copy. 9 times out of 10, they'll say, like, nah, just do it online. You know, it's just easier for me. And so then that data goes out, and, like, it's replicable, like, infinitely. So, like, who knows where it's going to all these third parties and things, and then it gets hacked, and I don't know, man, it's disgusting.
Yeah, and so I've well, first to your real estate, hating real estate agents. So I told you I was flipping houses. So I go and just buy a house, find somebody who was looking to sell for whatever their reason, buy it from them, and then turn around, sell it to a friend or whatever, however it works, where I wasn't using real estate agents. And the real estate agent I did have a relationship with one day sends me a message. He goes, "Oh, if you're ever looking to go above board again, give me a call." And I'm like, above board? Nothing I was doing. Like, this is all registered. It was all legal sales and registered. It's not like I'm like
black market housing.
Money laundering with houses or something, like above board. It was just so, because they think they're that they're rent seeking.
What you mean to say is
that
you're looking for a middleman to take a cut.
Exactly. And then but they don't see it that way, and that's just so indicative to so many different things in society, where it's like it's been around, it's been established for so long that people don't even realize that that's not the way it is.
Yeah, the level of entitlement is out of control.
Yeah. But there was some other point I was going, but you got me all sidetracked about and bent out of shape about realtors.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, about personal information. It's basically your government information in the United States, and I'm sure in Australia as well, but it's basically useless now. Like it's been stolen time and time again. The people that steal it even get it stolen from. So it's like a social security number in the United States is worthless. The FBI, they track you by your phone numbers. They don't even care about your social security numbers. And it's just like the guy, there was a identity protection commercial years ago about a guy driving around in New York with his social security number on the side of a box truck. And he goes, "That's how confident I am in my product." And I'm like, no, you just know that social security number doesn't mean anything.
It's useless. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a buddy of mine got his like tax account or something. We have like we have this thing in Australia with this thing. It's like a login for the government, you know, like MyGov or something. And you're expected to just log in every now and again and just double check what daddy's got to say to you, whether you pings you an email or something like that, and you're up to date with this or that or whatever. And it's just like, just get fucked. Like, honestly, none of this. I'm not a serf on your property here. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, if I want something, I'll come to you because you work for me, you know. And in the meantime, be on standby when I need a drink of water, because that's your job, right? To be of service to me.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna
Well,
like.
They don't see it like that, though. Again, established for so long, they forget that they're the employees, they think that now they're the masters.
And like, if you say any of that sort of line of, when you're interacting, again, it goes back to the power thing. Like PayPal, they could just take your money and say, we're shutting down your account because of reasons, and thanks for coming. Like, you can speak to our complaints department. Here's a link, and we'll get back to you, like in some indeterminate time. It's like, just there's so much level of obfuscation and bullshit that you have to wade through that it actually is detrimental to, I guess, your time and energy, finite energy. So you just run the numbers and you go, forget it. It's just not worth it. And then they win. That's how they win.
Yeah, exactly. And there's so many different cases of that too, where it's like they will, because they have endless, especially now with bots. It doesn't cost any of their resources to stonewall you indefinitely. Like, it takes, you don't, unless you come up with your own bot to make these phone calls for you, like, you're never gonna, if they deem you like that you're not gonna get your money back, then that's it. Like, they'll just keep it going forever, and I mean, nobody's got enough time to spend on the phone with all these people.
That's such a good idea. I'm either going to try and find some time to go on Replit later on. I'm not a coder at all, but I've been mucking around a little bit with Replit. Or someone out there should create a bot that just is like, bot v bot, and you can just like spin it up to call these people and waste their time back to them. And if it's literally just having a computer on, maybe hidden behind a VPN or something like that, I don't know.
Hey, do it to politicians too. They had, right before, 2 months before this last election, my phone was basically useless. Like, I have people call me that I don't know their numbers, so I can't not answer phone calls from unknown numbers. But it was all political harassment.
Yeah, wow.
And it's like, I should have stored all the numbers and fed them to your bot. You could call them all back with your complaints.
Just have a series of pre-recorded messages. It's just it's purely designed to waste people's time in return.
Yeah, I remember when I was young, I was at a friend's house for dinner. Phone rings, back landline days, and his dad goes and answers it, and he goes, no, let me stop you right there. You give me your phone number, and I'll call you back at an inconvenient time for you. Because it's like, just the people that think that they own your time. It's on every level. It's like, you don't get to just, because I own a phone, that doesn't give you the right to be able to get a hold of me whenever you want.
No. Yeah, again, it goes back to that sense of entitlement. And as you pointed out, like, these things have been established for such a long time, and the vast majority of people comply with it, or at least don't think about it enough to push back a little. I mean, they probably get frustrated. Everyone's the same. Like, they all get frustrated and stuff. But it defaults to, hey, did you catch the game last night? It's like, don't spend too much time and energy, and that's fine. But yeah, like, if there's, it's asymmetrical, And so if there was some way to sort of, hey, listen, I'll call you back at an inconvenient time, and if you had that automated, man, that'd be something.
Yeah, definitely.
How has discovering Bitcoin changed you?
Oh, wow. Well, it's completely consumed every aspect of my life, whether it be my entertainment, my friend circle, my employment, obviously my finances. Like, everything I used to do, I don't do anymore. It's all Bitcoin stuff. I still, obviously, I met my wife at a Bitcoin conference.
Amazing.
Right? So everything nowadays has some aspect of underlying Bitcoin tone to it. So yeah, it's been fantastic. It's been a great journey, great ride.
Can I ask, was it during a bull or a bear that you met your wife at the conference?
Oh, it was a bull run.
It was a bull.
It was, yeah, because I was working at the post office at the time, and Dredd called me. He was down at a conference in Vegas, and he goes, "Come down here." I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "Stop what you're doing, come hang out with me, blah, blah, blah." And I couldn't get the time off of work. They like wouldn't give it to me because like the people that usually would fill in for me when I leave, they weren't answering their phones or they weren't coming or whatever. All right, well, I'm done here. Fly down to Vegas, and that was a decision that I would have never made had I not been in Bitcoin at the time. And it was when Bitcoin mining, home mining, was really just exploding. And so yeah, money was good. There was no, I was making more, like I did one deal, my commission on it was more than I would make after taxes in an entire year doing the job I was doing. So I was like, okay,
amazing.
Don't need to do this anymore. Went down there. Yeah. Met her. The rest is history. It's been amazing. It's been amazing.
I like those stories of people that, meet their significant other, whether it's bulls or bears, but when they hold through the bear and they talk about, like, say Marty and Matt on RHR, they talk about how Marty and his wife, I guess, she bought the dip because he was like unemployed for such a long time and was trying to spin up this TFTC brand and all the rest, and she stuck with him. It's yeah, I mean, I there's so much signal in and around Bitcoiners. It makes it so much easier to make friends. Like as an adult, it's quite difficult to make friends with people because you're just not really too sure about them, and so you've got your old school friend group, and that's kind of it. But when it comes to a meetup or a Bitcoiner, like someone that you know is a genuine Bitcoiner, and you're still, passing through a few filters and things, but it's so much easier. It's like Knut said this, I think, recently. It's like the level of trust speeds up so quickly when you meet another Bitcoiner. And so if you could meet a Bitcoiner that's also like your partner, your wife, all right, man, that's like hyperspeed.
Yeah. Yeah, and I really hope that's something that doesn't change, but inevitably it has to. I mean, at the speed at which Bitcoin is growing and the fabled public adoption and all that stuff, like eventually it consumes everyone. And the problem with everybody being involved is now it's also the types of people that you didn't care for before. But now, I mean, even still now, but more so in past years, you go to something and you know that people are spending money. They're spending their sats to be there. They're for entertainment purposes and networking and everything like that. So they're not just random people. You know that they're like-minded people already because they're willing to spend the money that they worked for to be there. So they're not going to waste their time of being an asshole or something like that, or whatever the case may be. So you're already going to fit in with this person or these people when you go there. And it's like time and time again when I was first, like I was interested in dealing with Bitcoin for couple years before I ever went to any type of conference or anything like that, because I was it was like a save your sats type mentality. I didn't want to spend, I don't know, probably minimum of $1,000 between hotels, tickets, and plane and all that. So I'm like, no, I'll just write down the date and the $1,000 I saved by not going, and we'll see what that's worth in a couple years. So I would just keep doing that. But then I went somewhere just alone, hadn't talked to anyone online or anything like that, and just randomly start talking to Bitcoiners, and it's like every person I would meet was like, God, I'm like, how have I not been friends with this person for years? And then you go talk to somebody else and you're like, oh, this guy's really cool. And it's like you meet some girl and it's like, wow, she's smart. And it's unreal. When you finally do make it to a conference and you start talking to people and realize that there are people out there that are just as weird as us.
Yeah, most definitely. I got a good friend of mine I met at a conference, and yeah, like we started talking about tool and stuff, and like, I mean, if you talk about tool to someone, it's generally a decent sign that they're a decent human being. But then you compound that with Bitcoin, and it's like, all right, like this person is like genuine, real authentic, and it's just, you're right. Like I will inevitably lose that for sure. You know, in terms of being able to attend those sorts of things and not getting caught up in those net extractors that will start to come online. And I guess that's why you probably don't see very many real estate agents, because they are net extractors, not net producers, and so they're then unlikely to go to a Bitcoin conference. You know, it kind of reminds me of this article, Geeks, Mops, and Sociopaths, and it's sort of like this evolution of a subculture. And I've spoken about this in the pod many times, I suppose. I haven't mentioned it in a while, actually, but might put it in the show notes. It's a cracking article about how like something comes onto a scene and it's really cool, and you've got like the creators or the inventors, and it brings in like the sort of like the people that can contribute to that creation of that invention, and then it grows the scene, and then you have the fanatics that come on, and they're not necessarily creators, and they're not contributors, say to like Bitcoin Core or something. They contribute, you know, time, money, organization, whether they do a meetup or run analysis or whatever it is, to support that. And then you got the geeks. They love the new thing. They're fascinated by all of its, you know, esoteric elements, and they spend all of their time talking about it or doing it or whatever it is. And then eventually the scene grows to a point where it draws in the mops, and you know, they're kind of like, they show up to have a good time, and they contribute as little as they possibly can, basically, in an exchange. They sort of just extract, basically, and they don't give. And you know, we'll get to that point where the mops, you know, will just flood in, and maybe it'll continue to happen in cycles. You know, and obviously there'll be more mops in a bull than there are in a bear, but it's the geeks and the fanatics that you want to hang around with, and the creators, you know.
Yeah, that's where, I mean, that's where the true value is derived. I mean, hence the terms, even the geeks and the creators. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of people just because they weren't disenfranchised by banks or government or anything like that have a lot of very valuable input to offer and coming into the space, but it takes them longer to get here. And like I was saying, even with the altcoin people, I mean, there's a lot of talent there. It's being squandered for their own personal reasons, but yeah, I mean, they could bring a lot to the table. I mean, who wouldn't want to be paid $1 million a year to go work for some shitcoin, and their alternative is go make $50,000 a year on a grant working for Bitcoin, right? That's part of the thing with Bitcoin being with Bitcoin not being a company, is you gotta put in the time first before it's valuable for somebody to want to pay you for that. Right. Whereas if you just have a skill that some shitcoin's going to pay you for to try to get over on people,
Well, your contributions to the Bitcoin space, I mean, just sort of following you on Twitter, really, obviously is in and around mining, and you've made a few. Like we were talking a little bit off air about this Bitcoin mining water feature that you made from a bit axe. There's this relaxing little bit axe that runs and is immersion cooled, I guess.
Immersion cooled is when it's actually submerged into a dielectric oil. This is just a hydro cool. It's just running water through a cooling block.
I see. Well, so I'm revealing my ignorance here, but in terms of your net contributions to the space, you obviously have quite a technical background. So I don't know, just riff on what Ronin H2O is, and you've got a bunch of photos of like your bit axes and Watts miners and a few other bits and bobs. I like your energy bill too. You've got an energy bill for.
That was from a few years ago. Yeah, it was from a few years ago. But yeah, to like what I was saying is, you have to do a lot of work before anybody's willing to pay you for it. So I mean, how I got into mining was I was just interested in it, right? I wanted some kind of like everybody who's in Bitcoin wants some kind of paycheck. Like how can I get paid in Bitcoin or get money to make more or buy more Bitcoin? And I'm not a writer. I'm not a coder. Like my options were limited, so I was like, oh, some passive income through mining. And at the time, S9s had just basically become obsolete, and they weren't worth anything. Fartface 2000 sent me 2 S9s for free. Like that's how they didn't have any value. He's like, if you're gonna actually plug these in, I'm like, yeah, I want to learn. He goes, okay, if you're gonna plug them in, I'll just send them to you. So he sends me those. I start just kind of talking about what I'm doing while I'm doing it, because at the time there was no information out. There was no YouTube videos. There was no nothing about running a miner. Like it was kind of just happen to know people on Twitter and talking to people, trying to figure out what you could, plug it in and let's see if you can get it going type deal. Because everybody who was mining were large businesses, and it was just a walled garden of knowledge. Like why would they want to educate their competition on any scale? So I was just talking about mining and what I was doing, and then one day these valueless S9s that I had plugged in at a condo I owned, that was vacant, and all of a sudden now they were making so much money. Just 2 S9s were making so much money mining because the price was going up of Bitcoin and everything. And I'd worked out a deal with my local power company, and they were paying the mortgage. Just 2 S9s running that I'd gotten for free offline.
Wow.
So I mean, when something like that happens to you, when you see those numbers, I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna expand, right? You're gonna expand as hard and as fast as you can. So just started accelerating in that, and then try to get the new generation miner at the time. And I wanted What's Miner. I'd read good things about them, and it was again another whole barrier to entry. Was minimum order quantity was 20. They were selling for $10,000 a piece. So I mean, the better part of $250,000 that you're going to send off to China in Bitcoin and hope to God something shows up, right? Like nobody can do that. People just can't do that. They don't have $250,000 lying around. And so then I put together some people that also wanted them, fill the order it. Next time it got easier and easier, more and more people just kept doing stuff like that. Good friends with the guys at Kaboom Racks. I mean, they were instrumental in that, being the main U.S. broker for that. So that was great. And then, just documenting it all along the way. Started whipping up I don't know, 20 machines here in a pole barn and doing this over there, and then got into immersion, which you were talking about, where you actually submerge the machines into a dielectric fluid. And that I thought was the future. I mean, I started by using the heat from the S9s to heat a vacant condo I own. So I knew about where typically heat is the issue to be dealt with. Now, heat is a usable byproduct from that. So then immersion, the way it works is the dielectric fluid pulls the heat out, you circulate it out, get rid of the heat somewhere else, whether it be a dry cooler type thing outside or whatever. And I thought that was it. I thought that was like, okay, industrial buildings, people are going to have an immersion tank in their garage heating their house, things like that. All these great aspirations of things that it could be, but it was messy, right? You're dealing with a liquid where you're actually putting the machine down into the liquid to pull it out, complete disaster, just everything, lots of moving parts, everything like that. And then just a few months ago, actually, my wife was talking to me and showing me some coolers, some dry coolers that they'd made for hydro cooling, which is where you, instead of having a heat sink on the chips, you have a water block that you cycle water through, and then that takes the heat out, and then you deal with it in the same way you would from an immersion system, except for there's never any exposed liquid. It's all a closed system, so you're not dealing with a big open vat of dielectric oil. And it's just clean, it's nice. That's where the whole hydro bidax thing came from. And then, well, anywhere you use water, like a friend of mine, he was doing the immersion, and he was using the heated fluid to heat his pool. He had a big hot fire. He had his pool up to 100 degrees in the middle of winter in Minnesota, where it was like 0 degrees out.
This is Fahrenheit, because you guys are weird.
Yeah, Fahrenheit. Oh yeah, there you go.
100
So he had it up
Celsius
to.
would be
Yeah, it
no
would be
corner.
boiling. That'd be steaming. And then, which actually, 100 degrees Celsius is kind of like the holy grail of using miners to heat water, because once you hit that 100 degrees Celsius, then you have steam, and then the steam does work.
Yep.
Or rather than now you're using the heat off of it, you're actually going to use the steam to power things. Like you can run turbines or whatever. I mean, endless uses for steam, but yeah. So that's kind of the holy grail. As soon as the ASICs are heating up to 100, then we're got a whole new level of application.
So just to finish that thought, and so I think I've got it in my head correctly, do you mean that if you got an ASIC to output, say 100 degrees Celsius worth of heat, that creates steam, you could capture that steam to run a turbine to do work, to then run the ASIC, and then it's like a closed loop system? Is that a stupid thing?
Well, no, it's not. It's not a perpetual motion machine.
Right.
But see, right now, power plants, whether it be coal, natural gas, nuclear, the way they're getting the power is they're heating water. They're heating water into steam and then using the steam through a turbine to generate power. Where this, rather than now you're using the electric, so it's not totally efficient. I mean, you could use it to run a turbine and get a little bit of power back to power the miner, but it's not like you flip a switch on and the thing perpetually runs forever. It's not. It would be sweet, but no.
That's not gonna.
But yes, you did explain it right. It's just not. You still have to have input power for it. It's just that the steam becomes useful,
like supplementary.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've got these this water feature, and I mean, obviously, so mining is something that you've gone deep into, particularly home mining. What's the current state of home mining obviously with the bid axes coming online, these things are really cool. There's a novelty about them. I think at least 2 of them, to the best of my knowledge, have found a block, which is cool. Profitability is still a huge problem, right? Increased difficulty. But in terms of home mining, is this something that you would recommend to people to have a go if they have cheap enough energy?
If they have cheap enough energy, definitely. It's really a game of being the most efficient possible. That's mainly where the heat recapture and reuse comes into play, is because if the electric bill isn't quite so painful, if you're actually getting something in return, like if you're already running electric heat, which a lot of houses do, you're already spending the money to heat. So if you can use the heat, that's one thing. But when it comes to just straight up, right now we're kind of in the same stage we were in my opinion, that when people were sending me S9s for free, right? They were essentially deemed as worthless because at any reasonable power cost, you weren't making enough Bitcoin to make sense. Like you were break even or less. But then all of a sudden it changes. Like I said, just one day, all of a sudden I realized the amount of Bitcoin that was coming in and the value of it was more than I was paying for my mortgage and my electric bill combined, and my HOA too, actually. And so it was basically like having a tenant in a house that I wasn't living in, and it was heating the place and not breaking my stuff. I mean, it was an amazing tenant, paying the mortgage. And so we're kind of in that stage right now where it's not necessarily, unless the conditions are right for your individual conditions for power and location is big. Like I said, if you're going to be using the heat, then that kind of offsets what you're doing. And I mean, even at break even, it's a fun game to play. Like, why not stack some KYC free sats, right? If you're going to be buying the Bitcoin anyways, why not be spending the money, giving the money to the power company, and then collecting the sats rather than buying from an exchange and whatever. I mean, you gotta do the math on it to see if it'll work for you. But then at some point it'll change. It has in the past, and all of a sudden it'll be everybody will want miners again, and then then they can only make them at such a rate, and with the speed that the large mining facilities are buying them up, I mean, inventory could get low again, like we've seen. So yeah, I don't know. It's each individual's personal risk assessment to know if it's a good time to home mine or not.
Yeah.
I would say right now it's not, but ASICs themselves are so cheap right now that it probably wouldn't hurt to pick one up. And I mean, even if you sit on it for a while or something, but that can hurt you in the long run too. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard. That's a hard question.
So these bid axes, though, like I've seen them around, and I love to get my hands on one. I don't have one, but they just kind of they just draw such little power. They're more of a novelty, but they do have the ability to contribute to the network and potentially mine a block.
Yeah, and I mean, they're great, especially for, I mean, I think the price point, well, no, it might be the older ones. They're like $150 or something. But I mean, for what they do is teach people, and that's, I think, the most important thing about them is just the learning tool of it. And then for obviously being a miner myself, and then watching people and educating people about mining and other miners that came before me, ones that came after. Once you start mining, it's like Bitcoin. It's like getting into Bitcoin all over again, where you can't have enough hash rate. You can't, you just always looking at more and more ways to get power, cheap power, more miners. Like, it's the same. I guess that was the best way to explain it. It's like finding Bitcoin all over again. It's just a whole new passion and a whole new. You understand why, and then you start figuring out, well, why does nobody else do it? Why is this and why is that, and how can I do this and how can I do that? And it just snowballs. It's great. It's awesome fun.
You gotta have that bandwidth and time to dive deep in it. Like, I would be at the current stage, I would be the person that would want to just plug something like that in and just look at it every now and again like an ornament, like a trinket, and just be like, oh, that's cool. But I wouldn't have the ability right now to.
And that's the thing too, is the time, because again, using it as the finding Bitcoin analogy, is everybody uses the line like, oh, you want to learn about Bitcoin? Well, you just buy some.
Right.
Buy some first. And then once you buy it, then you have skin in the game. Then you want to know more. And then once you learn a little bit, you just, again, snowballs. And then you're going down all the different rabbit holes. It's the same thing with mining. Once you have some hash rate, and that's where the BitAxe comes in. The BitAxe, you don't get quite the sense of reward from, because you have to hit a block. But you plug in an S9, plugs in just like a toaster, just residential power, no problem. Probably the same price. You can probably pick one up for $100. Then you're actually making steady Bitcoin. Then you get that sense of reward, where it's like you actually have profit rolling in, not like the trinket like you're talking about, where it would be like a BitAxe you plug in and you get to just look at it once in a while. It's like, oh, that's cool. It's I have this many. I have 1.2 terahash or whatever. But here with an actual ASIC, that's not fair. BitAxe does have an ASIC chip, but with like an S9, then you actually have, I don't know, $1 or $2 or something rolling in every day. Oh no, it wouldn't even be close to that. I'm sorry. Anyways, doesn't matter. I'm going on a tangent. But yeah, and then you just want more. As soon as you start doing it, you're like, well, if I'm making this much on this, then plug in another one. Should throw one over at my parents' house. My brother's got an open spot, but stick one there.
You've got I presume it's the Lion of Judah as your avatar, right? Am I correct in saying that?
Yes. Yes, you are. No real significance behind it other than I liked lions. It was one of my first avatars when I started Twitter, and then the Rastafarian lion looked pretty chill. So
yeah, well, I was gonna ask, are you Rastafari? Like, do you identify as Rastafari?
No, I don't. Just happened to be a thing.
It's dub and reggae.
Oh yeah, I listen to a lot of reggae. Yeah, always have. And I spent a lot of time younger down in the islands and things like that. So I mean, it was just kind of the music that rubbed off on me, and I guess that was part of the inspiration behind it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I dig it. I used to spend a lot of time going to those sorts of places in London and the Notting Hill Carnival and things like that. You always feel funny because you're a white dude, sort of skanking to this incredibly amazing music. But then you look around, there's a whole bunch of other white dudes and white girls, and you're just like, fuck it, this music is amazing, and just feel it.
I was living in St. Thomas, Virgin Islands for a little while, and I mean, there would at times when the cruise ships weren't coming in, there'd be like weeks on end where I was the only white dude. Other than me, I was the only white guy I would see for like a couple weeks at a time.
Right.
But loved it. Great people.
Yeah.
Good friends.
Sit around drinking Tiponche and listening to Scratch or King Tubby. That's the move right there. Summertime.
Nice. nice. Yeah, it's always summertime in the islands.
Yeah, this much is true. This much is true. Well, we've got a big island, but it does get cold here on occasion.
How cold does it get there?
It gets cold, man. It snows. Like there's parts of Australia where
Okay.
it snows, for sure. You can go skiing. A lot of people don't actually realize that. I mean, it's not a huge area. It's not massive, but it's big enough to have like an industry that pops up in the wintertime. And it always takes me back just how cold it gets, because it gets so hot, and it always takes me back how like hot it gets. So you like, particularly where I live, like all of a sudden it just gets really hot, and you're like, fuck, I forgot how hot it gets here. And then the winter rolls around, and you're like, fuck, I forgot how cold it gets here. And
Yeah, that's like here too. Being Minnesota, it's it'll get using Fahrenheit. I mean, today it's only 10 degrees Fahrenheit today, but I mean it'll get down -20 regularly in the wintertime, -20 Fahrenheit, and 95 for weeks on end in the summer.
wow, that's proper cold, proper hot.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and the hot's terrible too. It's just that humid jungle
Oppressive,
hot,
yeah.
which is ironic because we couldn't be further away from a coastline.
What do you wish people knew more about Bitcoin?
Should have sent me this question in advance. Really, I wish more people understood inflation. And then once you understand that, then Bitcoin is just a word to explain an idea of that's the way it should be. Because everything about inflation and monetary systems, and I mean I have relatives that when I was trying to explain, of course they're interested in Bitcoin. When I tried to explain Bitcoin to them, they said, well, yeah, but the dollar is backed with gold. Like, I thought that was a joke, like on Twitter, that people are like, oh, so-and-so still thinks it's backed by gold. No, some of my relatives actually thought that the dollar was backed by gold. Crazy.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the same people that we were talking about earlier that think it's perfectly reasonable for PayPal to just, you know, shut down your account and take your money.
Yeah, 2% inflation. Yeah, that's the way it should work. That's what they say.
Your
Why?
money wouldn't
Like,
work,
that
man.
makes...
Like it just wouldn't. It wouldn't work. I mean, if we don't, like, you wouldn't have an incentive to spend your money if it doesn't lose purchasing power. You know?
And that's it. And then people will use that in defense of the like regular people that are living paycheck to paycheck will say, well, there's no incentive to spend your money without 2%. You shouldn't be spending your money. You're living paycheck to paycheck.
You don't have any reason to spend your money otherwise.
Yeah. Wow.
But that's just the level of indoctrination. I mean, and the thing that blows my mind is that 2%. First of all, like, inflation is an aberration. It's not a natural phenomenon, as you and I well know. Most people, you know, that haven't discovered Bitcoin yet, they don't know. They just think it's like this natural thing that happens in the wild, where prices go up by 2% for whatever reason. That 2% number was pulled out of the air by like a New Zealand Reserve Bank governor or a central banker or something, when he was asked in a doorstop interview, and he literally just pulled out 2% off the top of his head, and then that just disseminated like throughout the world, and it's just become the standard. Like, I think this is like in the 70s or 80s. It might even been as close to the 90s, actually, this guy. There's an article on Mises.org that you can read.
There was a I can't think of the name of it. It's well known, but it was in London, and it was literally one guy in, I believe, an actual literal basement of a bank, and he was the one that set banking interest rates. I forget what the name of it is.
Oh, South
So
Park
now I
made an
don't
episode about that guy, I think.
Yeah, and that was just as simple as that. And then like they thought it was all these like numbers and calculations and all this sophisticated math that went into it, and it was just a guy that you're just like, oh, I better act like I'm doing something, and then just cough out some number, and that's the way it was.
It's just some bro with a clipboard walking around the office looking busy, you know, so no
Yeah.
one bothers him. And then like the first Tuesday rolls around, and they're like, "Dude, what's the price of money this month? What are we doing? We cutting? We raising? What's going on?" Oh,
Yeah. Taps the clipboard a couple times and says, "Well, it seems here."
like it's like that sounds like hyperbole, but it's that retarded in terms of the
No,
situation.
it really
he's
was.
under.
Yeah. I remember the story. I just wish I had more details to clarify.
We're going to look back on history, and it's just going to be it's going to be the same as when, you know, people would climb up sort of like, I don't know, Mount Olympus or something and speak to the oracle at Delphi or whatever, and just be like, you know, is it going to be a good harvest this year or whatever it is, and like it's just some old dude. You know, in that movie 300.
Yeah.
You got that young girl who's sort of like she's possessed or something like that, and you know,
Oh,
there's just
Ion.
old decrepit men leering over her. Like it's that kind of stuff. It's basically that for the and because it's like such a small blip in history, like, you know, if you gave from say 1971 to today, you know, it's just over 50 years. It's not long. It's not a long time at all, and you know, this experiment is failing, like in less than a century. It's pretty rubbish.
Yeah, and it really, I mean, when you think of the way people value their time, there's nobody, well, I shouldn't say nobody, that's far too specific, but I mean, the vast majority of everybody is not being paid what their time is worth. They're not being paid what they value their time at, and they're not being paid what I think their time is valuable at. Like, think of it's your life. Like, my brother would always tell me, he's like, oh, I'm going to make double time and a half if I work on this holiday, but I was planning on going and doing this, whatever it was, whether it's ice fishing or something, or like with some friends. And I'm like, so what? And I'm like, it's your time. Why are you making money if you're not going to be able to enjoy it? Like, the whole reason, it's your life. It's the only thing you have, you truly own in this world is your own time.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that has rattled around in my brain since time immemorial, really. Since I can recall, it's just being hyper conscious of my own time and where I spend it and what I spend it on and who I spend it on and with and everything. And I'd much rather have the bare minimum than have, you know, an extra couple of dollars in the bank account. Which again, going back to what we were talking about before, it's not yours. It's just an unsecured loan to the bank, and so, you know, what are you working for? Thank God for Bitcoin, because you can just, you know, take that double time and a half, split it in half, and save it at least, and carry it forward into the future, and have maybe a week-long ice fishing expedition or something.
There you go.
That
See,
makes
if there's a
sense.
plan, if there's a plan for it, if you're planning on, if it's not about just having the money, if it's about actually, okay, this is what that money is going to buy me in the future, then you better make sure it's actually money.
Totally. What does Bitcoin mean to you?
Like I said earlier, it's my social circles, it's my job, it's my entertainment. It means everything. I mean, just other than the very core of my family, it's everything else. It's all encompassing in everything else I do or think about. And now that my family's all Bitcoiners, they made that part integrated into it as well. So it's great. It means
Do
a
you
lot
think
to me.
there'll ever be a time when you're like, like, I get what you're saying in terms of you're thinking about it. It's your life, it's your work, it's all these things. It's kind of become core or central. It's like a firm foundation from which to stand on and to orient your life around. But at the end of the day, we are talking about a neutral protocol that's designed to, or engineered rather, to send value across time and space. I just wonder if there was like a person out there that just fully got into gold, back in the day when everyone was using cows or seashells or whatever it was, and they're just like, I just got a job in gold mining, and I'm just like so, like my whole life has turned around because of gold. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, we get to a point where maybe like subsequent generations will just be like, they really, really got into this whole Bitcoin thing. Like, they define their entire lives about it. Like, I mean, I'm very similar. Like, I just think about this thing all the time. It's just like an infection in my brain, but like a really good one. And it's enabled me to learn so much in terms of the world and everything. And I'm super grateful for it. But I always just get really weirded out by thinking, am I going to just like embed my entire life into this thing without sounding like a cult member?
I made a tweet actually the other day about this. Last week in America was Thanksgiving, and so my family's all into Bitcoin. Everybody knows about everything that we do in Bitcoin, and I think this type of scenario, I think the transition is going to be very fast, where we didn't talk about Bitcoin or politics once. Not one word about it, not because we were specifically avoiding it or anything like that. Like, our family's not like that. And we had the whole evening together doing the Thanksgiving stuff, and it never came up. There was just too many other things in our lives where it wasn't even like a secondary thought or anything like that. There wasn't even a point or time needed to even say anything about any of it. And that's the transition I want to see happen, where it's like, yes, we are fanatical about Bitcoin. Yes, it consumes every part of our lives for the most part, but that's just because it's now. In the future, it's just going to be part of everybody's life. So then there's no sure, everybody's always going to talk about money because it's money, but it won't necessarily be important. Like, when people, when you have your time back, you get to use your time for what you want to use your time for. And when you're with your family, that's it. You don't worry about all the other things going on. You're with your family.
Amazing. Neil, it's been a pleasure hosting you, man. Thank you for sharing some scarce time, finite energy, telling us the tale of how you discovered Bitcoin. That couldn't have left it on a more perfect note. Thank you.
Oh, it's amazing. I had a blast. Thank you for having me on. Give me a call off air anytime, man. It's good talking to you.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the show. Another Thursday, another episode of Simply Sessions. We've got Nico, of course, in the wings, waiting to give us the latest and greatest in everything that's been going on in the Bitcoin space. We're also going to be hitting up our regular tech updates and, of course, showering you guys with some sats. So make sure that you stick around for the middle of the show where we do so. Shout out Bitcoin well. Of course, this is live. Anything can happen, so I defer to my friend Bill here.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Thing sucks.
If you have not already, like, subscribe, share, all those things. They really do help a ton. Do them now. It'll get the content in front of more eyeballs. I am Ben with the BTC Sessions. This is your Simply Session.
Hodl the Bitcoin.
Before we dive in, let's take a look at where we are in the market right now. I am pulling up timechaincalendar.com. Get myself in the corner here. There we are. We're currently sitting at $100,390 per coin. A single US dollar will snag you 996 sats. It's still weird to me seeing triple digits when it comes to a single US dollar. Sad, it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet. In terms of fees, next block 5 sats per VByte, and in terms of Bitcoin mined, 19.79 million. That is 94.26% of the total supply. We're going to give a quick shout out to sponsors of the show, and we'll be right back into the news. So stay tuned. Bitcoin Well is one of the best places to be buying and selling Bitcoin in Canada and the US. And now with the advent of Bitcoin Well Infinite, high net worth individuals can enjoy an OTC desk with white glove experience tailored to transactions of $50,000 or more. This helps high net worth individuals, family offices, businesses, and trusts secure the best prices and execute large transactions with speed and efficiency. You can expect personalized service, rapid fulfillment, no slippage, custom trade structures, risk management guidance, and global buy and sell capabilities. And hey, if you're not a high net worth individual, not to worry, you can still benefit. If you sign up and you refer people through your personalized link, any fees paid on their first purchases will earn you 21% of those fees. So you can check them out today. There's a link down below to sign up, or you can simply scan the QR code on the screen. Bitcoin Well, check them out today. Devify.com allows you to borrow against your Bitcoin in a non-custodial way. Collateral is held in a 3 of 4 distributed multi-sig with trusted parties. It provides institutional liquidity providers loan periods of up to 5 years with flexible conditions and the best rates. Best of all, no rehypothecation of your funds. If you want to check them out today, head over to Devify.com or hit the link in the show notes down below. All right, we are back in. It's time. It is time to bring in our wonderful news-filled co-host. Buddy, how you doing?
I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing good. It's never a dull week in Bitcoin. So many things going on, so much breaking news. I feel like we're winning, man. We're winning. That's how I'm doing. I feel like I'm winning. But we still got a year of the bull market left, I think. Maybe we hit the top already. Maybe it's all over.
Can you imagine 103 top?
Dude, that would be terrible. But Bitcoin does take the path of mass pain. So, you know, maybe it takes another 40 years to hit $1 million. But you know, we'll see. I'm personally optimistic.
Yeah. I think we'd all have a rough time with 103 top. I'd be a little, just a tad disappointed with that. I posted before we dive in. I'm giving myself meme props here because I was very satisfied with the meme I posted earlier today in and around how desensitized I am to price at this time. And so I had to post this. My entitled ass as Bitcoin dips below 100K again. And it's just like the eye rolling Robert Downey Jr. like, ugh. But that's legit. I see 99. I'm like, ugh, come on.
No, it's true, bro. It's true. I mean, like I feel like, but it's part of paying your dues, you know. And American Hodl, I think, writes some great epic pieces on Nostr about this, right? About the journey of the hodler, and like it's so easy on paper, it's so easy in concept, it's so easy in theory, but you know, I've been in this 8 years. I know you've been in this for a couple of years more than me, and it's like it changes you as a person, bro. Like spiritually, as a man, as a person, like you get beat down. You know, realistically, most people get in a bull market, so you get absolutely wrecked the next year, and then you feel bad because you're just like, dude, I could have bought so much Bitcoin if I would have waited, you know. But it's like it's all part of paying your dues, man.
Yeah, it is. It is what it is, and I mean, it's hard not to be bullish with all of the winning that is happening here. So, I mean, I'll just defer to you. What's been going on this week? What's exciting? What winning has taken place?
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna speak of winning, we have to talk about the Orange Man first, because it's just a perfect segue to, you know, he did promise at the Bitcoin conference, you guys are gonna get tired of winning. He did take credit for Bitcoin breaking 100K.
I mean, let's be real a little bit. Like, Bitcoin was always going to hit 100K, but it's pretty, when you look at election immediate pump by like 20K afterwards, it's pretty clear that like he gave it a little oomph at least.
Facts, 100%. He definitely gave it a little nudge. There's no debating that, but it's just such like kind of Trump style. Here's one of the latest videos. He rang the bell at the New York Stock Exchange, and also he won like Time Magazine of the week, whatever. None of that is important. The important part is he had something to say about our industry. One of his latest press conferences. Let's check it out.
Meantime, how about a crypto? Really, we do need, I think, your embracing of crypto, very different from the previous administration. Strategic Petroleum Reserve like for crypto?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to do something great with crypto because we don't want China or anybody else, and not just China, but others are embracing it, and we want to be the head.
Meantime, how about a crypto? Really, we do need, I think.
That to me, like, tells me that, like, you know, that to me tells me that he, like, he's serious about it. And then his son was actually at Bitcoin Mina. Bitcoin Mina was a conference organized by Bitcoin Magazine that was thrown in Abu Dhabi. And he actually had a speech there. I'll share the screen. It's about 3 minutes. I don't know if we'll play the entire thing, but the reason I want to play this speech is we heard Trump's speech at Nashville, and we kind of heard him talking about it like in this interviewer, and it just doesn't feel like he actually knows what he's talking about. Like, it's like, this Bitcoin thing is cool, it's amazing, 100K, that was all me, have fun with your Bitcoins, but, you know, and then it doesn't help that he's selling, like, you know, sneakers for Ethereum, right? Like, this doesn't help. However, his son gave this speech at Bitcoin Mina, and I mean, you hear this, and you know that he knows what he's talking about. Let's check it out.
But now more than ever before, now after everything I've witnessed, having maybe the greatest look behind the curtains of anybody on Earth into what the systems truly are, how the systems are manipulated, Bitcoin is actually proving to be the greatest complement to the hard assets our family loves so much. You know, just like real estate, obviously Bitcoin's scarce. There's only 21 million. I don't need to tell anybody in this room that. You know, name another commodity that's capped. Name another commodity that as prices go up, it's not further exploited. Guys, if gold ever went to $20,000, you'd be tearing down this building. You'd be looking in the concrete pillars over there. You'd be trying to mine gold. You'd be changing the supply dynamics. With Bitcoin, you can't. You know, with Bitcoin's supply is capped. That scarcity, that hard limit, it makes it incredibly valuable. especially as these assets are being purchased in the billions. That's why you see the price skyrocket the way it is. But unlike real estate, Bitcoin's not tied to geography. It's global. It's instantly liquid. Try selling this convention center to a REIT right now. I'll see you in 2 years. Try going out and selling a big office building. It will take you 18 months to do. At the end of it, you're going to want to shoot yourself in frustration. Think about the complement to hard assets that Bitcoin is, right? It's instantly liquid. You can buy or sell it while literally having dinner with your wife or your husband or whoever it might be. It's borderless. It can be transferred. It can be sold. It can be, moved with the click of a button.
Okay, it keeps going, but you get the point. That is the president's son, okay? That guy's father is about to be sworn into office next year. He wished Bitcoin happy birthday, promised a free Ross on day one, and he congratulated Bitcoiners for Bitcoin breaking 100K. I mean, bro, like, that's why we had the fucking pump we did, man. Everyone is so excited about the regulatory environment that's going to be happening next year. Like, this is insane. Like, I cannot believe that this guy's father is going to be the president of the United States. And then not to mention, of course, the talk of the strategic Bitcoin reserve. Dennis Porter dropped news today regarding Texas announcing that they're looking into making a strategic reserve as well for Bitcoin. So, yeah, I mean, it's happening a lot faster than I anticipated. 6 months ago, I was looking to move out of the United States because the regulatory environment was getting so hostile. So, yeah, this is amazing. This is pretty cool.
I've got to say, like, I heard a clip of this previously, like the first portion of it, but getting further into it, I've got to say, this guy's done his research. Like, he when he's talking about supply dynamics and how he was referring to the difficulty adjustment and how that contrasts with gold, right? That gold doubles overnight, gold mining production doubles overnight. And so while you can't push gold production super, super far, you can increase the amount that you're mining. And certain mining operations that would have been unprofitable before come online. And that's true of Bitcoin mining, yes, but there's the difficulty adjustment. And so inside of, now I'm losing my, what's the number of blocks for the retarget?
6,042, I think. No,
something like that. Yeah, it's on average, it's roughly like a 2-week period, but whatever the number of blocks is. Like if all of a sudden hash rate doubled, we'd get faster blocks for like a week, and then all of a sudden the difficulty would readjust and it would go back to 10-minute blocks, and it wouldn't impact the total supply at all anyways. So we'd have a brief time of slightly faster issued Bitcoin for a week, and that's it. But yeah, like he's clearly, like, he understands what's up. I still think, obviously, like, Trump is 70 something, right? Like he doesn't understand the technicals of Bitcoin. But he's got he's got his kids in his ear basically telling him this. He understands that there's something there. There's shitcoining that's going to take place. That's inevitable with everybody new. But more so just the friendly environment of, like, not having to matrix your way around, like, people throwing devs in jail is going to be a welcomed change for this next 4 years. And hopefully enough shit can get done in that period of time that we're that much more resistant to bullshit that comes down later.
100%. Yeah, they have 4 years. Realistically, policy-wise, they have 2 years before the Republicans probably lose the House, because that's what happens. Like, in just historically, presidents lose the House. The incumbent party loses the House in the midterms. So he has 2 years to do his thing, and then he has 4 years in the executive branch, right? So, and then I think all Bitcoiners are asking for is just to be left alone. Hopefully, by the time we get to 2028, it just becomes unfeasible to have an anti-Bitcoin stance because of the amount of people holding Bitcoin in the population. And I think that should really be the target of Bitcoiners, it's not necessarily that we want help. We just want to be left alone. If we're left alone, we're going to win, right? That's my take on all that. Now, other bullish news, I did say we were winning really hard. Michael Saylor, and I wish I had time to play this last episode, but we ran out of time. Michael Saylor gave a presentation to the Microsoft board of directors and CEO Satya Nadella. Now, before you guys all get excited, they did have a vote on it, and Microsoft on December 10th decided to have fun staying poor. They said no. But what's also interesting is Amazon shareholders also push for a 5% Bitcoin allocation. So, you know, this is happening. Also, another company, I know this is a company within the field. Okay, fine. But Mara, which used to be Marathon, decided to follow in the footsteps of Michael Saylor, and they started offering convertible notes in order to follow the MicroStrategy strategy. And of course, Saylor in the beginning of the month, about 10 days ago, announced that he is acquiring another 15,000 Bitcoin. Like, absolute savage man, but he's winning. I really want to play you guys this clip. In 3 minutes and 19 seconds, it's just so much information. You guys are probably going to have to watch this a couple times. Let's check it out.
Microsoft can't afford to miss the next technology wave, and Bitcoin is that wave. Bitcoin represents the greatest digital transformation of the 21st century. It represents digital capital. The global wealth is distributed across assets that provide utility and others that preserve capital. But risk is destroying trillions of dollars of that capital every single year, and investors are turning to digital capital in the form of Bitcoin in order to avoid that risk. Digital capital is economically and technically superior to physical capital, and it represents a revolutionary advance in capital preservation. The asset class itself is growing from trillions to hundreds of trillions of dollars, and it is backed by digital power along with political and economic power. It makes sense for Microsoft to be powered by digital capital. Bitcoin's the best asset you can own. The numbers speak for themselves. It makes a lot more sense to buy Bitcoin than to buy your own stock back, or to hold Bitcoin rather than holding bonds. If you're going to outperform, you're going to need Bitcoin. And those bonds are undermining your options market and your equity liquidity. Luckily, you have an alternative. Public support for Bitcoin is surging, as is political support, as is support for the U.S. Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, as is Wall Street support. And the President of the United States says,
never sell your Bitcoin.
That's why we're entering year one of the crypto renaissance. And you have a choice to make. Cling to the past or embrace the future. Divest billions of dollars and slow your growth rate. Invest billions of dollars and accelerate your growth rate. You've surrendered hundreds of billions of dollars of capital over the past 5 years, and you've just amplified the risks that your own shareholders face. If you want to escape that vicious cycle, you're going to need an asset without counterparty risk. What if you could buy a $100 billion company growing faster than Microsoft for 1 times revenue? What if you could keep doing it every single year? It's time for Microsoft to evaluate its Bitcoin strategic options. We've created an open source model. You can plug in your own assumptions. You can convert your cash flows and your dividends and your buybacks and your debt into Bitcoin. If you do that, you'll add hundreds of dollars to the stock price. You can create trillions of dollars of enterprise value. You can strip away risk from your shareholders, and you can prosper on the Bitcoin standard. So do the right thing for the world and adopt Bitcoin.
I mean, drop mic. you know, do you have any commentary? He just, it's so much noise, so much, not noise, so much signal in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And he wasn't even reading the full slides. He, like, one of the things that, like, he would just say, like, drop everything else, just Bitcoin. Like, it was very well done, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I feel like he realized, okay, I got 3 minutes. I'm going to cram as much information as possible. And each slide was like a couple seconds, and he'd be like, here's the general idea here. And probably anticipating later somebody's going to look through these slides and be like, oh, holy shit. It's wild to me. I love also that my favorite thing was at the end, the tiers of like the maxi, like tiers of like a triple maxi versus a double maxi versus a single maxi. Which is awesome. But the thing that blows my mind is it's kind of funny that obviously Saylor, you know, he says like you've got to study hundreds, if not 1,000 hours to fully understand Bitcoin. And Microsoft, like I posted a meme about this earlier, but this basically like the Pawn Stars meme where the guy's like, the best I can do, and Microsoft is like, best I can do is 3 minutes and get the fuck out. Like that's basically how they handled it. And to me, their decision, because you know they'll inevitably revisit this and change their tune, but the opportunity cost between now and then is going to be so great. And Bitcoin isn't that far from eclipsing Microsoft in market cap. Like if Bitcoin goes to 200, it will be, I think it needs to go to 157 or 167 or something like that to eclipse the market cap of Microsoft. So that'll be an interesting moment to see in light of the decision that they ended up having.
Yeah, dude, it's you know, and again, you know, the Saylor verse, which is everyone gets Bitcoin at the price they deserve, just applies here. So it's like they're gonna say no, right? But you bet they're gonna eventually go down this path. It's inevitable. Like, this isn't an inevitability. This isn't a choice, and this is something that Bitcoiners understand fundamentally because. Like you not only see Michael Saylor outperforming everyone, but you know, Ben, I'm sure for your company and just for what you do, and me as an individual for my company, I've adopted a Bitcoin standard, and I'm telling you, it is a freaking cheat code. Your runway just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It just gets longer on a Bitcoin standard, and that's something that Michael Saylor is trying to explain. And if you take a look at the amount of cash that Microsoft holds, they hold about $80 billion in cash. You trust the government's number for the inflation rate, which is 2.5%, 3%. If that's your trusting their number. Now multiply 2.5% times 80 billion. They're losing billions of dollars in purchasing power on a yearly basis. Now, the reason that Microsoft can get away with that, and Amazon and Google and whatever, is because they make so much profit. They just kind of write it off. They're just like, oh, whatever. But could you imagine what would happen to those companies without that hindrance? Yeah. Like $2.something billion is it's the market cap of most companies on planet Earth. It's an absurd amount of capital that is literally just it's a melting ice cube, like Michael Saylor says. So, yeah, I mean, they could take an ideological stance like Vanguard. Look how that ended up, right? But eventually you're going to start to see more and more pressure from shareholders, because these are publicly traded companies, to say, hey, you know what? What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? You know, like, why is it in cash? And they don't really have a response to it. You know, they don't really have a good response to it, you know?
Yeah. What would be poetic if Microsoft said no, and then in a surprise sneak attack, Apple was like, we'll do it.
Yeah, exactly. And then they would be like, oh my God, we're fucked. Because and a lot of people, you know, crap on Elon. And there's a lot of things that I don't necessarily agree with Elon on. However, Tesla owns 10,000 Bitcoin, and SpaceX owns Bitcoin too. So Elon might be like a Doge fan publicly, but he probably doesn't own the equivalent of 10,000 Bitcoin in Doge. All right, let's be real here, right? So, there's already one of the tech companies, because Tesla's a tech company more than a car company, in my opinion, that already owns Bitcoin, right? So it's like, I just think that it just takes this next domino to fall. And I think that's going to be proved in this cycle. I think this cycle is going to happen. The bear market's going to hit. MicroStrategy is going to go down. And then MicroStrategy is going to go even higher the following cycle. And then that's really when they're going to be like, oh my God, this thing isn't going away. Because that's been the story of Bitcoiners' lives the last 16 years. The first 5-something years, they called us crazy. They said it wasn't going to work. Then they called us criminals. And then all of a sudden, Larry Fink's like, you know what? I love this Bitcoin thing. And then all of a sudden you have the president of the United States saying, you know what? Bitcoin's good. Bitcoin's going to the moon. So I see that same type of hubris from these companies, like that same like snobbery, like, nah, we're at Microsoft. We don't need that Bitcoin thing. And then before you know it, yeah, you do need that Bitcoin thing. It doesn't matter how much money you're making, Speaking of people that have bent the knee, or institutions that have bent the knee, the Chad Sailor went to meet up with Dave Portnoy in his office. It's so funny kind of seeing them in Dave Portnoy's like live stream room.
The juxtaposition is exquisite.
Yeah, no, it's like it's going up forever, Laura. Like it's just so effing funny. It's a 44-second clip. I'll play it to you guys and we'll talk about it.
You're the Michael Jordan of the analogy, in which if you're buying Bitcoin, MicroStrategy, you're just buying forever. You're never going to stop buying.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep buying. I joke. It's like you said, well, is 100,000 too much? And I said, look, Dave, I'll be buying it at $1 million a coin, and I'll probably be buying it at the rate of $1 billion a day at $1 million a coin, because that's what I do. Just like you're like, crap, Manhattan real estate's really expensive in 1930. It's a lot more expensive than 1830. I'm like, well, 100 years later, we'll still be buying it and we'll be paying a lot more. The only issue is, can you hold it for that time period? Because people are going to want to buy it.
You're the Michael Jordan of the
dude,
analogy.
And then the interview keeps going, and like we don't have the time to play the entire thing, but it essentially keeps going another kind of 2 minutes. Sorry about that. And he just kind of explains to Dave Portnoy, essentially, do we have the time? Yeah, I mean, no, there's a couple other things. So essentially, he just takes the rest of the time to explain, what Bitcoin is, what the Winklevi got wrong, why he should allocate a percentage of his net worth to Bitcoin. At the end, you could tell Dave Portnoy was convinced, but I wanted to play you guys that 44-second clip because, first of all, like, I wish I had $1 billion a day to buy Bitcoin. That would be nice. Just one day would be cool. Just one day.
Yeah, I don't need every day, just one.
Yeah, just one day would be nice. And I see someone in the comments, Luigi says, it took me days to figure out this Sailor Portnoy video was not AI generated. LMF. Yeah, because it's so true. Like, you can never picture Sailor in Portnoy's office. Like, it just feels so out of place,
Yeah, it's wild. It's, I mean, I hope in these, I know it's longer than these couple minute clips, but I hope this one visit for Sailor, and I'm confident it is, this one visit from Sailor does wonders more than the visit from the Winklevoss twins, because that shit was a fucking train wreck, let's be honest. Like, well, if there's an asteroid full of gold, and we start mining the asteroids, then, like, it was like just such a, like, I understand that in the scheme of the universe, gold isn't particularly scarce, but at the same time, like, there's better analogies to teach somebody how to use Bitcoin than the analogies that they came to Portnoy with, and I feel like Sailor, even just in that short clip there, articulated much better the case for it in a way that Portnoy can grapple with pretty well.
No, 100%. And, one of the things that I find funny is, because you mentioned the Winklevi, right? Like, and it kind of reminds me of like Brian Armstrong and Coinbase and all that, right? Coinbase now has a lower market cap than MicroStrategy.
Yeah.
Coinbase had a 15-year head start to buy Bitcoin, and Coinbase has less Bitcoin on its balance sheet than MicroStrategy. And MicroStrategy's been doing this for maybe 4 years, and they have a higher market cap, and they have more Bitcoin than Coinbase. Like, that is effing hilarious. And the reason I'm bringing this up with the Winklevi is clearly the Bitcoin strategy, not the Bitcoin and crypto strategy, but the Bitcoin strategy is the winning strategy, right? And eventually everyone kind of figures this out in the industry, because most people, right? Some people make money, but most people, right? You know, they go to the cryptos and whatever, and they start buying and this and this and that. But most people that I know end up with less Bitcoin than they would have had if they just bought Bitcoin and just forgot about it, right? So, you know, and this is the vast majority of people. Some people are good traders, right? But the vast majority of people that I've ever met, right? I've always hear this story. Like, I tried shitcoining, got my hand burned a little bit, Bitcoin only, and now I understand it's Bitcoin only, and they're much happier for it, right? So, you know, it was about putting Dave Portnoy in the right room with the right person to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Anyways, in other news, this is really, really important. I know we've covered some pretty important topics today, but elections have consequences. I can't bring that up enough. We got so much crap on Simply Sessions for talking about the election and all that stuff. The reason I'm bringing this up is look at the change in language from some of these institutions. And the reason that they're changing their language is because they're watching their asses now. It's because they want to keep their job. Here is the US Treasury admitting that the primary use case for Bitcoin seems to be a store of value, aka digital gold. So they're admitting, the United States Treasury is admitting that Bitcoin isn't a toy, that Bitcoin isn't fake, that Bitcoin isn't money. They're not admitting that it's money, but they're admitting that, you know what? This is a store of value. This is digital gold. And it's not only the US Treasury that is parroting the same exact lines. You have the head of the Central Bank of the United States. It's called the Federal Reserve. And check it out. He says almost the same exact thing as the Treasury paper.
Or in the Federal Reserve itself, in terms of the system. What do you think of that idea?
I don't think that's how people think about it. I mean, it's so, you know, people use Bitcoin as a speculative asset, right? It's like gold. It's just like gold, only it's virtual. It's digital. People are not using it as a form of payment or as a store of value. It's highly volatile. It's not a competitor for the dollar. It's really a competitor for gold. You know, it's
so again, right? What did he say?
That's so disjointed, though. Like, listen to he said it. They're not. He compared it to gold, but then he also said people aren't using it as a store of value. Like, I mean, that's literally what gold bugs say. They're like, oh, I need to store my value in something that's not being debased, and he just destroyed his own narrative in a single sentence.
Yeah, no, and again, it contradicts, right, what the U.S. Treasury is saying. But you could tell that he read this report. You could tell that he's using some of the language of the report, but then some of the language is like, fuck, if I say it's a store of value, then oh my God, right? But you can see the very institution itself, right, feel threatened by this Bitcoin thing. Like, you could hear it in his voice, but now they have to admit it, that it's real, it's not going away because of the political situation, which full loop circle vindication. This is why I kept saying elections have consequences. This is the type of consequences you get when an election goes your way. And I know we all want to live in the world of the sovereign individual, this Bitcoin utopia where politics become irrelevant and, you know, governments change their relationship with their citizens to be more like business customer type of relationship. That's the world that we all want to live in. However, that world isn't real right now. Fiat politics are real and they could affect your life. I mean, we witnessed this in the United States with Operation Choke Point 2.0, the arrest of the Samurai Wallet developers, the arrest of Roger Ver. Maybe we have time to talk about that today. And also, Ben, you lived this yourself with the Canadian truckers protests, right? And now you potentially have, like the United States, you have a conservative government that is potentially going into power in Canada. And that conservative government, I don't know if they feel as good on Bitcoin as Trump does, but they have a much better outlook on Bitcoin than the current government, right? So yeah, I mean, elections have consequences, and this is the type of consequences. It's not that we want privileges. It's not that we want special powers. It's not that we want to be treated better. It's just like, we're real, acknowledge us, and at the same time, it's like, leave us alone, or at least treat us with the same standards that you treat the rest of the system.
Yeah, 100%. It's as you've said in prior episodes, we're in that transitionary period and the early innings of the transitionary period where, yeah, is that sovereign individual thesis going to play out? Perhaps over time, but like fiat is still the majority of how the world works. And until that fiat is gradually completely debased to the point of irrelevance, it still holds power. And unfortunately, what that means is those that control and are closest to the money spigot are going to have time to gain or at least protect their wealth through that fiat system until it's broken. And so, you know, like there's still influence that can happen through the fiat system. We're not fully insulated. You've got to weather that storm in the interim. So how are you going to do it?
100%. So moving on to also extremely exciting news. We went from Bitcoin being illegal in Russia to the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, basically saying we can't ban this thing, to them essentially unbanning mining, making mining legal, to now that you're hearing this correctly. This is not clickbait or breaking on Twitter. This is an article from Bitcoin Magazine. Russia State Duma, for anyone who doesn't know what the Duma is essentially the equivalent of the House of Representatives here in the United States, or the Parliamentary House in Canada, right? The lower house of the legislative body. So the Duma deputy proposes a strategic Bitcoin reserve. He kind of goes on to give like what his reasoning is. He goes on to say, quote, in conditions of limited access to traditional international payment systems for countries under sanctions, cryptocurrencies are becoming virtually the only instrument for international trade. The Central Bank of Russia is already preparing to launch an experiment in cross-border settlements in cryptocurrency. So this is the game theory. It's beautiful. You have the orange man saying, I want all Bitcoin to be mined in America. You have a change in stance from China. There is a judge in China that ruled that it's actually legal for Bitcoin to be property for individuals. Businesses can't use it, but individuals, they can hold cryptocurrency. Then you had news from Morocco saying that they were going to unban Bitcoin. And then simultaneously, coincidentally, around the... remember, this is all a coincidence, guys. This all happened after the election. Total coincidence, right? You had Vladimir basically saying, President Putin basically saying, you know what, you can't ban this thing. We're actually going to unban mining. You know, we're actually looking at it as a strategic Bitcoin reserve too. And, you know, they're looking at it like we don't want to get left behind by the United States, but they're also looking at it from like, wait a second, the US is sanctioning us. Let's use Bitcoin to facilitate international trade. And then the US is kind of like, how are they going to back up, right? And this is the beautiful incentives. This is the game theory of Bitcoin kind of playing out. And actually, Max Kaiser coined the term global hash war for this reason, because he knew that countries were inevitably going to get into a competition to accumulate and mine as much Bitcoin as humanly possible. And because they're competing, the individual Bitcoin hodler wins, right? Like if they make hostile Bitcoin regulation, all they're doing is taking themselves out of the game. They're not taking the individuals that live in their country out of the game. They're taking themselves, as in the state, as in the institution, as in the government itself, out of the race, right? So it's this beautiful kind of incentive structure playing out, the game theory. And dude, who would have thought? Like if I would have told you this was real 2 years ago, you would have been like, no, that's impossible, you know?
It's wild. And I love seeing this play out. And I don't want people to confuse this as me cheerleading the state, because that's not what it is. What it is when you see governments that are in opposition of each other going at this and trying to like claw as much for themselves and you know, get Bitcoin strategic reserves, and we want to mine all the Bitcoin here, and we're gonna like loosen up, and we're gonna try and build a reserve, and all these different things. What that does in the end, like, yeah, okay, so they use their fiat printers and they buy some Bitcoin, and maybe they are able to get their hands on quite a bit of Bitcoin. Not fantastic, but how that plays out for the individual that also is able to accumulate Bitcoin and hold it over the long term is the opportunity for a nation state to exhibit some fuckery in and around trying to change Bitcoin. It whittles down to negligible, because when you have global superpowers that oppose each other using Bitcoin, and they're using it because the traditional money system has been weaponized, who on the globe is going to go along with the US fork of Bitcoin that is compliant and can be censored again? Not the rest of the world that adopted it because that's what happened with the SWIFT system. And vice versa, same thing. If like BRICS got together and they're like, we're forking Bitcoin because we want a thing that we control, the US isn't going to fucking go along with that either. So we want these guys to be butting heads and fighting tooth and nail to hash and to accumulate, because we win. And I will jump back to a quote. I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, but from Jeff Booth. He was asked, what's the worst thing about Bitcoin? And he thought for a moment, and his answer was something to the tune of, you have to be okay with the idea that your enemy being able to use Bitcoin makes it stronger and better for yourself. And that's what we're seeing right now.
Mic drop moment at the end. Absolutely love it. Yeah, man. It's beautiful to see. It's happened a lot faster than I anticipated, but I'm so pumped for, you know, I think this is year one of this institutional nation state. 2025, I think, is going to knock people's socks off in a good way. But anyways, guys, this was your Simply Sessions. I'll see you next week, Ben. Peace.
Hell yeah, man. See you soon. Everybody, stick around. We're going to be doing some updates, all the awesome new apps and everything that is coming down the pike for you to check out and play around with. And we're also going to be giving away some sats. So we're going to give a quick shout out to sponsors here, and we will be right back momentarily with our giveaways and our tech updates. So we'll see you guys in a second. CoinKite.com has some of the best hardware on the market today to secure your Bitcoin. The Cold Card Q is an absolute powerhouse and is my daily driver. And on top of this, they have plenty of other goodies, including the Mark IV, the Tap Signer, Open Dimes, the Block Clock, and much more. If you head over to their website, make sure you use code BTC Sessions at checkout to get a nice discount. Links are in the show notes down below. Speed is one of the fastest growing Bitcoin Lightning wallets out there. It is a fast and secure way to send and receive Bitcoin and stablecoin payments instantly. You can even swap between Bitcoin and stablecoins directly in the app. Also in the app, you can buy gift cards for all the best brands and earn rewards in the process. To download Speed, simply scan the QR code on the screen, click the links in the show notes down below, and use code BTC Sessions 10 to get 5,000 sats for free. All right, we are back in. We're going to give away some sats. Get your Lightning wallets out. First to scan will get them. So I'm here on Bitcoin Well, of course, an awesome place to be stacking sats. You can sign up very easily in Canada and the US, and also available for OTC orders around the globe. So check if they're available in your area. But pretty simple the way it works. You can sign up when you do. And by the way, I'll bring up a QR code if anybody is not currently on Bitcoin Well, and I'll put it off to the side for you guys. But when you sign up, you earn points. When you purchase Bitcoin, you earn points. When you refer friends, you earn points. And those points can be used to toss a coin in the Bitcoin wishing well, which can win you each time between 500 and $1 million sats. We just shared a clip the other day of one of the big prizes that came through on one of the episodes. It's on has been shared on X, so worth taking a peek at. It was pretty funny, my reaction. But I'm going to click up in the top right corner here. We're going to toss a coin into the well. First person to scan the QR code with an LN URL Lightning Wallet will receive 500 sats. So scan and snag. Whoever snipes those sats, please do let us know in the chat or in the comments, wherever you are taken in the show. We always love hearing people getting free sats. So congrats to anybody that does. And up next, that's not the only way you can earn some additional sats this bull run. My company, Bitcoin Mentor, we are an education-based company, and we basically do one-on-one education sessions, video calls with people, helping them set up hardware, deal with multi-sig, learn about Lightning, run a node, name it, we can help you with it. And so bitcoinmentor.io is where you can go to do that. But more importantly, if you want to be earning some additional sats throughout this next bull run, I encourage you to become a mentor, not a mentor, but an affiliate of Bitcoin Mentor. So there's a QR code on the screen right now. If you scan it, you can sign up, you get your own special link. You can add it to your profile descriptions. You can share it out whenever you like, repeatedly if you want. And the way it works is if somebody comes to us through your link and books a one-on-one video call with us, you earn $21 for that session. And not just the one, but every time they rebook, it will come to you at the end of the month, $21 paid out in Bitcoin. So it's a great way to stack sats while new Bitcoiners stack skills. So scan that QR code, get your personal link, add it to your profile, share it on your socials, and sit back and stack some additional sats. With that, let's dive into our tech updates. So, this is why KYC is not ideal. Bitcoin ATM operator Byte Federal reports data breach affecting 58,000 users. This is a US-based Bitcoin ATM operator. In a filing with Maine's Attorney General, Byte Federal disclosed that hackers potentially accessed the personal data of 58,000 customers. Customer personal information was subject to the attempt at unauthorized access. It includes name, birth date, address, phone number, email address, government issue ID, social security number, transaction activity, and photographs of the users. That is fucking horrendous. That is awful. Oh my God. So some person that rolled up to one of these, some person that rolled up to one of these ATMs and dumped in a bunch of cash into Bitcoin, put it into their wallet and everything, all of that information is up for grabs. So if somebody stacks sats early on, somebody would see, oh wow, this person bought 3 Bitcoin, and this is what they look like, and this is where I can find them and their name and their address and all of their ID and all of that. And that stuff can not only be used to obviously track the person, find them, and physically attack them. Obviously that's a worst case scenario. But furthermore, that information can be used to compromise other online accounts. So with that personal information, somebody can go and start social engineering their way into accessing other accounts. So that's pretty rough. Yeah, I mean, if you can avoid providing this type of information, especially when it comes to, Bitcoin companies, if you can go and you can do things in a way that is KYC free, that's great. Like for people, especially like in Canada here, Bitcoin Well has their Bitcoin ATMs, and you can get a light account which does not require ID, and you can use cash that will be linked to a separate Bitcoin wallet for you, and you won't have to give up that info. So that's an option out there. There's other peer-to-peer ways of getting Bitcoin, but also this pertains to hardware as well. I've got to give a shout out to CoinKite. Again, I love these guys because what they do is they regularly purge their customer data. And so if you're not shopping at regular intervals, they say, okay, well, this is sensitive data, and so we're going to get rid of it after X amount of time. I can't remember the threshold that they said, but they're trying to set basically set an example for the rest of the industry where you collect the data necessary, obviously, to ship something to somebody, but once you no longer need that, get rid of the info because it's a liability. It's scary to hold on to that stuff. So you'll get an email from CoinKite saying like, hey, it's been a while. We're going to purge your data for now unless you tell us not to if you're planning on shopping in the next little bit and you want us to retain the address for a bit longer. And I'll add a further note here. If you're buying hardware from a company, it's not a bad idea to have a PO box where that stuff gets delivered because, again, that's a link to a physical address where a device that is specialized, built to secure larger amounts of Bitcoin is being shipped. So, not the best idea to have that type of data just sitting around everywhere. But I digress. We'll continue on. Bitcoin Keeper, shout out to them. This update, version 1.3.0, they've added mini script support, inheritance keys, and remote sharing. This is super cool. I'm super interested in mini script. What this allows you to do is a lot of malleability in and around how you create multi-sig wallets. And you can have things like right now, if you create a multi-sig wallet, maybe you say, I have 3 keys and I want to require at least 2 of them to be able to spend. That's a basic multi-sig. But with mini script, you can start to say things like, I have 3 keys that will be in play right now, and I require at least 2 of them to unlock the funds. But after a certain amount of blocks, I want this additional 4th key to come into play and now be valid to be one of the 2 signers required. Or you can designate that that additional key can only be used in tandem with maybe 1 or 2 of the other keys that you specify. The point being that you can get very granular and specific with how things work. You can even have it where, okay, it's a 2 of 3 multi-sig, but if I don't update the quorum after X amount of time, I would like it to degrade to a single sig where any of the 3 keys could be used, or perhaps just a specific one or just a specific 2. You can set it up so that if you screw up and start losing things, then it becomes accessible again after a certain amount of time, which hedges you again against personal error. So this is awesome. Again, this version introduces the inheritance key vault, including securing inheritance keys with mini script, the ability to convert any key into an inheritance key, sharing and signing keys remotely with any device, additional subscription tier options with better pricing, and accompanying UI UX improvements. The inheritance key vault enhances the standard multi-sig setup with an additional inheritance key that activates after a user-defined period of inactivity. This on-chain deadman switch facilitates easier recovery and inheritance of funds without relinquishing control or depending on third parties. Super cool. Love that. Again, you can extend the activation time at any point in the year through a process called revaulting. And again, they've also updated desktop to version 0.1.4. This is a companion desktop app for secure use of hardware wallets. And yeah, super, super awesome. Hats off to Keeper. They're doing some really cool, innovative stuff. I enjoy what they're doing there. I'm actually just on my other desk over there. I've got a bunch of tap signers set up, and I'm actually covering this mini script update for inheritance that will be out for the next tutorial. So pretty cool. Moving on, BTC Pay Server version 2.0.4 released. Of course, this is free and open source Bitcoin payment processor. What's new? QR code with link to invitation email. Add rate providers for Norwegian exchanges, so currency support. And a number of improvements. Sounds like some basic fixes in UI and all that kind of stuff. More just like a maintenance update. But of course, version 2.0 was their kind of overhaul where they're moving a bunch of the menu items and making things more streamlined. Everything is kind of left side of the screen, single menu, instead of all these sub-menus that they used to have. I did do a new video on BTC Pay Server recently, laying out how to run it with Luna Node, which is super cool. Encourage you to check that out in the tutorial list. Moving on, Zeus wallet version 0.9.3. So what do they add? Improved channels UI, including reserves. So the channels list interface now lets you toggle between your open, pending, and closed channels, displaying the count for each category instantly. Additionally, the individual channel view has been enhanced to better emphasize the channel reserves. So if you don't know what that is, when you have a lightning channel, it saves a little bit of Bitcoin on each side of the channel and makes it not spendable. So that is reserved for if the channel is closed, you have the funds to help pay the on-chain fee. A lot of people don't realize this, and then they'll open a lightning channel and be like, why can't I spend everything? I needed all of that. And it's like, well, you need to keep a little bit there just in case the channel closes. So invoice settings added the ability to display a requested amount on invoice. Embedded L&D node now has a troubleshooting menu. Bitcoin denominated amounts are now displayed with spaces. Zeus Pay UX improvements and some bug fixes. So awesome to see. Wabi Sabi. Okay, so this was an interesting one. So a vulnerability in the Wabi Sabi protocol allows malicious coordinators to de-anonymize users' coins and link inputs and outputs, compromising the privacy of the CoinJoin participants. Users are urged to update their instance immediately. So this vulnerability affects Wasabi Wallet version 2.2.1.0 or earlier. Also, if you're running Ginger Wallet version 2.0.13 or earlier, and BTC Pay CoinJoin plugin version 1.0, 101.0 or earlier. So this is something that you just want to update for. It says, given this attack can be carried out without raising suspicion and lack of client-side checks on previously issued events, the vulnerability is highly exploitable by any party running the coordination services. And so basically, you just need to update. This will add in some checks that will indeed help with this. The way I would think about this is, in general, I guess I'll step back a little bit here. When Wasabi originally announced that their dedicated coordinator that they used to run was going to do on-chain analysis before allowing you to coin join, I like noped the fuck out of there. I was like, nah, I'm not going to use this anymore. But then they ended up actually saying, we're not going to run a coordinator anymore after Samurai got shut down because they were worried about the same types of implications for them, obviously. But you can sub in other CoinJoin coordinators into the software, which, again, obviously opens up some vulnerabilities here. And so the tough part is there's an ethos of don't trust, verify, of course. But when it comes to subbing in a coordinator, in a way, you want to know who's running it. But if it's publicly disclosed who's running it, then the coordinator is subject to things like what happened to Samurai. And so you get in a situation where either way, there's some question marks up in the air into, how effective or whether this thing is going to be able to continue running. Like, do you want it to run at all? Then there's effectively going to be some trust involved. And so I think what we'll see over time is that there will be the period that we're in right now where you're going to have coordinators pop up and it's going to be a little bit like, can you trust it? I don't know. And there will be a period of time where after X amount of time, people will see that there has been an extended period of time where with certain coordinators, nothing has gone awry. And so it'll just be like a reputation-based thing because there's not necessarily a better way of doing it other than, like here, building tools that can prevent certain behaviors from happening or help warn people if those behaviors are indeed happening. So yeah, that sucks. but also update your shit if you're using it. I kind of look at it like if I use a coordinator like this, I'm not going to consider myself perfectly private. I'm not going to be like, oh, I went through and did a coin join using Wasabi and this coordinator. I'm perfectly private. Nobody can see anything I am doing. But I also think that if I was fully de-anonymized, I'm no better off than before the coin join. And because I'm not paying for the coin join service and I'm just paying the on-chain fee, I'm like, well, maybe this is just like a regular thing I do on top of other privacy preserving actions. And the sum of those things together may put me in a better place than where I was before. So anyways, that's a long-winded explanation as to my take on this. But also don't let perfect be the enemy of better. Okay, a couple things on the personal front here. SAT market. I am so excited. We have our SAT market here in Calgary coming up this weekend. It is a mere few days away. I'm going to put up this QR code for the SAT market as well. I need your guys' help if you can. We want to make this a big success, and it's already shaping up to be. This will be our 4th market that we've put on. We have a record-setting 40 vendors that will be joining us in Calgary this Sunday, December 15th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the White Diamond Conference Center in downtown Calgary. And yeah, we just want to get the word out. So even if you're not going to be able to make it into Calgary for the event, I would encourage you to go check out the website, share it. If you scroll to the bottom, you can follow our social feeds on Nostr and on X. So follow us there. You can also check out some of the local vendors that we have here. This doesn't have everybody, but it has a number of them. So you can go and follow them and share around some of the stuff that they're doing. And just get the word out, either to encourage other people to come or encourage other people to go to their own communities and begin building similar things. I love nothing more than seeing Bitcoiners come together and become more resilient by creating tight-knit communities. And so I'm super excited. A bunch of us are also going up to the mountains tomorrow. We're going to do a hike. We're going to go enjoy the mountain air and everything, and just kind of have some fun together. There's a Christmas party on Saturday night for the YYC Bitcoin meetup. And so it's just going to be a great weekend all over. And yeah, I'm just super happy and super proud of everybody that's involved. And what a great Christmas gift to have this event happening this weekend. So again, give that QR code a scan, share it wherever you can, follow our socials, and just kind of keep up to date with what we're doing. We're going to have a bunch of pictures and videos and stuff coming up over the weekend as we kind of have some adventures. It should be a lot of fun. Further to that, tomorrow we've got Why Are We Bullish? I'm going to be doing it from the mountains. So I'm going to be in Banff in my hotel doing this one. I might even have somebody with me to join in for the live stream. So be sure to tune in for that. That's tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We got Alani, we've got Alex from Kaboom Racks, and we got Ralphus. It should be a good, jolly old time. And that's not the only exciting show coming up. I've got to bring this up here. It's gonna be an absolute banger, and I need to show you. This is the poster for the Christmas show. In fact, I need to get myself off the screen here because you need to see Tatum as an elf in the corner. Hold on. Oh, I'm backstage. It doesn't like me. I'm just going to do this. There we go. Okay. So this absolute masterpiece was put together by World of Rusty. What a legend. He has done 3 of the last Christmas specials. This is the 4th annual Christmas special, but he has just done so much good work putting these things together. Like, look at this thing. Like, we've got Mike Germano trying to catch up with the Bulls. We've got Larry Lepard, Jeff Booth, Harry Sudek. We got Matt Cratter all riding bulls behind me. I've got the Rudolph bull up front. We got Dom Bay, we got Preston Pish, we got Greg, we've got Rockstar, we got Max, we got the sneaky flat top popping over with Sean. Again, Katie the Russian riding up front. We got Nico up here on the bull. We got Madex in the sleigh. We've got Peter St. Ange, and we've got oh my God, there's so many. American Hoddle on the bike here. Parker Lewis up there with Peter. We've got Becca with the new baby. We've of course got CK, Anna, and Gladstein there. What an epic piece of art here. Just incredible. And look at Tatum. Look at incredible. There's a bunch of Easter eggs in here too. I challenge you to find them all. There's a whole bunch. He even made a GIF of it. So it's like the clouds are moving, the snow is being kicked up, and everything. The fire on top of the basket here. Wild. What an incredible accomplishment. Well, I'm blown away every year. Amazing. So Rusty, some sats are coming your way. I think well deserved. But everybody, I'm going to I'll wrap it there. Again, very excited. I hope that you guys will, again, kind of keep up with us in the work that we're doing at the SAT market coming up. I hope you'll join us for the show tomorrow evening and next week for the Christmas special, 4th annual. And yeah, what a great week. Thank you guys for being a part of the show regularly. Really do love having you here. And with that, I'm out. Have yourselves a wonderful day or evening, wherever you may be. We'll see you guys next time for your daily session.
Hodl the Bitcoin.
I used to think that Bitcoin was about disrupting the US dollar. But it turns out, if you look at all the fiat currencies, the US dollar is the one that's embraced Bitcoin the most. And by going hard and fast early into Bitcoin, they've basically secured the dollar's place as a dominant government fiat currency.
Hello, I am Cody Ellingham, and this is the Transformation of Value, a place for thinkers and builders, where together we ask questions about freedom, energy, and creativity through the lens of Bitcoin. Today I'm joined again by James Vigiano. We ask, how do smaller currencies like the Kiwi dollar survive in a US dollar dominant world? Is there a deeper geopolitical reason for the push for central bank digital currencies? Is the fight for physical cash a red herring when most transactions are already digital? And what is the role of Bitcoin in all of this? I would like to know what you think. Send me an email at hello@thetransformationofvalue.com and I will get back to you. Now, if you enjoy this episode and the work I'm doing, please consider a Value for Value donation through my website or directly to the show's Bitcoin wallet. Otherwise, on to the show.
But, I just went to the cafe, did some writing, so I just got back. So, been working on my book.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah, so a bit of a labour of love. I don't know if you've ever tried writing at length, but it takes a lot of effort.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I'd love to read it when it's done.
Yeah, thank you. It's not really to do with Bitcoin. It's more of fiction. I call it creative non-fiction. It's kind of based on my life and my travels. But I don't know. It's sort of nice to just kind of spend a bit of time in the morning working on meaningful stuff, and having conversations and doing the busy work later in the day. I find sort of works for me quite well. So
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but how have you been, man?
Great. Yeah. New Zealand's had a banger of a year with Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin in general has had such a great year, so it's awesome now, like, with summer arriving here in New Zealand, things are winding down and people are being a bit more relaxed and it's a bit more social, and it's been really good.
Yeah. How would you describe the vibe up where you are?
Exciting. So we just had one of those pub meetups, just a monthly Auckland meetup, and we had like 20 or 30 people this time, and half of them were people we'd never met before, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And a lot of excitement, a lot of, like now that it's even more accessible here in New Zealand because of the ETFs and stuff, there's a lot more just general interest in it as an investment, which is getting people talking about it in the mainstream a lot more. And I mean, we've got yourself doing some excellent reporting, and so all the Kiwis are learning from all the world-leading Bitcoin experts thanks to your interviews.
Oh, thank you.
And we've even had the New Zealand Herald did that Markets with Madison piece where they went over to interview Sailor. So the New Zealand scene, we're definitely learning a lot from the rest of the world.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that's an optimistic lens. I mean, the other side of it, though, is I do feel as if New Zealand may be sleeping on Bitcoin a little bit. I mean, I had a quick look, and forgive me, but I had a quick look on the mainstream media just yesterday, and the two top stories were that the best regions to avoid because of rain this Christmas, and the haka in regards to the All Blacks and the hikoi were sort of the leading things. And I thought, this is quite disappointing when, there's a global monetary revolution and many other things in the world taking place, and these are the leading stories,
Yeah, but I think that it's still a very important story in New Zealand, and the people that need to be learning about Bitcoin are listening and learning about it. And we are seeing a direction change in New Zealand, which I think in the long run will benefit us from a Bitcoin point of view. So we're seeing a huge support from the government towards geothermal energy. They announced, I think it was $60 million of grants going towards that area of research and development. And they also preliminary findings of something like 30,000 megawatts of power could come online through geothermal alone in New Zealand. And so once we get, that developed, big infrastructure like that takes time, but once that gets developed and we start domestically generating our own Bitcoin supply, that should help alleviate the current kind of downward pressure on the Kiwi dollar versus the US dollar. Because at the moment we're importing all our Bitcoin from America, so it'd be good to, make some at home.
Yeah. Well, James, actually, just going back a step though, something I wanted to ask you, and I hope you don't mind, but that you're doing a lot of different things. How would you describe yourself and what you're working on these days, man? Like, is there do you have a pitch, or like, how do you explain it?
One way I could answer it is my business is my business, and it's not your business. Okay. But another way, more generally speaking, a couple of projects that I'm involved with, the nature of them being Bitcoin is that they're always open source, they're always community driven, and so a lot of my work is volunteer. I'm not getting paid for a lot of it, but like everyone in Bitcoin, I am reaping the rewards because we're all owners of Bitcoin. So it's like we've all got equity in the same startup. But yeah, to formalize my work a bit more, I guess it is just kind of Bitcoin research, and then using that research to help other people move forward with their projects and ideas.
Yeah, it's interesting because I guess selfishly I ask that question because I often think, what is it that I do here? And it's sort of strange because you talk to people and it's often focused on the job, and someone mentioned to me recently there's this concept of the slasher. Have you come across that before? Where it's sort of, you're a designer / photographer / business consultant / whatever, and and you kind of describe yourself as this like string of fiat job titles, but I think that sort of implies that there's this deep connection between your role and your title and what it is that you do, which feels like a very late stage kind of concept. It's not really a vocation as such. And I don't know, I've just been grappling with that a little bit because I'm a bit like you. I just sort of, basically the way I say it is I work for myself, and and that sort of, then they can ask questions. But I just wanted to sort of see what your thoughts were, because I mean, it sounds like, more broadly, this is kind of a larger change in terms of, what it is that we do with our days, right?
Yeah, it's actually crazy how empowered our generation is to be self-employed, to take responsibility for covering our own cost of living rather than signing up to a salary where someone else pays for it for us. And the tools available to us now, where you can run multiple projects and do multiple endeavors as an individual without being overwhelmed because of the support network that things like AI actually provide. I don't think I have a positive view on things like ChatGPT because I use it every day to help me scale what I'm doing. Otherwise, it'd take me days to write emails. So, there's a lot of opportunity, thanks to Bitcoin, to whatever value you can put out into the world. And in your example, you're putting out amazing value by sitting down and chatting with all these experts and providing that for free people to listen to, that value you're putting into the world, the way the Bitcoin ecosystem or economy is developing is that value should come back to you as well. Whether it's through people making sure they boost your podcast, zap you some stats, or even just through the knowledge that you're sharing is helping Bitcoin adoption, and that's helping your equity, your stake in Bitcoin to appreciate in value.
Yeah, well, you're referring to a kind of value for value approach, which is also quite, I think, new, but it's also kind of old as well. I mean, you go back to the olden days and you had systems like this, but it seems as if in the modern era, this kind of wage slavery you describe, I mean, it has become commonplace, and there's necessarily a lack of agency when you do that. You know, you're signing up your time to be a worker or to labour away, and I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. You know, people want to be part of something bigger, but when it's out of necessity and it's not something you're particularly enjoying, for example, then that's sort of like a lack of it's a failure of a system to enable self-development, I feel. Not to say working for someone's a bad thing. I think, you know, as I said, you can be part of a larger project, but yeah, the sort of widespread discontent with the nature of work itself is quite telling.
Yeah, I feel like if I was starting out again right now, like leaving high school, I would actually be, if I was starting out again right now leaving high school and I was aware of Bitcoin and understood its promise, then I think I would just suck it up and just grind at whatever job I can find enjoyment doing day to day. Doesn't have to be a job that necessarily provides you with, you know, that ladder career path to eternal glory, or, you know, how they try to pitch it when you join a big corporate firm. Because with Bitcoin savings, it doesn't really matter what job you're doing. If you're able to spend less than you earn, then you are building wealth. You are building savings, and then that can help you invest in yourself, in your own education, your own upskilling to keep doing what you want to do for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and I mean, New Zealand doesn't even have any big companies anyway, so sort of, we're the homeland of small businesses, right, and self-employed people already. So there's sort of a sense of self-sovereignty there. I think, you know, working for yourself and taking it on, which is actually quite a foreign concept in a lot of places. You know, certainly larger countries, you know, there's more of this capture from large corps, and it's sort of this perversion of capitalism, which is quite often talked about. That it's not real capitalism. It's sort of aligned with the state and regulatory capture, etc. And so you end up with these mega kind of, in many cases, zombie corporations, and especially as it relates to the financial sector, which I know you're familiar with. But there's not really a free market there for innovation, right?
Well, yeah, you're right. That is definitely true.
Sorry.
There's also, but there is, like, if we want to give a specific example, a project that I have no vested interests in, just friends of ours, Lightning Pay. You've met the team from there. I would say they are massively disrupting the New Zealand financial system, but they're not doing it in an abrasive way. I don't even think the banks realize what's happening. But because of the open banking API system we have here, where all of your bank accounts in New Zealand have an API that is open and there's providers that link them all together, Lightning Pay has basically meant that Kiwi dollars in any Kiwi bank account can, within 30 seconds, a minute, be converted into Bitcoin in your own custody in your own Lightning wallet. So the capital flight, the ability to get capital out of New Zealand is instant and it's quick, and that actually alleviates concerns people might have about investing their capital into New Zealand, because we've opened the gates to let the capital flow out as fast as it wants to flow out. And now the next issue is capital coming into New Zealand. We want to encourage capital inflows into the country. We want to encourage people to invest in our country, and that's where there's a bit of a hold up from the incumbents, the big banks. They don't have necessarily the motivation, inspiration, innovation to actually come up with creative solutions. But at the same time, the regulations that have built over the last 2 decades have absolutely made it hard for people to challenge them in the fiat side of things. And that's actually where the disruption is coming from, the regulator. It's coming from the central bank saying, we're going to take the windfall that you have right now, which is your deposit accounts, your checking accounts, basically the New Zealand dollar digital cash system we currently have. And right now it's a select group of banks that are allowed to provide that, and so that's how they get their cheap funding to do all their lending, because they just don't have to pay you much interest because you don't have much choice in who you give your Kiwi dollars to. Going to pull that out of the banking system and make that available to everyone through the central bank digital cash. So, like, even though over time we might get industries that build up and build regulatory moats, all of a sudden that regulation can be changed, and I think that's what we're about to see as well in the US, where they are coming hard and fast pro-Bitcoin, and now they've got like their parliament, their house, their senate, and their executive, their presidency, and also the Supreme Court is stacked. They're all in the same camp at the moment, which means they can push through radical reform. And so you can create competition, and it can, even if it requires state intervention, it can create more competition. There will be opportunities there.
It's interesting you mentioned the US situation, and for me that's kind of a gradually then suddenly example where it really has, I think it's locked in now. I mean, and the prices of the exchange rate of Bitcoin is reflecting that confidence from the market. But it seems, as I said before, New Zealand is still sleeping on it because it doesn't feel like it's a topic that is in the mainstream yet. I mean, maybe in a little while, maybe next year, but certainly for me, things are locked in now, and you know, we're on the way to a sort of symbiosis between what was as a, you know, Bitcoin vision and now this kind of actual reality of it taking over and interfacing with the legacy system. Because I think there is you know, they're not two separate things. They have necessarily a flow between them, right? And that capital flight you talked about, that is because there is a symbiosis. And I think that's now confirmed, right? We've got that situation being led by the US. So
yeah, so I used to think that Bitcoin was about disrupting the US dollar. But it turns out, if you look at all the fiat currencies, the US dollar is the one that's embraced Bitcoin the most. And by going hard and fast early into Bitcoin, developing a huge local supply of Bitcoin, huge energy industry devoted to Bitcoin, and also their financial markets around Bitcoin with their exchanges and their liquidity, they've basically secured the dollar's place as a dominant government fiat currency. And there is definitely a place in the world for having both Bitcoin and a government fiat currency. And then the debate is around, well, how many government fiat currencies do you need to choose between? I personally don't want to see the one world CBDC outcome where there's one empire with one government fiat currency, because then when you interface with that legacy system, it's completely surveilled, completely controlled, and can be completely abused by people in power. So I like the idea that we are an independent country with our own central bank and our own currency, and I want to see it try to strengthen itself and defend itself a bit by embracing Bitcoin too. But I don't think that's not going to solve the risk of government currencies over time lose their value. That's a reality of running a country, and people debase their currency to pay for things. So that's still an issue that Bitcoin solves by being savings.
Yeah, well, I mean, often you talk about this idea of the extinction of the Kiwi dollar, and I thought maybe we could expand on that, because as you mentioned earlier, the exchange rate right now compared to the US dollar is quite weak, and it seems to be, you know, there's this kind of malaise in New Zealand towards, you know, everything. I mean, maybe summer and nice weather is taking the edge off that, but I mean, what is the reality of that longer term in the New Zealand dollar?
Yeah, well, 10 years ago, in 2014, a New Zealand dollar was almost worth $1. It was worth like 92 cents. And in that 10 years since then, it's just gone down and down and down, and now it's like 58 cents or something. One of the main reasons for that, in my opinion, is because we buy a lot of things from the US. We buy our Bitcoin from the US. We sell our New Zealand dollars every time we try to buy Bitcoin. And instead of giving those New Zealand dollars within our circular economy to a Bitcoin miner in New Zealand, we're exchanging them for US dollars to buy Bitcoin in the US. We're backing their currency with Bitcoin. So that trend, and then also we were really reckless for a couple of years with how loose we were with our monetary policy, how willing we were to debase it, to do social programs or whatever it is we spent it on. It's an ebb and a flow. The tide can be changing now. This might be the bottom. but it might not. It might keep losing its value. And one of the reasons a lot of Kiwis might use it less and less going to the future is just how easy and accessible the US dollar is compared to the Kiwi dollar. It's far easier for a tourist coming to New Zealand to just swap their Bitcoin for US dollars tether than it is for them to actually swap their Bitcoin for New Zealand dollars. We don't have a digital New Zealand dollar yet, and you can't go up to a New Zealand ATM and withdraw Kiwi cash paying with Bitcoin. I can do that in Thailand, go up to basically any of the major bank ATMs, and I can pay that ATM with Bitcoin and withdraw cash. It's because there's a middleman service in the middle, but we don't even have that yet. But we are building that infrastructure now. Lightning Pay could help facilitate that. But another thing that could really help it is actually the central bank digital cash. If they do it in a private way, where it's actually a digital version of cash, then a digital version of cash should be able to be purchased by a tourist without a tourist requiring a bank account in New Zealand. Just like how they can walk up to a money exchange and get out Kiwi dollars and pay with US dollars. It should be able to get out Kiwi cash and pay with Bitcoin. And if it's digital, well, it's even more convenient because they don't have to carry that on them for their whole trip when they're touring New Zealand. They don't have to carry physical cash, they can carry digital version. So that would really help the inflow of capital back into New Zealand if we actually understood that we want people to spend their Bitcoin on Kiwi dollars. And another thing holding people back from spending their Bitcoin on Kiwi dollars is the unfair tax treatment that it currently has. It's the only foreign currency that when you convert to New Zealand dollars, it's treated like it's a speculative investment, when really it's Salvadorian sats. It's a national currency of El Salvador. Why is it treated differently with preferential tax treatment, with worse tax treatment than the US dollar?
Yeah, interesting. The exchange rate thing is kind of strange because New Zealand doesn't have a capital gains tax per se on Bitcoin, right? And so
they have income tax.
Income tax.
I mean, it's even higher. It's up to 30-40%.
What does that mean, though? I mean, has there been any? I mean, as far as you know, has there been any challenges to that, given that it is legal tender and it could be considered a foreign currency via El Salvador?
Well, speaking of the US, if they are about to remove the taxes on Bitcoin, then tax competition theory would say that if we don't follow suit, then the capital outflows would be so much worse. So we have to follow suit if the US do that. So taxes reform could happen, but in the meantime, the way that I view it is the other annoying thing is they've created a loophole right now where you actually can avoid the tax if you buy Bitcoin through the New Zealand ETF as opposed to holding physical Bitcoin, which is a weird incentive structure they've created, because in New Zealand when you buy shares there is no capital gains tax on the shares, particularly when you hold them for a number of years, and there's no income tax on those shares either if you make a gain. And so a New Zealand Bitcoin ETF is a share, and so you can bet on that, make a gain, and not pay taxes on that gain. If you do the exact same thing with Bitcoin, it's going to be subject. The entire gain will be treated like income. So the first 15,000 will be taxed at 10% or whatever the tax rate is there, all the way up to 30% plus. So that's annoying. Something that does help this is if you're actually earning Bitcoin as an income online, like I do earn Bitcoin through some of the ventures I do online, I connect my Lightning Pay with Henry, HNRY, which is just a New Zealand accounting app. So basically, if I have Bitcoin income, I can send it to Lightning Pay, they convert it into New Zealand dollars, they pass it to Henry, the accountant, who deducts the amount of tax required to deduct, and then they give me the after-tax income. So it makes me feel a bit more like a PAYE, like a salary earner who has their tax removed from their salary before they get it. Yeah, so for actual income, I can understand why if you're earning Bitcoin as income, you should try and treat it like it's taxable. But it is frustrating where if you've actually saved your money in Bitcoin and now you want to spend it and support, the economy right now, which is in a bit of a tough spot, there's a hesitation every time. It's like, everything, New Zealand dollars cost about 30% more than they should because there might be a tax when you buy them.
Well, I mean, if we flipped it, imagine if there was a kickback or some sort of rebate every time you spent your New Zealand dollars that you had saved and which had lost their purchasing power over the years. Imagine that. I mean,
that would be funny.
It would never work out, but I mean, that's the concept here, that $1 that I had, $100 I had saved 2 years ago is now worth, $93 or $92 or something.
Yeah.
And that $8 should be able to be used as an offset against other taxes or other, other things. And that would make sense, right? If you're going to apply the opposite, which is that as your money increases in value, and as savings, that you get taxed on that. I mean, it just seems a bit weird to me, but maybe this is the fiat thing coming through, right?
Yeah, creating a taxable event every time you transact is unmanageable, unworkable by any reasonable person, and so it's like there has to be a better way. And I think that's why the whole tax question is up for debate in the US. They're looking at how they can move away from income taxes and go to tariffs and things like that. We kind of already do that. We put a 15% GST on everything you import from overseas, so we already have a 15% tariff on everything.
Yeah, interesting. But coming back then, so when we talk about the regulator, we're talking about the Reserve Bank of New Zealand. Certainly there's been a bit of celebration around their ability to get the price inflation down, which I think is perhaps a bit premature. I know the Governor, Adrian Orr, was just at an IMF and World Bank annual meeting in Washington, D.C., where he talked about getting it down to 2.2%. And as you and I know, that number isn't really true. It doesn't reflect the true cost of living for every individual. Inflation's a very personal number, but it seems as if there's a bit of celebration there around bringing the inflation down. They've righted the ship, so to speak. But at the same time, I think a lot of Kiwis are still experiencing the pinch. I mean, how would you describe that discrepancy in realities?
Yeah, the inflation number they talk about is just the 1 year change in prices. And so if prices were really high a year ago and today they're lower, well, you could say we have deflation. And that's actually what we're experiencing right now with most assets during this kind of Black Friday, going out of business sale kind of thing that's happening right now, is that year on year prices might even be negative. So that'll become the next announcement from the central bank, is that, oh, we cooled inflation too much and now we've got deflation, so we have to start printing money again.
Yeah.
But when you zoom out and you look at your cost of living, rents only ever go up, food only ever goes up, everything only ever goes up and gets more expensive. It's just the speed at which it gets more expensive which is changing. It can either be really bad years where it goes up 20% in a year, or their target where it only goes up by 2% in a year. It's annoying because if you're a salary worker, bringing it back to that earlier conversation, if you're on a salary where you've agreed to sell yourself for a year for a fixed price, you can't renegotiate that midway through the year. It depends on the nature of your contract with your employer, but it forces workers to be on the back foot constantly, having to fight for a pay rise constantly just to get the same amount of money that they were previously getting paid. And it means that people who don't have that power to negotiate, they're not, maybe they're not performing well at their job, their boss doesn't really care to give them a pay rise, they just slowly get paid less and less. And we see that as well with pensioners or beneficiaries. If you're getting a government-defined benefit, the greatest way the government saves money is it just keeps paying you the same amount of New Zealand dollars, but it makes those dollars worth less and less.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, as Adrian Orr says here, navigating monetary policy with a 1 to 2 year lag between policy action and ultimate outcome is akin to ocean circumnavigation. And we've got these images of Mr. Orr sort of holding the wheel of the ship and kind of in jest trying to explain that he's steering the economy, which we know isn't true, right? There's the reality of the market and economics is that it's decentralized and that everyone is a node and a participant. And yet there's still this strong sense of governance, I guess you could say. And New Zealand seems to be holding on to that. We've had recently the Hikoi protests in Wellington and kind of questions around, very political questions around the Treaty of Waitangi, etc., which kind of feels like I find it quite interesting that there's this appeal to the state for something which the state apparently did once upon a time. And there's this kind of dynamic of central control, which feels, for me as a Bitcoiner, feels quite anachronistic, sort of out of date. But I mean, how do we approach this? Because New Zealand really does have a long relationship with the nanny state and with, appeals to government. I mean, is there a way that we move forward from that? What does it take?
It's hard because people older than us, or even a lot of people our age, they don't want to learn something new. They're very stubborn, and that's fine. You know, once you get comfortable in how to navigate life and you have your way of surviving, you just want to survive like that and live your life. And so we can't do anything too radical where we take away, even if the Wizard of Oz, the central banker, is just a talking head to give people confidence in something that there really is not that much control over. That's still beneficial for those people who do believe in it. It's like Santa Claus. But it's like there is, if you listened to his guidance and his imagery recently of him doing full steam ahead with the boat, that was accurate. It was letting us know that the direction rates are going now is lower, that we're in a bull market now, it is time to spend money, money's going to get cheaper, and it's time to actually pull ourselves out of this recession that we're in. And it's kind of like, if we're all in sync like that, then we can have a business cycle that there's some element of predictability over, not complete predictability, that's some element. And where things go a bit rogue is you get a government that comes in and goes way too far in the borrowing spending direction than they should for the size of the economy, causing a short-term blip in inflation. And then it's like the boat's on fire, and you don't want to tell everyone on the boat that it's hit the iceberg. You don't want everyone to panic. And so you just pretend like it was intentional. Oh yes, we wanted rates to go higher to cool things off. Well, no, it's because no one around the world wanted to lend New Zealand money. Our interest rates blew out because the government had to keep borrowing money. It was in so much debt, but no one wanted to lend it to it, so they had to keep paying a higher and higher interest rate to borrow money. But we don't want people to panic, so we always have to have confidence and give the impression that it's a very controlled ocean that we're navigating. But that does help put people at ease and help the economy to move forward, because if businesses lose confidence in the economy, they don't make decisions, they don't invest, they don't take a risk and borrow money to invest in their expanding business. We need to have that level of stewardship over the economy to give people, I guess, like encouragement and motivation to just take action and grow our way out of this ourselves. Yeah, I think you mentioned looking to the state for answers or something. Like, we shouldn't be hoping that the state solves every problem, but it's okay to let them be like our cheerleader to help motivate us to actually solve the problems ourselves.
Interesting. Yeah, that's fascinating. It's like the theatrics of politics now with that lens are so clear, right? There's this sort of act required, perhaps, for the market to really have stability, because if you don't say the right things and you don't give this sense of confidence, then reality aside, people maybe start stressing out and panicking when you've got the guy coming out saying, "Hey guys, sorry, but we're broke. The ship's sinking." They obviously they can't say that until you're actually underwater, and by that time, they're already on their lifeboats themselves. So sort of the theatrics of it come through, and it stands out to me that really maybe they shouldn't be hiring economists, but they should be hiring actors and people with a creative background to tell that story, and the degree and the kind of hard science of it is less relevant potentially.
Yeah, well, I guess the central bank does also have a regulatory role, where it's kind of like got a boring role of trying to set the rules for the game of the financial players. And in that respect, economists or lawyers are important to help to be independent and understand that you're meant to be policing the banks, not writing rules that help them defend their moat. So there's still a place for people that are educated in economics and stuff.
Yeah, the image that comes to mind is, the clowns that they put into the rodeo to run around to distract the bull. It's maybe a bit like that.
Yeah.
It's just sort of like they're waving their hands and trying to get a little bit of attention off the bull, but man, it's not really controlling that thing. The beast of the economy does what it wants to do, and especially when it comes up against reality. And if there's a way, if there's a pathway, an exit valve, a lifeboat potentially in the case of Bitcoin, people start finding that, and that knowledge disseminates, and people start to understand that there's a way out of this. But maybe that sense of authority of institutions is still quite strong, and even non-state institutions, things like the media, still kind of have a lot of sway. And even in New Zealand, when clearly they are so biased and so wrong, like, yeah, I'm sure most people we know in New Zealand still watch the news to some degree. Especially family and friends who are maybe not so much into Bitcoin. So it's sort of like, well, at what point do these institutions fully lose validity? Or maybe they never do, maybe they always stay, as the voice, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, there's an element of, if they're just trying to get attention because the only way they make money is through viewership, through ad revenue, then,
sponsored content.
Yeah, having a clickbaity title that's actually an error. Like, whenever someone says something bad about Bitcoin, they get a lot of engagement from the Bitcoiners, and that gets them views and makes them ad money. Whenever someone says something positive about Bitcoin, we're starting to engage with it, but most of the time, Bitcoiners aren't as engaging as they are with the negative content. So it's self-fulfilling prophecy. With feedback we're giving these journalists is to keep writing hit pieces, because that's what gets you engagement, because all they're looking for is the engagement.
Yeah, well, if it bleeds, it leads, and it seems like, I mean, maybe that's a good point, because if they came out and said, well, look, Bitcoin is the answer, this is what you need to be doing with your money, here's how it works, get started, that's maybe a little bit too simple, too optimistic for the news. They want something nasty, they want the failures and the crashes and the cryptos and all of this stuff. So yeah, I mean, that makes sense when you look at it through that lens, that necessarily these media institutions are pessimistic, and that's going to rub off on you if you're consuming that stuff. It's kind of like seed oils, I guess. It ends up manifesting in the body, right?
It's interesting with the state-funded media, the New Zealand government does support a lot of the media. When it's the left-wing type government in power, the state-funded media is just relentlessly positive about everything the government does. And then now when a right-leaning government is in power, because that right-leaning government is trying to cut costs as well, so that it doesn't have to print as much money as the previous government printed, because they're cutting costs, they're looking and saying, why should we be paying these people to write this journalistic stuff? Why should we pay them? So they cut the funding. And because they're cutting the funding to the state-funded media, during a right-wing government in New Zealand, all the state-funded media is relentlessly pessimistic on the government. It's a total tone shift. Like, Radio New Zealand used to love the government, now they hate it. And any opportunity they get to undermine the government, they just jump in.
Yeah, they like taking their pot shots. I find it fascinating, this just the way it's so vapid, and as I said, you look at the leading articles, the leading, headlines, and they are just so basic. And as I said, I mean, New Zealand has this already, just this myopia being at the bottom of the world, but certainly it's like, man, there's so much stuff happening. You should be maybe a little bit more aware and focused on, what is out there in the world, especially in these times of change. I don't know if conservative, slow kind of, sort of ambling along is going to help. I think, you need to kind of have your eyes open to rapid change, and things can change on a dime, as we've seen with Bitcoin and everything now taking off in the US. I mean, that's, as I said earlier, this is locked in for me. I think, we're on the timeline now where this takes place, and that maybe could have been delayed if the election had gone the other way. And again, these are all political actors, but the deck is stacked with Bitcoiners right now in the US, and that is where New Zealand gets its leadership from in terms of the monetary side. So it's exciting times, man. But yeah, I do get the sense that New Zealand is a bit slow to the game, and it hurts, man. I see it every day, and I think, man, how many people are just not, they haven't been reached yet. They don't know about it. They haven't been given the information because the places they're going for reporting and truth are not telling them that stuff,
Yeah, but, the independent media like yourself is growing in popularity, so there's voices out there that people can listen to. I mean, I personally haven't, I have not had my TV plugged into the New Zealand aerial, the Freeview TV network, for over 10 years. I just haven't had the ability to even watch New Zealand television because I haven't needed to. But it's still a part of a lot of people's lives, the older generation in particular, but the younger people get their news online, mostly from social media, and social media is actually becoming quite heavily dominated by pro-Bitcoin voices.
Yeah, everyone seems to be coming out of the woodwork now, and it's funny the exchange rate does that. It was kind of I think it gives an affirmation to the value proposition that this thing's here to stay. It's going to continue to dominate, and you just have to look at the number. Markets are down, and there was a lot of negativity just with the recent US election. A lot of things crashed, but the one thing that didn't crash was Bitcoin. So the market's clearly seeing confidence there and stability there. So, yeah, that's maybe the piece of information people just need to look at. Look at the number go up.
Or even getting more people, even within the Bitcoin space, applying their Bitcoin knowledge more. Taking it to the next step of not just having all your Bitcoin in cold storage, but spending a little on Nostr, participating in the value for value economy, getting the Bitcoin circulating in the Bitcoin economy. It makes it so much easier now to onboard new friends and family with their first dollar worth of Bitcoin. You just get them to install a Lightning wallet, get them to create a Lightning address, like an email address. It's how I explain it to people. Hey, what's your Lightning address or your email address for money, for Bitcoin? And then I send them $1 worth of Bitcoin. Getting them to participate and use Bitcoin is like sitting them down with a demo of email when they're waiting in line at the post shop and saying, look how much quicker it is to send an email to someone around the world. Hey, you could set up this email system at home and do it all yourself if you want. There's all this potential and it's growing so fast. So the more people we get experimenting with and actually using Bitcoin, the more it just becomes a part of our economy and the fabric of our society. And I don't think that weakens the New Zealand dollar at all. I think the more we do it in New Zealand, it strengthens our New Zealand dollar.
Yeah, interesting. Coming back to the Lightning Pay example, you'll be familiar with their bill pay feature, which is pretty cool. You can pay from your Lightning wallet and it will settle New Zealand dollar bills straight into the account of the other person. And it seems to me that's very interesting because in that situation, the New Zealand dollar is kind of like a layer 2 of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
We're making easy use of the open banking system, which has been kindly built by the state and the government.
So we should be a bit nicer. There is some innovation in New Zealand. If we compare it to other countries, our banks are pretty ahead of the game.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. But what it means though is you can have a Bitcoin, you can be on a Bitcoin standard and certainly pay your bills, utility bills, things like that. You
absolutely can if you are a fully KYC New Zealand resident.
Yeah, sorry.
The headache that I'm experiencing right now is all my Bitcoiner friends coming to visit New Zealand, and then I've got to be the one to go get out cash from the bank and sell it to them because they don't have any other way of getting New Zealand cash, and because they can't pay with their Bitcoin at every point of sale yet in the country, although that's being worked on. But because they can't do that yet, they just want New Zealand cash. They want to lock in their spending money for their 2 or 3 week trip here and just have the cash to spend. And that'll be fantastic when we can make that work a lot easier for tourists.
Yeah, that would be awesome. But I guess on that note, and again, we've talked about this in the past, but there is a sort of small cadre of people in Wellington working on this with the government, or working on something with the government. But in terms of the Bitcoin conversation, certainly I don't know if that's in there. It seems like there's still a lot of reluctance, a lot of uncertainty, and I certainly haven't seen any real meaningful discussions. What is the pathway to some of the stuff we're talking about actually making it through the barrier, through the membrane of the states?
I'm quietly optimistic. So we don't have gold in our reserves in New Zealand. So we already have a principle that our central bank doesn't actually back the currency with real money. It just backs it with government bonds of other countries. So getting our central bank to buy and hold Bitcoin is probably a step too far. That might not happen. But getting our central bank to digitize our cash, create that digital cash with an emphasis on privacy because we want it to be cash, that is in the works. It is very much being researched. They have shared publicly multiple times their emphasis on trying to figure out how to do it privately. That technology now does exist with Xiaomi and eCash, and so we could see the perfect, scenario of New Zealand dollars now there's a digital version of them that you can transact peer-to-peer in a private way. A tourist can arrive and get some digital New Zealand dollars if they want to and pay it at all our businesses. It's like that layer 3, that layer on top of Lightning, right? That could happen faster than we could even imagine if if there's the motivation, if they're truthful about their motivation to make it private. The worst case scenario might be that it gets captured, that whole process gets captured by the banks because they don't want to have that cash out there outside of their system, and so we just get this horrible KYC'd digital currency rather than digital cash, which isn't much different than what we currently have now. I think the willpower is there to get it done. I think the technology is there, and there is the expertise in New Zealand. I think that the people in Wellington are listening to your research. They're listening to these conversations. They are talking with, potentially talking with places like Blockstream and with Liquid and learning about these side chains and how basically the US dollar has done its digital cash when it went and did Tether, which was actually a private company doing that. There's no reason why Kiwi Bank can't offer Kiwi Cash right now as a version of Tether and make it run on the Liquid sidechain. That's still a really positive step. So there is a lot of potential. I don't want to criticize the work they're doing because they have to, as a government, be open and public with it, and they have to listen to submissions from everyone. So right now, they've got that boring bureaucratic process of having to look at all the bullshit submissions to find the ones that support their thesis of privacy and eCash. And so they have to go through it all, and that takes time. And also there's the idea of being a first mover can have a lot of political risk and be quite a thing, but now that we've got the pathway kind of being cleared with the US being pro-Bitcoin, things could happen in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I like your optimism, though, I must say. I mean, the CBDC thing certainly is a big topic, you know, amongst the general public as well. There's a lot of concerns about the privacy side, and I don't know, man. It's the state we're talking about. Do they really care about privacy? I mean, that would be the question. I mean, I'm an optimist as much as anyone, but I sort of think, man,
something that made me believe them was in the recent interview with one of the members of the Reserve Bank, the one who's in charge of the cash system.
Yeah.
He emphasized that if we want private cash to continue to exist, we have to start using it more. And the issue is that even if we believe in privacy and we believe that cash is a good thing, I still find it incredibly inconvenient to use. I hate having to deal with change and dealing with coins, and I also have total empathy for a small business not wanting to have a cash register with a pile of cash that can be robbed. So digitizing that is actually an admirable goal that we should all be hoping for, and that is a separate conversation to the CBDC, the traditional conversation around digital currency, where it's the banks kind of surveilling everything and controlling how you can spend the money. That's kind of the existing system we have now. We almost should think about it like the central bank can help us. Now, the first time I started learning about CBDCs, I was also very pessimistic because the people I'm talking to about it are Americans, and when they talk about it, the fear that comes over my mind is I don't want to have to be forced to use the US dollar. I don't want that to become a global CBDC because the US loves spying on their own citizens. That is like the country to a T. So I wouldn't trust that as a one world global CBDC. So I'm hoping and betting that we can defend ourselves from that by taking our own route with our CBDC, emphasizing the cash part of it rather than the censorship part of it.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I'd like to see how that unfolds, man. I mean, I don't know if I see that sort of vision from their people. It seems like there's sort of a lumbering along, and I don't really see strong privacy advocates, or certainly there's no Bitcoiners at the table that I'm aware of. So I'm sort of thinking, well, where are they getting their directive? Because it seems as if Mr. Orr himself, who's now talking at the World Bank and IMF and celebrating the inflation target that they've hit, it seems as if that's still within this global surveillance system that, you know, I think everyone's aware that it exists and that it's not for our benefit. And so that a few people in Wellington would take a shot at doing something actually good. I don't know, maybe a bit of a stretch of the imagination. I want to have hope and certainly extend an invitation to talk about it if there is an opportunity. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, time will tell, and maybe it doesn't matter anyway, because if the New Zealand dollar goes dead, we're just using US dollars and Bitcoin, it won't matter much.
Well, let's hope not.
No.
I'm in the camp of let's hope that doesn't happen. I think we have to remember that these are employees of the state, that we control what the state is, and we can effectively fire and replace if if it goes in the wrong direction. I know there is a separation of central bank from parliament, so there's that idea that you can't fire them, but that's BS. You absolutely can. So it's kind of like, if it goes in the wrong direction and we suddenly have this tyrannical Kiwi dollar, first of all, it'll be worthless, so no one's going to want to use it. But second of all, we as a people would just enact our political power to change the government and unlock the free Kiwi dollar, the Kiwi cash. Or we'll just completely opt out of the system and it's the downfall of the Kiwi. But I think before that happens, it'll be easy to get the political power to make it right the ship, as they say, change course. We're a great sailing nation. We know how to change tack.
Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome, James. It's interesting stuff to think about as we come into the summer break at the bottom of the world, and I guess look forward to next year. Which, speaking of 2025, what is your outlook, man? What are you looking forward to? What's on your horizon?
I'm trying to remain humble and appreciate that 2024 was a bull market year. A lot of people are saying next year's a bull market, but if you look at how well this year has gone for Bitcoiners, this was a bull market year. So next year, I'm looking forward to long-term planning, trying to secure, thinking epoch to epoch, 4-year cycles of Bitcoin's halving, trying to make sure that going into next year, I can hit the ground running for 3 years or 4 years straight without having to worry about, the worst situation you can be in is being overexposed to Bitcoin in a bear market and being forced to spend some of your Bitcoin at a depreciated value. So there is the use case of stable coins and of trying to pre-fund your runway. If you don't have an employer, like I am my own employer, I need to think about how to position myself to afford my cost of living, always being humble and having a very minimal cost of living so I can stretch out my savings as long as possible. But trying to plan multi-years. So a few of the projects that I'm working on are unspent capital. That's kind of like my investment philosophy, and that's going to become a bit more of like a up-to-date current education on what I would do today in Bitcoin and sharing what I'm doing in Bitcoin, kind of where I share my research, and also where I share what I'm spending my Bitcoin on, so people can see what my spent capital goes to. Because I think every Bitcoiner is really good at spending their Bitcoin. They put a lot of thought into it, so it's worth sharing with people how you think about that. Another project that I'm really ramping up next year is my gamer tag is Maddens, and I play a game called Rust. And so me and some friends have a Rust community, a server where kids come and play and they earn their first little bit of Bitcoin in this digital economy. So really trying to ramp that up and get more people offering their products and services in this economy and experimenting with that. And I mean, there's actually quite a few other Bitcoin projects, like in the Nostr space. I'm loving Zapstream, if you like live streaming. So I want to contribute and help that grow as much as I can. So yeah, there's a lot of, it's a big year next year, but I'm not going to be one of those people that keeps expecting Bitcoin to go up forever. So I just need to be realistic and plan 4 years ahead of time and just be able to be in a position to be building for the next bear market.
Yeah, that's interesting. And just with unspent capital, because that was that not the company you started a few years ago? Are you saying that's a going concern still, or?
Yeah, so that's the project I started in 2020, but I haven't actually done anything publicly with it.
Okay.
But I've been working behind the scenes to put the pieces in place to go ahead with that next year. But it's not like I'm not accepting anyone's capital. I'm not trying to start a fund. I don't want to manage anyone else's money and take that risk.
Yeah.
But it's more just like providing people with a portal to access me if they want to book in time with me and talk to me, publishing my research in more depth, especially about digital cash and Bitcoin. It's up to all of us to put that out there in a format that people can refer to and cite, so they can actually have the arguments to get that developed in the New Zealand.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I look forward to that because, as you mentioned, you do quite a lot of research into this stuff, which I had assumed was sort of personally. But if you do have a vehicle for publishing that and sharing that, I think that'd be really awesome. And given your background as well with the legacy financial system before and now with Bitcoin, you've kind of got, like you're over both of those, which would be a very interesting perspective, I think.
Oh, thank you. And one of my primary sources of information is going to be all of your interviews that you've conducted with all these experts around the world. So I'm looking forward to queuing those up and listening to them over the summer as well.
Yeah, cool. All right, well, thank you, James. We might wrap that one there, but no, it's good to catch up with you and talk about a little bit about what's happening back in New Zealand and sort of what's coming up on the horizon.
Awesome. Thank you, Cody. Great chatting.
Thank you for listening. I am Cody Allingham, and that was the transformation of value. If you would like to support this show, please consider making a donation either through my website or by directly tipping to the show's Bitcoin wallet, or just pass this episode on to a friend who you think may enjoy it. And you can always email me at hello@thetransformationofvalue.com.
So whenever you have a spokesperson that is as energetic, quotable, tweetable, soundbiteable, right? Like Sailor memeable, right? Like Sailor's sort of this once in a generation kind of spokesperson that transcends, what you would typically get. I'm making memes of Sailor. Like there is no second best, and so to be able to reach the humble plebs of the world that are memeing you, and then to reach, give presentations to Microsoft, and to be on Squawk Box, and to speak to all the large companies, publicly traded companies, in the world. That's pretty freaking crazy. If you're a spokesperson and you're enthusiastic and you can convey your ideas in a way that are going to get people to sit up on the edge of their seat. So I want what this guy's talking about, then it's going to be really easy going.
Welcome to the Business Bitcoinization Show, the show dedicated to helping you enrich your life and grow your business with Bitcoin, the hardest money on planet Earth. I'm your host, Josh Friedemann, and our guest today is Phil, who is the founder of 21M Communications, which is a PR firm that focuses on working with Bitcoin companies. Today on the show, you're going to hear some great tips to help you get in front of the people that you want to reach. We're going to get to our interview with Phil right after this. Business owners, unlock the benefits Bitcoin has to offer your business with the Bitcoin for Business Quick Start Guide. This 27-page guide highlights the 6 ways you can grow your business with Bitcoin. Check it out in the show notes. Phil, welcome to the podcast.
Josh, great to be on here. Thanks for having me.
So I like to start off every single interview with a few questions that help us to get to know you a little bit better and give us some insight for our own lives. Are you ready for these?
Let's hit it.
Question number 1 is this: when and how did you first learn about Bitcoin?
This is, for me, such an embarrassing question to answer, because I think the difference between, first learning about it is different than first hearing about it. And there's all these different stages. I initially heard about it early, like a lot of us, rejected it. But then 2017 came along, and this is the embarrassing part. At this time, I was working at a TV station, and I just remember John McAfee saying that he was going to do something to his body. I know it's a family-friendly show, so I don't want to say any bad words or anything, but he kind of said a bet that he was going to cut something off if Bitcoin didn't hit, I think it was 500,000. And at this point, I had heard about it, didn't understand it at all. And this was sort of like this meme that was going around. And he said he was going to, do this on national television. I was working at a TV station. So and just a funny little bet kind of thing, decided to buy a little just to see what would happen. So McAfee got me in, started to just slowly learn about it, but didn't really, do the deep dive until about 2020, right? The pandemic came along, and that's really what sent me down the full-on rabbit hole. And it's a rabbit hole you don't come back from. Once you go down that rabbit hole, there's really no turning back.
It would be interesting to know how many people have started to learn a lot about Bitcoin, really had a deep understanding of it, and then kind of came back out. Because I can't think of too many. I feel like there are a handful of people that maybe got burned early on, or joined at the top of a bull market and didn't realize what they were holding and sold it after it lost 70% or whatever. But that's interesting. I haven't thought through how many people have actually stopped believing in what Bitcoin is after really learning about it?
I personally think, well, it's just an N of one, but I've also talked to other friends of mine at, wherever it is, BitDevs. And the interesting thing is, so 2017 when I first bought, and then I got re-engaged when the price run up, it was going up again. And then, it went all the way down. But then almost that bear market forces you to be like, oh, I really have to take myself seriously now. Like I should really be able to defend why I did this. So I think it's like those low times really harden you. That's the time that's really meant for learning, and I think it's just a part of the process. I don't know. Maybe a lot of people go through the same thing.
So question number 2 is, what's an insight or fact about Bitcoin that you wish everyone understood?
Gonna go with something non-technical here. I think it's that Bitcoin has no marketing department, right? There's no media department. There's no central figure. I know our parents think that we work for Bitcoin, and in a way that's kind of poetic and true. And I say that because every person can make a contribution to Bitcoin in some way, shape, or form. There's this running joke that we have too many Bitcoin podcasts and whatever. I 100% disagree. I think we need more podcasts. I think we need more people memeing. Yeah, I think we need more people writing about it, more people on TikTok. I mean, it's just more educators. It feels like it's crowded right now, but it's not at all. We need more. And to anyone that is thinking about how they can get involved, and there's no limit. I mean, just being on social media, Reddit, and fighting the Reddit Bitcoin forum, which can be kind of a mess these days. But there's some value that you can bring to the table, and I guarantee you that Bitcoin needs it. So I would just say, emphasizing that it is completely permissionless and open. It's a welcoming space, and just that people should get involved from day one.
Question number 3, what's the Bitcoin resource you most recommend to other people?
So I think it kind of depends on who I'm speaking with, right? Like if I'm speaking to one of my friends that's in finance, and maybe they're a financial advisor, or I have a buddy that's the CFO of a company, I'm probably giving them Broken Money first by Lynn Alden. For a lot of other people and I would fall into this category, that traditionally didn't get involved in finance, I would say a bullish case for Bitcoin. It's really like the easiest on-ramp to getting your bearings for Bitcoin. It's like, I think, a little longer than an hour. You can find it on YouTube. Guy Swan narrates it, and he narrates like, I swear at this point, Guy is like the internal dialogue when I think about Bitcoin. I've listened to so many of his recordings that is just, he's a godsend. So thank you, Guy. So I'd start them off with that, and then if they've made it that far, they're probably very interested now. Then Bitcoin Standard, and if they come back for more, Sailor Series with Breedlove, and if they make it through that, I mean, then they're a full-on maxi at that point, and I'm giving them like lop.net. Okay, here's everything that you can, all the technical stuff, everything in between, to really just get lost, right? And have fun from here. I'm here as a resource, but you've made it, my friend.
All right, question number 4. Beyond Bitcoin, what's a resource, tool, or idea that's been helpful to you or your work recently?
So I know you said beyond Bitcoin, but I have to say Zaprite. And it's just such a fantastic tool. And I consider it beyond Bitcoin too, because I think even if, any type of e-commerce, any type of company, whether it's at your farmer's market, e-commerce, if you're just living in the, regular world outside of Bitcoin, Zaprite is a fantastic tool. And it's just, and I went through all these different types of invoicing services, and Zaprite was, I mean, by far the easiest to use. It's so sleek. And, when I first started using it, I emailed the guys, just had a question, and Parker Lewis got back to me. I was like, oh crap, it's Parker Lewis. And I got on a call with him, and I couldn't believe that, he made himself available, since I'd watched all of his, previous, speeches, presentations at all the conferences, and have his book Gradually Then Suddenly. And that was a pretty rad moment for me. But outside of Zaprite, I would just say the idea in my business with what I do with 21M Communications is that marketing is no longer about the stuff that you make, but it's about the stories that you tell. And I try and remember that every day, right? When I show up to do the work for the companies that I work with, is we're still so early that there's a lot of technical jargon that's leading, what we're going to in the market. And we want to talk about features a lot and technically, why this is better than this. But at the end of the day, if we're trying to reach new audiences, we need to be focused on the benefits, right? And how is this going to make your life easier, or whatever pain point this is, how does this help solve that? So it's so easy to get lost in the weeds of the technical stuff, and it's so important. But knowing that, how do we kind of think creatively about how to communicate why these technical ideas are important, but in a way that anybody can understand? So it's just an idea that I try to remember.
So now we have our final, what we call our arbitrary but insightful question, and it's this: as a general life principle, is it better to ask why or why not?
This is a really tough one. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm not going to fence it. I'm going to give you an answer. So why would be more of the introspection, right? Like, okay, what is the purpose behind doing this? What does this mean? Why not is, Leroy Jenkins, let's just go for it. Let's take action. I'm a thinker. I tend to overthink. I want to really plan stuff out. So I'll just say, because I know I'm like that, I'll say why not for me. Because at the end of the day, I think you have to take action. At a certain point, you can only plan so much or think so much about a certain thing and rationalize it until you just have to say, you know what, screw it, let's just go for it and, do the work every day. So why not?
If you were hit by a bus right now, could your family access your Bitcoin? When's the right time to stop hodling and use Bitcoin to impact your family's lives, not just yours? What if Bitcoin doesn't reach the value you expect, or it takes longer to reach that value? Do you have a plan? Do you have the proper trust structure to avoid probate, maintain your privacy, and minimize taxes? Do you want to avoid taxes to stack more sats, or leverage your stack without selling? Should you add Bitcoin to your business's balance sheet? Are you truly confident in your self-custody setup? If any of those questions made you stop and think, you probably realize that simply buying and holding Bitcoin is not a complete financial plan. That's where Strong Wealth comes in. Orange-pilled advisors blending traditional financial planning with deep Bitcoin expertise, giving you the best of both worlds, so you can sleep peacefully knowing you're making the right moves for your family no matter what happens. Schedule a free call at strongwealth.net. That's strongwealth.net. Strong Wealth. Wealth management for Bitcoiners, by Bitcoiners. Today's episode of Business Bitcoinization is proudly brought to you by Velis Commerce, where the future of business technology meets Bitcoin. As we journey through the era of Bitcoin and its transformational impact on businesses, there's one name that stands out: Velis Commerce. Whether you're looking to build a cutting-edge website, a seamless mobile app, or custom software, Velis is your go-to team. They've been diving deep into the world of Bitcoin since 2014, making them one of the most experienced groups for integrating Bitcoin and Lightning payments into a variety of digital platforms. But here's what truly sets them apart. Velis Commerce doesn't just build. They bring a wealth of knowledge to ensure your project's success from day one. Their team understands the nuances of Bitcoin, ensuring that your business stays ahead of the curve. And for all business Bitcoinization listeners out there, Velas Commerce is offering a free consultation to kickstart your project the right way. So if you're ready to future-proof your business in the coming age of hyper-Bitcoinization, head over to velascommerce.com or reach out on Twitter at velascommerce. Let's make sure your business thrives in the Bitcoin era. Well, Phil, we're here today to talk about your business, 21M Communications, primarily a PR firm for companies who are somehow connected to Bitcoin. We can talk about some of the companies you've helped so far and maybe who you're looking to help in the future. But I guess the main reason I reached out to you is because I think it was probably like 2 years ago, I heard Mike Jarmuz of Lightning Ventures say we need someone who's doing Bitcoin PR. And at the time, I knew someone who'd be great on the PR side. So I reached out to him, and he didn't want to have anything to do with Bitcoin because he was sure, and I think probably still is sure, that the United States government is going to ban it because it will be too much of a threat to the U.S. dollar.
Boy.
Things seem to be changing in that regard, and I was never really concerned about that in the first place, but he declined, and I didn't have the expertise. But I think that it's something that's very important, and I'm looking forward to learning more about what you're doing and kind of where you see the future for PR in this space, as well as what some things are that business owners should be thinking about, whether or not they have any interaction with Bitcoin on their balance sheet or accepting it. So with all that preamble, could you tell us a little bit about your business and how you guys got started?
Absolutely. And I mean, you're spot on. And Mike Jarmuz is spot on too. I've got an ongoing conversation with him. So I've spent my career in media, right? Whether that's been TV, print journalism, magazines, digital, and then the agency world, right? Comms and PR agency. And what I learned in the agency world, working with, all of the crypto companies out there and having the privilege to work with a few Bitcoin companies as well, is, well, one, it was hard for me to keep doing that. And I saw an opportunity to really be a first mover to do Bitcoin only communications and PR. Bitcoiners want to work with other Bitcoiners, right? When you're working with a crypto agency or a tech agency, you're working with folks that likely don't even really care about Bitcoin, right? Maybe they actually own a little, but they don't understand it. But they're also handling like 10 other accounts. And at the end of the day, they're just trying to get what they need complete to move on to the next account. So I wanted to do something specifically catered to Bitcoin companies that I understand it at a foundational level to the point that we know it's going to change the world, right? So having someone that you can work with that understands the media, understands how to position your product or service, in a way that's going to resonate with the reporters we're pitching, the podcasts, and of course, finally the end consumer, at a price point really that was going to make sense, because